Georgia, Atlanta Dragway. We're about 60 miles north of Atlanta, and it is turned out to be a rather nice day outside.
It has, surprisingly. We've been talking about it this morning, how when we got up at the hotel and looked out the window, it was pretty grim, but things have drastically improved. In fact, the toughest part of the weekend so far for me has been getting through Atlanta with Freaknik going on.
Yes. Traffic is a bit of a mess right now down in Atlanta, but here we are north of it, and the crowd is beginning to stream into the grandstands as we promised they would, coming out from wherever they spend their hours waiting for the track to dry and the weather itself to improve. There's going to be a little bit of touch-up going on the starting line. Our top fuel cars coming into the staging lane. And guess who's up here in the announce booth with us? Our good pal and the president, chief brain trust behind Waterman Racing Components, Sid Waterman. Hi, Guy. How you doing?
Hi, Dave. How are you doing?
I am fine. Tell me, what are all these guys going to do out there with these rather complex fuel systems on a day that is totally different from anything they've faced this weekend?
Boy, I'll tell you, there's a big change from yesterday to today. I mean, in fact, all weekend long they've been struggling with this racetrack as is, and now we've thrown another little glitch into the pile with a track that's going to probably be a little bit on the marginal side. A lot of moisture in the track.
I was just going to note, during the alcohol competition, and I hope you folks at home noticed this, that while the times were either a little bit better or identical to what they had run in qualifying, most all of those three funny cars we saw had a little problem hooking up with the middle of the racetrack, and that really is the tough spot for a top fuel or a funny car.
Especially the funny cars. Like we watched Tony Bartone make a run a while ago, and that thing really revved up to high C in second gear. So, yeah, the track's going to be a little bit tricky out there, about the 400 to 500 foot mark.
You don't think it was the slipping clutch?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No.
Loss of traction is what it's called, folks. And when you add 5,000 horsepower to it, plus you're going to find our top fuel cars and our funny cars praying for a little bit more traction. Is there anything anybody can do about it?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, there's a lot of adjustments in the bell housing, as we've talked about. There are multi-stage clutches, so they can move the timers to certain places so that the clutch doesn't lock up quite as soon. It's going to be a very tricky situation because nobody has run under these conditions all weekend.
Well, what we are waiting on right now is a final touch-up to the starting line. You see the crew chiefs and the crews out looking things over, trying to decide where do they want to position their racers. I look back through our window and the vantage point overlooking the staging lanes. The barbecue's gotten bigger. We noticed that. As the crowd gets bigger, they cook more food. But in the staging lanes, we're beginning to get our top fuel and funny cars in and pro stock, and that will be the sequence in which we run. Anybody want to make a prediction as to what we're going to see in times today?
Oh, as far as times are concerned, I honestly think that we're going to see 470s in the top fuel ranks. I don't think we'll see a 460, but we're going to see some 470s. In funny car, 5.0s will probably be about the best we're going to see.
All right, now this is the wizard of fuel systems. What do you think there, Mr. Bill?
Well, I'm going to be careful because at the Winston Select Finals this past October, you guys both picked the winner in top fuel. I was humbled, so I'm shutting up this time.
Well, we aren't geniuses. Sometimes you get a lucky break and your pick comes true. It never happens when I'm in the big dollar lotteries for them, but or the pools. But I must say,
that's the catch.
This is going to be a rather interesting field indeed, with the 473 and the 476 leading the pack, and we're talking about the car of Scott Coletta, number 1, and Blaine Johnson, second. The big news, as we have pointed out all morning long, has been the failure of Kenny Bernstein, the Winston points leader, to qualify for this race. And when the qualification shows up on your roster as a DNQ, it is a disaster indeed to your hopes for a Winston championship. And Kenny, of course, trying to win both in top fuel and in funny car. He's got to be devastated, Bill.
He can't afford to let things like this happen with a guy like Blaine Johnson, who's just using the scorched earth strategy this season to qualify as high as possible, to take out as many people, win as many rounds, the best strategy there is to winning a championship. So, yeah, this could really foul up Kenny, but good.
All right, down on the starting line, Frank Hawley, and we'll go down and join him live. Frank?
You know, I've been out here on the racetrack for the last few days, and this track here is kind of tricky. It's got a few bumps in it. We talked to pro stock motorcycle racers this morning and say they have a very difficult time getting over those irregularities in the track. They say it doesn't bother the fuel cars as much, but Goodyear has a new tire with a little stiffer sidewall in it that's been causing some of the racers some difficulty this weekend as they try and set those cars up to adjust for that new tire. We've had some tire shake. In fact, Blaine Johnson when he made that great qualifying run, actually got off and on the throttle. So the weather conditions are such that the performance is there, the engine power is probably there, but the track's a little touchy. Lane choice could be a factor today, and you know that as the racers come up, there's been a lot of rain, the track's a little bit cool right now. Sometimes that could be good, sometimes it could be too cool. They're not really sure exactly how to approach this today, and in my conversations this morning around talking with the crew chiefs in the pit areas, they're starting to think that what they need to do right now is just try and win this first round, settle down, don't go for a national record, don't try and set low ET, just try and get into the second round of competition. And just try and stay in that second round of competition.
All right, Frank Hawley, of course, a very knowledgeable observer, 2 times Winston champion at the wheel of the Chi-Town Hustler Funny Car, the operator of the Frank Hawley Drag Racing School down in Gainesville, Florida, and he is as astute as anybody out there about picking the problems that our racers are going to face today, Sid.
Oh, absolutely. Frank Hawley's been around a long time. One of the better drivers that we've ever had in the sport. There's no doubt about it. And he's down there on that starting line. You can just trust anything he says. It's going to be very, very touchy. If he feels it's going to be touchy, it's going to be that way.
And Frank will be our eyes and ears throughout the pit area, throughout our broadcast here on DirecTV of this Fram Nationals. He'll be going and diving right into the mechanical end of things and searching out the stories as they take place in the pits as we work our way through this single elimination style tournament. In all of our 4 Pro categories and in the sportsman racing as well, but in the 4 Pros particularly, we start with a 16 vehicle field, be it motorcycles or be it cars. We work our way down until there is a single champion, 4 rounds of racing. We are just a little bit behind schedule. If you have been with us all morning long, you know that our plans were to start at 8 o'clock or 8:30 rather, with the sportsman eliminations. Well, as a result of the rains that have plagued the Commerce, Georgia area over the last 3 days, we got a rather late start this morning, and also we lost a lot of elimination time on Saturday, and that's going to mean you folks at home are going to get a double bonus. We're going to jam-pack every bit of racing that we can get in the time allotted. Bill?
Yeah, we'll have to move it along today because the forecast is not that promising. We may still see some moisture coming in this afternoon sometime, so obviously every minute counts when the conditions hold up like this.
And we are not delaying things. You see on that vantage point, looking back at this huge operation and hospitality facility here at Atlanta Dragway, our first 2 cars are lined up underneath the bridge. The bright yellow van is the one that services the Pennzoil dragster of Eddie Hill, and his opponent is the Commercial Metal Fabricators car of Pat Dakin. On paper, at least, Sid Waterman, these are the closest 2 competitors, as Hill qualified number 8 and Pat Dakin number 9. Now, Hill will have the lane choice. The intriguing thing I notice here, Hill has selected the lane nearest our cameras. I'm a little surprised at that because a lot of people felt that the opposite lane, the far lane, was the one that was a bit better.
It seems that that's the case, no doubt about it.
All right, let's go down to the starting line. Pastor Ken Owen with this morning's invocation.
We thank you for the privilege and opportunity that we have to enjoy this great sport of Winston drag racing, and we thank you for the many sponsors that make this event possible. As we now prepare to enjoy the activities of this day, we pause to ask your special blessing upon all that is done. We pray especially for your safety and protection upon every driver and every crew member, every spectator and every official. For this and all of your many blessings, we will carefully give you thanks, and God bless the greatest fans in all of motorsports. Amen.
Thank you, Ken Owen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask you to remain standing for the singing of our national anthem. And joining me on the starting line from the great state of Tennessee, Sheila Massengill, part of the Dave Schultz Pro Stock Bike Racing team, who will sing our national anthem for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 16th annual running of the Fram Nationals here at Atlanta Dragway near Commerce, Georgia. And this is a moment I thought would never happen today when I got up at about 5 o'clock and the rain was falling. The skies were cloudy, and I thought, this is one that you're just going to have to cash in, and we'll try to bring it to you when it happens. But here we are, just about 40 minutes behind the scheduled start of round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. I'm Dave McClelland, along with Bill Stevens, Sid Waterman, and, of course, our guys outside the tower, Frank Hawley and Alan Reinhardt, and we welcome you to our direct TV coverage of this NHRA Winston Championship event. We have got you one great drag race coming, Sid, and it is going to be Pat Dakin and Eddie Hill, our first pair, and the engines are coming to life.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting round. I'll tell you, Eddie Hill is one of these kind of cars that will just step up and run a great number, or he'll smoke the tires. He's very, very unpredictable, but boy, what a great racer he is.
Yeah, and the conditions today certainly aren't going to help his consistency at all. Over on the other lane, Pat Dakin, here's a great story. Here's a guy who has been a perennial bottom feeder, but this year the performance in that dragster you're looking at right now has really come to the fore. In fact, he's running an Alan Johnson combination in that motor, and you never hear a drag racer say this, but he says he spent as much money as he possibly can on that engine.
Pat Dakin, along with his partner and crew chief Tom Cattleman, and a great deal of the credit has got to go to Cattleman and the tenacity and perseverance to get the car to run. The commercial metal fabricator's car is in the far lane. Here is Eddie Hill. At the age of 60, the oldest professional driver in motorsports that I know of today. The Silver Fox himself, Eddie Hill.
I believe that he's the oldest person to ever win a national event of any kind, and actually as far as any kind of a race, a professional race whatsoever.
Eddie had qualified with a 488. That was good for the number 8 spot. Gave him the lane choice, and as we talked earlier, he selected the lane nearest the camera.
In fact, talking about Eddie Hill's age, in 1994, the oldest based on age Top Fuel final, he and Connie Coletta. Remember that.
At the U.S. Nationals at Indianapolis, Pat Dakin qualified 9th. 492 on paper. This could be the closest race of the day, but I must say, gentlemen, I think you can just take paper and throw it all to the winds. What we have today is a brand new racetrack. Let's watch as Eddie Hill in the Pennzoil dragster, Pat Dakin in the commercial metal fabricator's car come into the staging beams. That's Ursie Hill directing Eddie just where she wants to. Well, that wasn't pretty, but it was a win, a 5:10 at 263. Back at the starting line, Pat Dakin is saying, well, we guessed wrong on that one, didn't we?
They certainly guessed wrong on it, but I'll tell you what, you talk about lucky. Eddie Hill dropped a cylinder at the hit of the throttle. It was on 7 cylinders. That's why it ate itself alive. He doesn't care how he got the win. He got the win, but I'll tell you, it wasn't pretty at all.
And it was expensive, I'm afraid. We'll see as the safety safari rolls out to check the racetrack, and it is unfortunate, but I think we've got some oil out on the track. Let's take a look. This is the start, and you see Pat Dakin blowing the tires off of it. You see the raw fuel coming out of the right-hand side of the engine on Eddie Hill. What is that? Sid, you talk about dropping a cylinder. What happens?
Well, there's several things that can happen. Most likely it spun the tire ever so slightly, and when they spin the tire, the fuel volume just goes to the moon, and the engine just can't burn all of it. So once it drops the cylinder, then it's on 7. When that happens, the boost goes up, you've got all kinds of problems.
So we also have a little bit of a delay right now as our safety safari, who had been working all morning long to prep this racetrack, gets pressed into service again. And what do they clean up now? Not water, but oil.
John Force mentioned earlier this morning when he joined us that we'll probably see lots of dropped cylinders today because of what you mentioned, Sid, that loss of traction. The engine just gets more fuel that it can burn, and bum, bada, boom, one after the other, you're losing power.
It's going to be especially tough for the funny cars because when they're already having problems. They were smoking the tires on the big end yesterday, and I'll tell you what, with the track conditions the way they are, the sun beating on it, and one thing we have to explain to the fans, the facts are that the rubber out there is black, the sun absorbs all the heat, track temperatures will run up to, I'm going to say, probably close to 120 degrees today.
Maybe even more than that if we get a little bit of the cloud cover to go away, and that's not good. We want the sunshine, don't get me wrong. We don't want rain. But the heat building up in this racetrack adds to the problem that the racer faces. It appears that our oil did not start until about the 1/8 of a mile. If there is anything good to come out of that, that is, it's down at the far end of the racing service. Down there, you see Alan Reinhardt and Eddie Hill. Big Al.
Well, Eddie, they're cleaning up the Pennzoil out of this thing. What happened?
Well, I don't know yet for sure, but what it felt like is it got loose and was spinning the tires. But I didn't see the other car, and I wasn't going to shut off as long as I was ahead. We needed the round wind bad, so I was just going to use it up and get through there the best I could.
Sid up in the tower said that it looked like it was on 7 cylinders from the hit. It was definitely a little weak.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. We sure been fighting that in this humidity, and also the track has been a little tricky, so we have to take a little clutch out to allow for that, and that makes it want to drop cylinders even worse. So it's kind of a damn if you do and damn if you don't deal. I don't know what the right answer is, but we're still trying to find it.
He's got one more guess, David.
And he's got the opportunity to try that guess in the next round, and that's the important thing. Hill advances with a 5:10. Bear in mind, lane choice in the subsequent rounds goes to the driver that had the quicker winning elapsed time the previous round. Here in the round number 1, lane choice goes to the quicker qualified car. That's why Eddie got an opportunity to pick his. A 5:10, well, that's not real good going into the second round because he will face the winner of the number 1 and 16 battle, Scott Coletta and Mike Dunn.
Well, I'll tell you, that's going to be a good race between Mike Dunn and Scott Coletta. Mike was on a great pass on Friday, and when he had some problems, about half track, but good enough to get him into the show, and they found the problems, and they're going to be tough.
Yeah, let's go back a little bit. Mike Dunn has had anything but a stellar season so far. Lost a lot of engines since the start of the season, and in fact, after they seemed to solve that problem, the car was running in the 480s, and Mike said, hey, you know what, we've got a consistent 480 car now, but 480 isn't fast enough.
Oh, it's definitely not fast enough. We all know that.
Well, you're seeing cars now consistently able to run in the 460s. That's the lovely Ursi Hill, Eddie's wife, with the fabled Texas Star earring. As on the racetrack, you see the Safety Safari working their magic. And the problem here is now you first got to get the oil up, then you have to restore the racing surface. And to do that, they press every piece of equipment into service here, including that tractor we talked about earlier, Sid.
Nobody does a better job than these guys, though. I'll tell you, the Safety Safari is absolutely the best there is, and they have actually taught all of the other forms of motorsports how to clean a track properly, because obviously we have more problems with oil downs than any kind of other form of motorsport.
Oh, the crowd enjoying the sunshine and the pleasant weather, and we hope it will last for hours and hours and hours.
Well, wouldn't that be nice? And the Safety Safari really deserves credit for the job they do, because Sid and Dave, we've seen it happen where in instances where the Safety Safari has gone up and cleaned a lane, your normal instinct would be, well, the next fellow to take lane choice would take the opposite lane. But the racers will tell you, sometimes they'll take the lane that the Safety Safari is just cleaned up.
Especially today, because let me tell you something, that track is hot. So what they're doing down there is actually cooling the track. You know, when they do all of their track preparation, they put the stuckum down and all the rest of the stuff. It actually makes the track better. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see more cars choose the left-hand side.
They're having a good time out in the grandstands. We hope you're enjoying it at home. We apologize not only for the rain delay, but also the problems. I have a favorite acronym for this sport. It's one that maybe comes after 35 plus years of announcing it. It's called TDR. That's drag racing, and that's exactly what you saw just now. We don't like to see it happen, but it does. Atmospheric conditions, tune-up, whatever, can sometimes stress these engines to the point that they deposit oil out on the track. Sid?
Well, you know, it's better than it used to be, because they now require a blanket that goes underneath the oil pan from the frame rail to frame rail. So when they do blow an engine, that would have been a lot worse in the old days when they didn't have that blanket. They would have meant oil all the way down the racetrack instead of just part.
All right, I'm going to show my age a little bit. Let's talk about the old days. If you had had an oil down anywhere comparable to this or even less in the old days, you might have gone half the day before you got a good lane back. But right now, the guys that are lined up over here, Larry Dixon, they haven't even had the attempt to move. They have the lane choice. They're staying right there because at the back of one of those vehicles, including the tractor, there's a huge amount of liquid rubber being sprayed down on the racing surface. It's contained in an alcohol base, so when the alcohol hits the hot racing surface, it instantly evaporates and leaves nothing but lots of sticky rubber. So the track, the lane, as Bill pointed out earlier, could be as good or better than it was before Eddie Hill oiled it down. Our pair waiting at the starting line is Larry Dixon at the wheel of the Miller Light car owned by Don Prudhomme. His opponent will be the Fram Double Guard Filter Special of Tommy Johnson Jr. He is coming in as an alternate for Mike Smith. Mike, the driver of his dad, Paul Smith, top fuel dragster, unable to answer the call. Some engine damage in the previous qualifying sessions kept him from making the field. Tommy Johnson Jr. coming in as an alternate, which indicates he didn't run quick enough to qualify. So if you talk about an unknown quantity, Bill Stevens, TJ Jr. is exactly that.
Tommy Johnson Jr., I guess you might say, is sort of lucky to be here this weekend. He's had a heck of a time this season. Obviously, he doesn't have a primary sponsor on the car. He's sort of been going race to race with it. He's been doing everything but the windows. I mean, he's the crew chief, probably working on the tune-up, the clutch. He's driving the big rig from race to race. So, yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys where if effort is any indication of success, watch out for him this weekend.
Well, you know, he did pick up a sponsor for the weekend. It was Fram and Our Light, and it's, you know, one of those situations. Look at the camera now. There's Don Prudhomme, obviously as nervous as when he used to drive. Probably,
I don't know.
more
I think
so.
he's more so. Look at him. He's chewing that gum. He knows we're talking about him, too. Did you see that? He glanced over at the camera. His driver, Larry Dixon, Rookie of the Year last season. And Don continuing his career in this sport that now dates beyond 30 years. One of the absolute superstars that drag racing has created. Don Prudhomme, car owner for driver Larry Dixon. Our cleanup just about completed. The guy in the blue shirt out there is Jim Van Dyke, the guy who heads up the Safety Safari operation under the direction of Steve Gibbs, the vice president of competition. They will not, and I repeat, will not send a car down the track until it is safe enough to run. Our fans are patient. We hope you at home are patient. I just got the word they have told him to fire him up. Tommy Johnson Jr., let me give you a little recap for the season. His best elapsed time all year long came at Houston about 3 weeks ago when he qualified in the number 8 spot and ran a 481. He's been as fast as 303 miles an hour. Let's take a look on paper. Larry Dixon's got him covered hands down. 475. His quickest elapsed time was at Pomona to start the year. His fastest speed came at Houston at 306. But again, we want to remind you, because of the rain this morning and the condition change, the Fram Double Guard Filter car of Tommy Johnson Jr. stands as good a chance as anybody.
But, you know, the problem with the Snakes car is he's been very inconsistent this year. They have gone out and they've run quite well, and then they come back and they smoke the tires for no particular reason.
The burnout, obviously, it doesn't take a lot to figure out. It gets the tires hot, it gets them clean, and you try to standardize things. It allows the engine to heat up to its normal operating temperature. So it really is kind of like, if you wanted to put it in the context of an oval track, it's a couple of 3 pace laps. This is the equivalent of the pace lap you see on oval racing. They'll be darting back and forth, left and right, heating up the tires. We just smoke them. We do the ultimate burning rubber routine.
It's interesting we talk about the importance of heat on the tires, because we'll go from saying that the burnout brings the tire to operating temperature, but if the track gets hot, they lose traction. Well, that's because it's a very narrow band of optimum temperature that we're talking about.
That was Wes Cerny in the sunglasses looking on. He is the crew chief on the Miller car of Larry Dixon and Don Prudhomme. Tommy Johnson Sr., the family operation over there on the Fram Double Guard car. They're both into the staging process. They'll light both lights at the top of the tree. That indicates to starter Rick Stewart they're ready. With loss of traction, Tommy just a little bit more. He came in with a respectable 5:38 at 2:27. I don't know. It's going to be towards the end of the session, I think, that we're going to find any 470 elapsed times. 5:03, the winning time for Larry Dixon, and that is the Miller crew headed down to pick him up, 284 miles an hour, as Dixon makes the turn at the far end of the racetrack. Sid?
Boy, another time, another vulnerable person. I mean, he could have gotten beat by just about anybody at that particular point. I tell you, that team is struggling this year.
You ever thought, Bill, that we may not see anything much better in a 5-0?
Boy, I mean, it's almost incredible when you look at the performances we've seen so far this season. Bernstein alone has broken the record twice, and yet today it looks as if everybody's going to struggle to crack into the fours.
When I made that statement, Sid wrinkled his nose and was shaking his head.
I'm sorry, no way. I mean, we're going to see we're definitely going to see a 470 or 480. Let's watch this on a replay.
Look at the
There
tire
you go.
shake on Dixon, though. Wow. I mean,
Big time tire shake. It looks like he had to pedal it once. There was a little bit of raw fuel coming out of the pipe, and when he backpedaled it, it cleaned the cylinder up, and that's what probably saved it. But there is damage. Take a look. He spun the tires out there in the middle as well. But there was damage to the motor. You saw a little flash of flame right there in the lights.
All right, let's explain to you folks at home, if you are not familiar with this sport, when we talk about a drop cylinder, that means that it failed to fire. The easiest way to spot that, Sid's not a genius, though he likes to think so, and he will tell us that. You can look at the exhaust pipes on one of these nitro cars, and when you see that white plume come out of the exhaust pipe, it is indicative of a dropped cylinder. And we're talking about a huge drop in power. And the generally accepted figure is somewhere around 5,500 to 6,500 horsepower out of one of these 500 cubic inches. As we have, you divide that by 8, and it'll tell you 600-700 horsepower loss when you drop the cylinder.
Yeah, you'll feel that in your butt right away. And the other thing is that there's so much fuel being delivered to these engines that plume is actually raw fuel that's coming out of that cylinder. What is it, about 50 or 60 gallons a minute those pumps will push through those motors?
Yeah, basically, we're running about a 55 to 60 gallon fuel system.
All right, guys, let me interrupt just a second here and head down to the pit area where our reporter, Frank Hawley, is located. Frank?
Right here is Bob Glidden, who's won more NHRA national events than any other driver in history, and he's the owner of a two-car team. Now, normally you'd think that owning a couple of these pro stock cars might be a real advantage, but if you take a look closely, these cars don't even have the same type of engines. Now, Billy, this is the car you're driving, and if you take a look, the engine's a lot different than the other one. What are we doing over here?
Well, this car right here is the 324 car. It's basically the guinea pig right now. We're trying to come up with our new wedge style engine, and it's pretty tough to develop an engine and maintain what you've got during the year. So right now Dad's running what we've always raced with, the Hemi, and we're using this car right now just to do track time and get data and just develop the wedge engine.
Now, as soon as this one gets developed, and suppose you go out there and out-qualify them or something this weekend, are we going to see one of these in your dad's car pretty soon?
I don't think that has to be asked more than once. No, it'd climb right on out of here, and we would copy this one. We've got 2 of these right now. We didn't feel that there was a need to build more than the 2 until we come up with something that's better than what we've already got. And we've run 3 engines. We've made 3 runs and run 3 different engines. We've run a Hemi, which was an older style Hemi, our prototype wedge, and then this is our new style wedge. I haven't made a very good run to this point yet, and but for sure this showed to be the best.
Well, maybe it'll be even better than the Hemi in the future.
Frank Hawley down in the Glidden camp, and we're back into action on the starting line. Here is the McDonald's car. That was Lee Beard starting the engine, the crew chief for Corey McClenathan. His opponent in this Top Fuel confrontation in round number 1 is the CarQuest entry of Bruce Sarver. Sarver and Kenny Motorsports out of Bakersfield, California, a rookie this season, but with a very talented crew chief in his right. Mike Klober turning the wrenches. He qualified 11th at a 494.
Don't be surprised to see an upset here, because this young man is ready. I mean, he's a great little driver. He doesn't have a lot of experience, and Mike Klober seems to have a handle on this car. It ran quite well yesterday, didn't hurt a single part, and they're up for it.
Corey Mack's the defending champion of this event. He ran a 478 in winning last year, which was the track record until this year. And Corey has yet to win a national event this season. He's one of those guys who likes to win early in the season, so it set the pace for the rest of the year. So a win here would hopefully bring this team at least into a psychological position to compete the rest of the season.
Corey Mack finished number 2 in the Winston chase. Hey, Lee Beard tells him, stop. I don't want you coming in further until you're ready. That's Mike Klober. We've talked about him. He is the crew chief, leading Bruce Sarver. The best performance out of Sarver thus far this season has been a 482. That came at Pomona. He qualified here at a 94. Corey Mack, though, has got a 474, also at Pomona, and he's got a runner-up finish to his credit, and that was at Phoenix, the second race of the year. That was one that almost happened. And Sarver let him get away when in the middle of the racetrack he started having problems with the car, slowed to a 5:05. So much for not getting good times today, and I don't blame Sidney for wrinkling his nose and shaking his head at me around earlier. 4:87 at 303 miles an hour for Corey Mack.
And I'll tell you what, I think Corey had to lift. When we show it back on replay, I believe you're going to see that he had to backpedal very quickly, which means he did a great driving job.
Well, we see Corey getting out of the car right now. You're right. It looked as if Corey had his hands more than full during that run. We'll see on replay right now that Bruce gets out on Corey. About 60 feet out, he's got maybe the nose of the car on him, but then Corey begins to come on in the mid-range.
Well, when Corey backpedaled, Bruce went right back around him, and then Corey's power overcame Bruce when they started having a little bit of problem down the racetrack.
Interesting thing to note. We'll get to that in a moment. Here's Alan down at the far end.
Out there.
Yeah, it is. I had to pedal her about probably 80, 90 feet out there, but we got this McDonald's. We're in the next round, and it's been 3 races. We made it past first round, so this is almost like winning a national event to me.
82 and over 300, even pedaling it. You've got something there.
Yeah, we do. I'll tell you, I want to make this 2 years in a row.
I'll correct Alan there. It was an 87, I believe, was the elapsed
That's
time.
it.
At 303, I'm not going to quibble over a few hundredths, and Corey Mack certainly won't.
Well, Corey's certainly confident, isn't he?
He is that. Here is John Mitchell's car. This is Andy Woods moving into the cockpit. Previously this season, Rod Fuller had been the driver of John Mitchell's Montana Express car. Connie Coletta, the number 3 qualifier, and the head man of the American International Airways team is in the opposite lane over on the other side of the racetrack. Connie had a great elapsed time as well, 4:78. For Andy Woods, you may recall he worked with the Jack Clark team for a while and actually drove that car for a period of time.
And he did a great job driving the car, as well as being he's a crew chief. He's been at just about everything on a top fuel car that there is, like from the bottom end man right to the parachute packer. Andy is a well-rounded individual.
Connie has certainly made it no secret that he wants to go for the championship this year. You'll remember that in the past, whenever he faced Scott head-to-head, to put it politely, he didn't put his best foot forward, we'll say. Not so this year. Connie has already run his career best so far this year with a 4.7.
The tuning expertise of his crew chief, Ed McCulloch, and, of course, Dick LaHaye, the crew chief on Sun Scott car, came into play there.
Yeah, but I believe we saw a backfire right down there about the 1,000-foot mark. Connie's car hurt itself. I'm sure they're going to find out at the other end the burst panel's open. Let's watch it in replay.
He had a pretty good run going. Here you can look in the far lane, and you see a dropped cylinder. See all that fuel coming out of the left-hand bank? Finally got the best of him as he got part way down track. And the burst panel we're talking about, Sid, you helped create that little device. What is it?
Well, basically what it is a 10-square-inch piece of metal that's put into the front of the manifold, and it's designed to relieve the pressure of an explosion before the explosion actually happens. And the best way to explain that is if the panel opens, there is no explosion because basically all pressure is vented out of this panel. And it's been a very successful device.
Has saved a huge amount of money for our racers, because when you explode one of those superchargers, not only do you take the supercharging device itself, but you'll lose all the fuel system lines, and of course you run the hazard of the debris getting out and hurting other things as well. Back at the starting line as Connie strips himself of his Simpson safety equipment, we have got the number 2 qualifier. Let's go down to Alan Reinhardt quickly.
Connie, the belt's off of it, the blower's off of it. You hurt this thing, and you don't care because you're going to the next round.
Yeah, I think the tires got loose out there and the motor revved up, and it was doing fine, and it just backfired.
This is nothing, right? You got a trailer full of parts.
Yeah, but you start losing the combination when you start losing blowers and stuff. So it's, we'll just have to see.
Back here at the starting line, it is Blaine Johnson, the number 2 qualifier. He's in the near lane. You are looking at Dave Prominence, the rookie in the Easy Care vehicle service contract car. And for Dave, what a thrill it is to qualify when names such as Kenny Bernstein and Joe Amato did not make the show.
Yeah, that is a great thing. I mean, he's really proud of himself, but he's got his hands full racing Blaine Johnson, who yesterday made one of the most spectacular runs I've ever seen a top fuel car make. Beautiful 476 run, had to backpedal it. The funny part about it, he says, I was prepared to backpedal, and just as I started, I felt it shake a little bit. Just as I started to lift, it quit, and it was pulling, but it was too late. I'd already gotten out of the throttle and back into it. Great run.
Well, Blaine Johnson has showed us that even on runs where the car is not hooked up perfectly and he's had to pedal, he's been able to get some enormous numbers up on the board. He has run consistent 466s this season. In fact, that 466 that he ran in Pomona was good enough to win that event, and ever since then, he just has been on a tick.
I think we're going to see our first 470 today.
Let me tell you, the 4 races conducted thus far in the Winston Series, he has qualified 3 times number 1, twice now number 2, this being the 5th event, so that's not a bad average. Blaine Johnson in the near lane, Dave Prominence in the far lane. And Dave Prominence with a big engine explosion and lots of fire out of it. Here's why we like it. With the driver sitting in front of the engine, you see the oil pumping out and continuing to burn, but now it finally subsides just a little bit. The parachute's intact, the tire's intact. That's one of the hazards when you get one of those engine explosions. As we'll watch, you have just seen the low elapsed time of the meet by the Travers Tool Company car here in the near lane. Look at the drop cylinder on the far side for Prominence. As Blaine Johnson disappears down track, here's the problem. Boy, on both banks, he's got raw fuel coming out. He dropped not 1, but 2 or more cylinders, he being Prominence in the far lane. We'll pick it up as our camera angle changes again, but Sid was quick to catch the loss of traction at mid-track.
He got, loss of traction by Alan Johnson, or Blaine Johnson, and just a wisp of tire smoke, but a 477, just what I said. I knew that car was going to run 470s.
We talked about it throughout this season. We've seen Blaine on runs that really weren't picture perfect, but you look at the scoreboard and the numbers are, well, they're a testimony to how talented that team is.
Oh, I tell you, Alan Johnson has just got such a grip on this race car right now. It is so consistent. I mean, he actually calls what the car is going to run before it does, and it happens almost every time.
Alan Reinhardt's at the far end of the racetrack, and you're looking at Dave Prominence, the rookie.
Dave, you told me last night you were going after it, and you did, but it didn't make it. Blew up, big ball of fire out there.
Yeah, I felt it laying over, and I was kind of hoping maybe something might, Blaine might have a little problem towards the end, so I stayed in it, and obviously we hurt a little bit, but, that's the way it goes when you're out here trying to run with the guys, the competitive guys that are out here, but we had Easy Care Automotive vehicle service contracts helped us out to get us to this race, and we're real proud of that. And we're just gonna take it back home, get it ready, and we'll get a little more help. We'll go to another national event.
That's one of those cases, Dave, where on Saturday you probably shut it off, but on Sunday you cross your fingers and hope for the best.
Just keep your foot on the floor, and as Alan says, hope for the best. Didn't happen here. Dave Prominence is an interesting story. So.
Oh, he was on their way here. A woman ran a red light and ran right into the side of their tow vehicle and destroyed, or actually didn't run into the side. They hit her because she ran the light. It destroyed the truck. The trailer broke loose, went into the camper, took out the camper, and I mean they had probably $30,000-$40,000 worth of damage. It was a very serious thing.
Major problems just getting here. What you're looking at right now is a change of lanes as the cleanup is taking place, and it is clear down at the far end of the track. Let's go again to Alan Reinhardt. He's with Blaine Johnson.
This is a huge opportunity for you to make some points.
Oh, yeah. With Kenny Bernstein, I qualify, and Angelo, I'm out of the same race. This is an excellent opportunity. If we go to the final, we can pile a real big lead out there. And we're just going to have to make it happen this weekend. Car's running great. It's very predictable. Been that way all weekend.
Were you trying to run a 77? We were talking about the different conditions, the weather changes. You were trying to go that fast?
Probably not really. We're probably shooting for more like an 81, 82 range. But sometimes this car's working so well, it's got the tune-up just dialed in, and it just runs what it wants to right now.
Well, here was a case where Blaine Johnson came out and proved for everybody else. Dave Prominence over to offer him congratulations. Dave Prominence, by the way, is a former boat drag racer in the nitro categories, and decided he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Eddie Hill, who had started in asphalt drag racing. Eddie, back in the late 50s and early 60s, was one of the superstars of that era, moved into the boat drags, became the fastest man ever on water at that time, and the whole thing came back to drag racing a few years ago and has won a Winston Championship. Well, now Dave Prominence wants to follow in his footsteps. What I was talking about a moment ago about the car switching lanes, this is Scott Coletta. Scott, the #1 qualifier, just watched a great 477 by Blaine Johnson. He had previously selected the lane that his dad was in, over in the lane furthest from the camera. But he made the option to say, no, 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 no. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go in the tracks where the 477 is.
Well, I tell you what, when you watch somebody like Blaine go down the racetrack and run a 477, you might as well put yourself in the same tire tracks. You know the track's capable of doing that.
It's intriguing indeed, the psychological effect that a good pass can have in a single lane. The engine now coming to life. You see them starting it. That is an electric starter that hooks onto the front of the supercharger, which in turn, when you spin that belt you're seeing turning around is the drive belt for the supercharger, which by spinning the supercharger turns the crankshaft. It gets the engine up to a speed at which it will fire. They pull the switch, throw the switch, and boom, here we go.
Yeah, they generally squirt just a tad of gasoline, which makes it much easier to fire. And as soon as the engine revs up, the fuel pump immediately has the ball in there.
It was interesting to hear Blaine Johnson mention how with Kenny Bernstein and Joe Amato not qualifying, that this gives him an open opportunity to put some distance between him and them. It hasn't been lost on the Johnson camp, the significance of Kenny Bernstein not being in the field.
Particularly when Blaine came into this race in the number 2 spot. He can
Really?
make up some big time distance.
He's already done it. I mean, he's already passed in the spot that he was. He already has enough points gained that he's gone past Kenny Bernstein. He'd love to pick like 4 more rounds and be another 40 points. That's tough.
All right, here is the Mopar car driven by this smiling young man, Mike Dunn, second-generation racer, the son of Jim Dunn, the owner of Kenji Okazaki's Moon Eyes Funny Car. Scott Coletta, you met him a little bit earlier in our pre-race interview up here in the tower. Now Scott's doing his job in his office. He also is in the airline business, owns a couple of free charter air services himself, along with his dad, of course, and the American International Airways team. The Mopar folks coming on board this year for car owner Darrell Gwynn. That is Jerry Gwynn, Darrell's dad, directing Mike into the spot.
Lest we get too preoccupied with the Kenny Bernstein-Blaine Johnson deal, Scott Coletta has proven that he can put a bunch of victories together in a real hurry, as he's shown over the past 2 seasons. So watch what he does this weekend.
And he always makes his charge late in the year.
He won't be charging far. Wow. Can you imagine the thoughts going through Blaine Johnson's mind? 483 at 278 miles an hour. Frank Bradley, who is the crew chief on the Mopar car, has to be absolutely ecstatic, because this performance is one that, as we get an opportunity now that Mike has made the race and has advanced to the next round, we'll have a chance to tell you. Watch this replay as you see everything going Mike Dunn's way.
Oh, look at the tire shake that happened to Scott Coletta. It was horrible tire shaking, and Dunn's car was as smooth as glass on the run.
Elapsed time, 483. You don't think he isn't a player? Only 278 miles an hour. And that 483 will give Mike Dunn the lane choice over Eddie Hill in round number 2. Scott's got to be disappointed. He is third at this moment in the Winston chase, but that could change drastically.
Yeah, boy, he just shot himself right in the foot. But we're left to wonder whether that tire shake and that loss of traction was the tune-up or the track.
It was very strange because it definitely shook the. I mean, it was just horrible tire shake. The vibration. I'm sure he has a headache.
Tough to put it on the track, guys, because you got to remember the car that went down right in front of him ran 477. The Jersey's car of Bob Vandergriff Jr., and here's the Smokin' Joe's entry of Jim Head. The thundering burnout, much shorter for Head as in years past. He used to do long, smoky burnouts, and almost I would describe them as abusive. I often thought that sometimes he shot himself in the foot with these long burnouts with extremely high RPM, so he shortened them up. They found that those big Goodyear tires will work just as good, not doing that super long burnout. Now, when we get to funny cars, maybe a different story there. The story here, though, is Bob Vandergriff. He has had a season thus far that we wouldn't wish on our worst enemies. Down at the far end of the racetrack, here's Alan.
Mike Dunn, where did that come from?
Well, we've been struggling all weekend, 179 miles an hour to get us in this show. We didn't have a whole lot of confidence coming in today, so we just, we rolled the dice a little bit, and we stepped on it, but obviously we stepped on it a little too hard. It ran good 1,000-foot mark. It nosed over big time. I was expecting him to come by, but luckily we got the win with our Mopar top fueler.
And I'm sure Blaine Johnson will be by to thank him, Dave.
I'm sure he is. Don't you think he's a little pumped up? Do you hear how fast he talked?
Let me tell you something. Mike Dunn has actually almost started a rule change in the NHRA because of oil downs. He's lost so many motors that they're considering changing the rules and penalizing drivers who don't oil on it.
Look at Bob Vandergriff in the Jersey's car. Oh, he's out smoking the tires. Great race to the finish, and Jim Head pulls it out by just a few hundredths of a second. Oh, my goodness. Vandergriff had exploded engines one right after another. He had gotten to the point, one point this season, he's on 7 consecutive runs and exploding engines. Mike Dunn had had the same problems in the latter part of last year, but here, everything was working good except the loss of traction. The reaction time advantage went to Bob Vandergriff Jr. You see the drop cylinder on the far side for Jim Head in the Smokin' Joe's car. Now it's a battle as to who can regain traction first, Sid.
Yeah, you see the smoking tires off of Bob Vandergriff's car, and as soon as he started smoking the tires, it dropped some cylinders. You lost all that horsepower, and he got beat right at the end.
That was the margin of victory in distance, just a few feet as Jim Head advances into round number 2.
Speaking of Jim Head, he's going to tomorrow, after this race is over with, he's going to come out here and do some severe testing. He's changing his whole engine combination to one, and apparently he's going to be getting some help from Alan Johnson.
Well, that's good. You get a little bit more parity in it as our next pair come to life. And a tough break indeed for the Jerseys team of Bob Vandergriff, but at least they made the show, made a creditable showing there. No shame here to lose traction or shake the tires. You've seen the best in the business do it.
Well, I'll tell you, it is no shame. They did do a great race this weekend, made some nice passes, and they didn't hurt any motors, and they're real happy about that.
Here's Rance McDaniel. And his opponent, Shelly Anderson. Now, Shelly says, look, guys, you can go out there and do all you want, run those 470s, do everything. I'm going to rely on my driving skill, the tune-up abilities of my crew chief, Larry Meyer, my dad, Brad, and watch out. I'll come up and whip you because she has qualified in the number 5 spot with a 481 at a speed of 304 miles an hour. Rance McDaniel back just a bit in qualifying, 497. He also had, on one of his qualifying efforts, some serious problems when he kicked the rod out the side of it. But Rance is the veteran in this sport. Shelly, the bright blonde, is also a veteran indeed, but there's a bit of disparity in the age.
Well, when you mention serious problems in Rance McDaniel and Shelly Anderson, I guess we all remember the Winter Nationals a couple of years ago in that bizarre final round when it didn't look as if either car was going to make it to the finish line. But Shelly won that race, and national event victories have been few and far between for her since then.
Here thus far this season, her best qualifying position was a number 4 spot at Phoenix. She's number 5 here. And her best lap time of 476. They both smoked the tires. Look at them get back on it.
Oh, a lot of ugly damage.
There's something about those two when they get together.
I tell you, this is what drag racing used to be like, smoking the tires all the way down the quarter mile. You heard the on again, off again throttle and Sid's instantaneous response. A lot of ugly damage there. What are we talking about?
Well, anytime you have to get in and out of the throttle like that, it confuses everything in the motor. The fuel system, we're going to be able to watch this on a replay. Watch as they leave. Both cars are, Rance starts to smoke the tires immediately. He gives up, but about that time, watch, there goes Shelly. He sees that and he jumps back in the throttle and tries to play catch up. All we're going to see is a lot of engine damage out of those two.
See, and the problem for Shelly is she does not know where Rance McDaniel is.
Right.
And she has to get back in the throttle just to protect position, if nothing else. She accomplishes that, but as Sid notes, there's a lot of damage, and the smoke coming out of that right-hand bank of cylinders is a good indicator of it. Our safety safari crew is going to do some checking out on the track to see exactly what its condition is. Well, that concludes the first round of Top Fuel, and it will be Shelly Anderson going off against Jim Head in round number 2. Corey McLenithan will pick his lane against Connie Coletta. It'll be Blaine Johnson with the low elapsed time of round number 1, a great 477. He has the opportunity to select his lane over Larry Dixon. And Mike Dunn, the shocker of them all, upset the number 1 qualifier from his 16th spot. His 483 will give him the pick over Eddie Hill.
Track conditions, the great equalizer. We're seeing some surprises here in the first round of Top Fuel. You mentioned Jim Head's going to be testing tomorrow after this event is over. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the other teams decide they may want to spend a little time getting a grip on this stuff.
Well, that is the one thing that is legal.
Hey, this is Ugga, the Georgia Bulldog mascot. Joining us here, and of course Athens, the home of the University of Georgia, right over just a few miles away. And the Bulldog coming over here and having a good time with us today.
Athens, really a neat little town.
Don't you like that?
Yeah, it's very, very nice.
I get the opportunity to go over and walk on the campus trying to exercise a little bit, and it is a beautiful campus indeed, and what a pleasure to stay over there.
Especially on Freaknik weekend.
Yeah, it is. We're way
It's a
north
blast.
of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we are through with the Top Fuel dragsters, and I must admit, if we had problems sticking those cars with those big wings and all the downforce that they provide in traction aids, our funny cars are going to be giving us some serious problems.
I'll tell you, we're going to see some serious problems. I don't think the funny cars are going to have an easy time going down at all.
All right, down to the far end of the racetrack, Allen's caught up with Shelly Anderson.
Shelly, that wasn't pretty, but I know you'll take it.
We'll take it. We haven't won around in 2 races, and the Western Auto people are here, and we'd like to end up in the winner's circle. Well, we did that here with our alcohol car, and we'd sure love to do it with our fuel car.
Looks like you may have killed it, but you'll make those sacrifices on Sunday.
Actually, it didn't hurt it at all. It blew the end gasket out on the front, and that's what the oil's from, so it's fine.
They'll be back for round 2.
That, of course, is the news that every racer and every team likes to hear. We'll be back for round number 2. The track itself is in good shape, so it is obvious that there was nothing coming out of the engine. Our funny cars waiting. That's Jeff Arend in the near lane and Cruz Pedregon in the far side. Sid?
Well, let me explain one thing about what she said, not hurting anything. That hit or that gasket didn't fall out.
Oh, sure it did.
Something definitely pushed that gasket out of there, and I'm sure when they get back and pull the heads off there, they're going to find some definitely pistons burnt.
Well, you know that that, of course, is just part of the challenge of this sport, is trying to get these engines into condition and shape to run round after round doing the same thing. Repeatability is a word that has crept into drag racing vocabulary here in the last few years, and that is being able to repeat. So if you run 477 in the first round, as Blaine Johnson did, our quick elapsed time, he wants to run 477 or a 76 or a 78 in the second, or better if he can. But you have to use a little bit of common sense as well. Sure, you could hop it up to turn the earth, but what are you going to gain except a lot of tire smoke out there?
Well, that's the whole case, and that's what everybody is so concerned about, is this track down there at half track. And once again, fortunately, the cloud cover is just enough that it's keeping the track from getting as hot as it could. It just comes and it goes, but it's a tricky racetrack. There's no 2 ways about it.
Well, the Safety Safari and Steve Gibbs are very aware of it, and a liberal dousing of the track surface with traction compound. That liquid rubber I was talking about a little bit earlier is currently being applied, and that's why the momentary delay is taking place, even though our funny cars are ready to go. It is Jeff Arend in the near lane. He is the Canadian driving the Paul Smith car, the McDonald's Pontiac, over on the far side. There's the Red Wing Shoes tractor, and not only does it spray down traction compound, it also applies rubber on its own. Oh, look at this. You get a little hot in the cockpit. Hey, maybe under the lights up here they'll furnish us those kind of fans. Huh?
Yeah, that's
you
a
sit
pretty
there and
trick
have a little battery-operated fan just blowing right inside the cockpit. Our producer, Jim Trace, just looked at me with a scowl and said, no fan for you, big guy. You just got to sit here and perspire.
Well, I've always said some of the best fans in drag racing are right here in Atlanta.
Oh, Stevens, you could have gone all day long without using that line. But that's a neat idea. I know what it's like to sit in a fire suit like that with a helmet on, and you just have this huge desire to get cool. Here is the graphic, and as we showed you earlier, or told you earlier rather, who's going to be running who. It will be Mike Dunn, who upset Scott Coletta in the first round. He'll be going off. And here's the other pairings, as you see, Johnson against Dixon, Connie Coletta against Corey McClenathan. It'll be Dunn versus Hill, and it is Jim Head against Shelly Anderson. The lane choice, by the way, in those cases, Connie Coletta will have the opportunity to watch Corey Mack pick which lane he wants. It'll be Blaine Johnson selecting the lane as we fire our first pair of funny cars against Larry Dixon. The Jim Head Shelly Anderson race, Head went a 5:09, Shelly went 6:04. Jim Head will pick them. And of course, Mike Dunn with a 4:83 gets the lane choice over Eddie Hill. Cruz Pedregon at the wheel of Coach Joe Gibbs, McDonald's Racing Pontiac. His opponent, Jeff Arend, at the wheel of the Paul Smith Drag Racing School entry.
But I'll tell you, Jeff Wren's got his hands full. A young Canadian boy, good driver, went to Paul's drag racing school, and Paul liked him so much, he said, hey, why don't you just drive my funny car? And has done a great job. Several rounds of competition, has done quite well, but he's got his hands full with Cruz Pedregon.
Oh, I think that is probably the understatement. The spread in qualifying here, 6 seconds. That's the smiling countenance of Jeff Arend. And don't think, though, that the 11:50 elapsed time is the best they can muster. That's far from the truth. The situation was, as we said, they had trouble. That, in fact, is the only run they made in qualifying. And when we lost the final session yesterday on Saturday because of the inclement weather, they did not have the opportunity to get out and test any further. This makes it doubly difficult, Bill Stevens, for Paul Smith, the super tuner and car owner for Jeff Arend, to figure out what to do.
I'm surprised one thing real quickly is they jump in there. Cruz took the right-hand lane. I'm a little shocked at that.
Let me ask you, Sid, with all the carnage we saw in round 1 there in Top Fuel, will that change the strategy? In other words, are these guys going to look at that racetrack and maybe plan on attacking the track a little differently?
Oh, I'm sure they're back there they've made adjustments already back in the staging lanes because they saw what was going on in Top Fuel. They knew that this track wasn't what it was on Friday or even yesterday morning.
Oh boy, upset in the making, and he pulls it off. How about this? Jeff Arend, the number 15 qualifier, takes out one of the top runners, the new speed record holder here at Atlanta. Paul Smith in the dark blue shirt, that's him. Oh, is he happy? Tommy Johnson Jr., or correction, not Tom, it's Tom Anderson, the crew chief on Al Hoffman's car, over to offer congrats. I'm stunned. Watch this in replay. The reaction time advantage was 0.06 of a second. That's how much of a starting line advantage Jeff Arend got over Cruz Pedregon. And then he outran him as well.
Yes, at the 60-foot time, actually, Cruz Pedregon had a better ET. But the 3:30, Jeff Arend had caught back up and run quicker. And right on down and outran him. The only thing is a 5:16 to a 5:15 for Cruz Pedregon.
Yeah, a whole shot victory, and it's somewhat ironic that Cruz has mentioned earlier this year that he's got to work on his reaction times. That red light that he committed earlier in the season, that 000 red light that he committed, really affected him psychologically, and he's stated that he's got to get on that light much tighter.
Well, he missed that one, I hate to say it, and I'm not taking anything away from him because having been racing my own car here lately, I know about reaction times, and I'm not anybody to criticize, I can guarantee you.
How about Paul Smith pulling that 5:16 out of the hat, folks?
How about that? That's from an 11:38 qualifying time to a 5:16. And of course, there's some bonus bucks coming his way, Paul Arend's way, from the Slick 50 folks, because it was a whole shot victory.
And there have been a bunch of them in all the 4 professional categories so far this year, so more money's going out the door.
Here's Tom Hoover and his Pioneer Electronics Dodge Avenger against Mark Oswald in the Dodge Avenger out of the In-N-Out Burgers sponsorship. Down at the far end, Alan and Jeff.
Jeff Arend, wow.
Well, I was right. I didn't see him. I kind of expected it, but the car ran really good. I have to hand it to Paul and the boys. They got it running real well.
That's 16 after you had the problem in qualifying. Where'd it come from?
Well, you know, with 16 cars here, so we didn't worry about qualifying so much, and he knows how to tune a car, Paul. He's very smart.
That also could be an understatement, as Paul Smith been around this sport a long time, not only working for other people as both crew chief and a driver, but now owning his own cars. Got another one he's helping here as well. Mark Oswald struck the tires. You saw the smoke come off of him as a result of the loss of traction. He got back in the throttle, though, and propelled himself to a 5:75, advanced to round number 2. What happened to Tom Hoover, Sid?
It was really hard to tell from here. It appears like he might have gone into tire shake. We'll see it here on replay and take a good look at it. They left with identical reaction times of 490, but I really can't see anything going on. He just flat clicks it off. I don't see any problem there whatsoever. At that particular point, he was pulling away because Mark was smoking the tires.
Well, from our vantage point here, it is difficult to tell. We certainly don't want to second guess anybody sitting inside the cockpit. He may have felt something going wrong with the car, an extra vibration, something along those lines.
Well, they've been having a lot of trouble this weekend. The funny cars have shaking very badly right off this starting line. So just the fact that nothing else did happen, that would have to be my guess.
It's tough enough to keep one of these running. Paul Smith is doing 2 of them, Bill Stevens.
Well, you know, they're one of the great families in drag racing. I mean, you put it right up there with the it is in terms of years in the sport. So obviously, with that kind of experience behind them, yeah, they can go toe-to-toe with maybe some of these better finance teams.
Well, here is the second car that Paul Smith is responsible for, and we're talking about Brad Platt. The Land Air Express and the Autolite car. Down at the far end, Alan Reinhardt.
Mark Oswald, a little lucky maybe.
Extremely lucky. I don't know what happened to Tom. I imagine he smoked the tires, but I tried to pedal it before it smoked the tires, but I still couldn't catch it.
It's tough with these real powerful cars when the track gets so tricky like this.
I don't know if we got a powerful car or not, to tell you the truth.
Well, I guess
there's honesty in action.
Hey, let me tell you, Diogenes would be happy with him for the search for an honest man. Well, I got to say, John Force may be a little bit nervous after watching what the Paul Smith-tuned funny car did to the number 2 qualifier. Here's the second one, as we said, Brad Platt, the Brewster and Platt entry against the Castrol car of Force.
You know it got his attention, that's for sure.
Well, it got his attention, one, that the Paul Smith driver was as good on the lights as he was. You cannot sit back and relax and say, oh, I'm going to give him 4 500s and then play catch-up when you run a 515. John, in the pre-race interview up here in the tower, said, you know, anything can happen in this sport, and it's when these guys way down at the bottom have those bad times, that's when he gets nervous.
He's going for his 5th consecutive victory here in Atlanta. John Force is lots of experience, one of the best drivers in this category. He can pedal, he can back off, he can back in the throttle, he can do whatever he needs to do to win the race.
Great example of a back pedal job.
Well, with Brad Platt out of the throttle, you could hear that one as John felt the car starting to shake the tires and spin them. That's exactly what Mark Oswald was talking about. He tried to catch it before he smoked the tires, says Oswald. John Force did just that.
And you wonder how they know that it's going to do that. What happens is they actually feel, let's watch this on replay, they'll actually feel the back of the car raise up when the tires start to spin because the tires grow. Right at that particular point here, you're going to see John whisk the tires briefly and jump out of the throttle.
It's much more visible in the evening hours when you can see the header flames coming out of the exhaust pipes on one of these nitro cars. But it is absolutely an incredible occurrence to me, having followed this sport as long as I have, that you can go out, lift out of the throttle and get back in it and still run 470s in a top fuel car. 5.0. So Force advanced to the next round. His time was like a 5:19. He is not going to be happy with that, but at least he has the opportunity to meet somebody in the second round. Here is the NEC Automobile Club of Southern California, and of course the J.C. Whitney folks helping out. Gary Denton and the other half of our Gary and Gary show. This is Gary Bolger, the driver of the Creasy family car, Dave Powers Homes, helping out their racing efforts this weekend.
Gary Bolger, probably one of our favorite racers in the whole world. Just a fun guy to be around, and I love the fact that they now have a computer in that car, which they didn't have for such a long time. And Gary's comment was, yeah, we put it in so we could go slower.
And it seems to be doing just that. Unfortunately for them, they have not really run that well since they put the computer in the car. Now, on the other hand, we've got Gary Densham over here, who's done a great job of rounding up some sponsorship. He's a school teacher, a great one at that, works well with the kids, and very, very popular young, guy. And I expect this car to go out and win this race. I really do believe that they have what it takes. They ran a great run yesterday. 5:13, about the best he's ever run in his life.
Gary Bolger, of course, when he refers to the computer, it is an on-board recording device, does not actually control any of the activities of the race car itself, but it gives him a chance to build a database on changes and what kind of effect they have. John Force will tell you, Gary Densham is the one racer out there that really makes him nervous. Here's why. 5:16 at 286 miles an hour. We saw no tire smoke. We saw no severe shake, at least from our vantage point. Maybe inside it was a little bit different. But Gary Densham and Gary Bolger put on a great race for the first few hundred feet. Bolger here in the near lane gave him everything you could ask for. Densham had about a car length lead as they passed our camera positions there.
Boy, I'll tell you, Densham's car carried the front end real bad off the starting line. He was very, very fortunate because it was moving all around on him, and he's lucky he didn't strike the tires when the wheels came back down.
We'll have to check our sheets here. That's the low ET of the round. If you carry it out to the thousandth, I believe we've got 2 5:16s in the bank so far.
Well, Jeff Arend has the other one, and of course John Force with a 5:19. Here's another teen waiting for someplace to happen on both sides of the track. The Moon Eyes car. Jim Dunn's the owner, Kenji Okazaki the driver. Del Worsham, the driver of the Worsham family Oldsmobile in the opposite lane. The bright yellow machine just waiting its chance to stage. Let's go down to the far end. Here's Alan.
Gary Densham, tell me something. You and Gary Bolger bet on every run down the track. Is it double when you race him?
Yeah, it's double when we race. We get the ET and we also get the wind light, and I bet we got both on that one.
You did a 16. This thing's running good.
Yeah, it is. I tell you, the guys got it running well. You know, NEC Auto Club, J.C. Whitney, you know, everybody's helping us out here in town. We got, you know, Shoney's, Mrs. Winters, Del Taco. Hey, you know, we're eating good. We're having a good time.
That smile's even bigger than normal, Dave.
It's hard to believe that it could get any bigger. Gary Dencham's quite a guy. He's been doing this for nearly 30 years. He is a school teacher in Southern California and has raced for at least 25 years that I know of. And this is the first time that he has had some sponsorship help behind him. And it is certainly proving to his advantage because the 5 teens are definitely there. There you saw Kenji Okazaki's picture. He is the Japanese national from Tokyo, Japan. And on paper and on record is the best lever off the starting line in funny car. Let's see if he can pull it off here. Oh, Worsham wastes it. The red light at the starting line. Del Worsham got nervous because he knew Kenji was going to be good on the lights, and he took a shot and lost it and didn't have to.
No, not at all. 337 light. He was real early. Unfortunately for Del, he just guessed at it. You just can't do that in this sport.
Worsham had qualified at a 5:15. If he had just run anywhere close to that, I think he probably had it. Look on replay. You see the red bulb showing. They both knew it, Bill.
Could have been a psychological factor, as you mentioned, Dave. Kenji definitely knocks that tree over every time he runs, and Del cut it a little bit too close that time.
570 by Okazaki. You say, oh, that's no good. He's got lane choice in the next round as the car of Mark Oswald, you remember, smoked the tires. He went a 575.
Yeah, I'm sure that Big Jim told him, look, you know, if something like that happens, go ahead and click it off. Jim's one of these kind of guys, don't go out there and try to get low ET every round and come back. He doesn't care what lane he's in.
Well, they have had problems earlier in the season anyway. We're talking about the Moon Eyes car. They have had some engine difficulties, and most of the time, I think, Sid, you would agree with this, most of the time those engine problems come in the last half of the racetrack. So if they're out there to save parts and pieces, they'll lift if they don't have to drive it through.
Well, they had a real serious problem early in the year. What they had was a broken fuel line, and we call it a flapper. And what happens, the line is broken internally, and as the fuel goes through, it actually closes the line off. And it took them a while to catch it. They lost, 3 or 4 blowers in a row, as I remember correctly.
Because the motor leaned down, right?
It would lean out, and of course, there was no fuel getting to the motor, and then it would just backfire.
Bill, who's up next?
Dean Scusa's moving in. He was the runner-up to John Force right here in 1994 in Atlanta. And his opponent in the first round of Nitro Funny Car is the second car of the John Force team, Tony Pedregon, who got the biggest round of applause in his career in Houston when he raced against John Force and tried to beat him, but lost.
Yeah.
All right, here's Tony in the second Castrol car. Down at the far end of the racetrack, let's go again. Alan Reinhardt.
Kenji, tell me something. Did you see the red light and shut off, or were you getting in trouble when you shut it off?
Oh, no, I saw my wind light down about 800 feet, you know, and at the same time he slowed down, he noticed, same time, you know, I noticed, and well, this is another way to win a race, you know. Seems like we got, you know, kind of lucky race in this season, but hey, that we count, we take it.
And believe it or not, you've got lane choice. Nice job, Dave.
Kenji Okazaki. I can remember when Kenji first came to this country and started driving funny cars for Jim Dunn. You think he's tough to understand now. I guarantee you really had to work at it and almost get a translator. Dean Scusa and Tony Pedregon. Tony, out of that fabled Pedregon racing family, is 30 years old. Dean, at the wheel of the Matco Tools car, is 28. These are rising stars in funny car competition.
Yeah, should mention that that runner-up position that Dean got here in 1994 is his first final round appearance ever, and could have won the race actually against John Force, but lit the tires up on smoke and it was all over.
Well, I'll tell you, Tony Pedregon is a great little driver, and this car has had problems all weekend long, smoking the tires between the 800 and 900 foot mark. Just keep an eye on it now, and you folks watch when he gets down about that point, if he sees if he has that problem again.
5:11 for Tony Pedregon. He outruns the time set by the big boss man, John Force. Speed of 300.50 miles an hour, the first 300-mile-an-hour run. I think this track's coming in, Sid.
I have to agree with you. It seems to be there's enough rubber getting down on the racetrack, and there's not quite enough sun on there to create any real problems. I think by the next round, we're going to really see some great ETs.
That 5:16 by Densham a moment ago, we thought, boy, that's going to give him a lane choice. Guess what?
Yeah, when you see a 5'11", you can almost expect it's going to be on a Castrol car, but this time it's not Force. It's his teammate, Tony Pedregon.
And what an opportunity for a young man like Tony to come in. His dad, of course, the late Frank Pedregon, one of the real pioneers of this sport on the West Coast. Here's the replay. And for about half track, Scusa and the Matco Tools car was right there, Sid.
He certainly was. It was a great race. In fact, at this particular point, it appears like Scusa has a bit of a lead, but the power of the Force Mobile, and that's what we got to call it, just came right on by.
John Medlin is the crew chief of record on the Tony Pedregon car, but don't kid yourself, Austin Coyle and Bernie Federley providing a lot of tune-up tips.
What a brain trust, huh? In fact, when you look around the funny car pits these days, you see some interesting alliances. For instance, over at the McDonald's pit, I mean, you got guys like Mike Green and Lee Beard and Dave Settles, and you've got Lance Larson working now on Dean Scusa's car. I guess they call him Mutt and Jeff. Hello, help me out here, guys. Help me out. Lance Larson.
Well, Bob Brandt was
and Bob Brandt.
Bob
yes.
is no longer with the team.
He's moved on. Here's an interesting story in the lane furthest from our camera. This is the Napa Auto Parts NGK car of Tim Wilkerson. Now, this car, you saw it in our recap of what went on here a year ago, because this was the Casey Spurlock car. The opponent for Wilkerson, who's 35, is 32-year-old Whit Bazemore out of Indianapolis, Indiana, picking up the sponsorship of Smoke and Joe's. He's got the Mustang running good.
Well, you know, not only does Tim Wilkerson have Casey Spurlock's car, he also has Casey Spurlock's crew chief in Ronnie Swearenge, and Ronnie is a great little guy, and he does a great job. They've only run a 5:26, but you can expect better out of this car.
Well, don't think any of these times set in qualifying are engraved in stone, as we've already seen. Jeff Arend has proven that when he took out Cruz Pedregon. The big shocker indeed. Round number 1 of funny cars. So this one is Tim Wilkerson in the far lane. In the near lane with Bazemore. Bazemore had the advantage, and
wow.
Let me tell you, Whit Bazemore caught him right in the lights. Tim Wilkerson, if I could offer a projection, and maybe Alan Reinhardt will be able to get over there, thought he had it won. He ran 5:39, was way ahead of him. He clicked it off to only 219 miles an hour. The margin of victory at the finish line was 39 thousandths of a second. What was the closing speed by Whit Bazemore? Watching this replay, the advantage off the starting line went to Whit. Now watch the car in the far lane. Wilkerson smokes the tires a little bit, recovers, gets out there, and boy, I mean, he's just driving away from Bazemore. He says, hey, I don't know where he is. He's long gone. Remember what I said about Shelley a while ago, why she couldn't lift? Look at this. He's lifted, and here comes Whit. Oops. Three-quarters of a car length with Bazemore running 286 miles an hour. Now, the car of Wilkerson, he is either in a state of shock or there maybe is something gone wrong. Let's talk to Whit Bazemore through Alan Reinhardt.
Whit, I don't know what happened to him, but you got lucky on that one because he had you out there.
We got very lucky, but I tell you, the Smokin' Joe's Ford team with Mobil 1 Oil, we're working awfully hard, but this car, I hate to say it, it's a dog right now, and I'm about the most unhappy I've ever been in my entire life, but we've got a good team, we've got great sponsorship, and we're certainly not giving up by any means. We're working hard to fix this car, but hey, this car is slow right now, and it isn't going to win any more rounds unless we can get it to perform the way we know we should be able to.
I never heard anybody call a camel a dog before, Dave.
Well, I think he's most unhappy, and it's evident in his voice and in the choice of words that the performance of the car is just not there. His partner and crew chief Rob Flynn will be spending a lot of time trying to sort out. Now, the cars run quick. We'll kind of do a little recap for you and see what Bazemore has run already this season.
Oh, he's had a great season. He ran quicker than they ever had last year with the same
All
car.
right. Let me
Candies
interrupt
and
you
Hughes.
something. I can see from our vantage point up here in the tower, our safety safari crew is laying down grease sweep from starting line to finish line in Tim Wilkerson's lane. We take back all of that stuff we said about maybe he thought he was so far ahead he could afford to lift. I don't think that was the case at all. I think he had mechanical problems. Hopefully Allen will be able to catch up with him. I know he's got to be disappointed, but there is a theory behind this that if you know it's going to blow up, you might as well lift and come back and race again another day. Here's Allen down there, and as you see, taking off his helmet is the driver of that Napa Auto Parts car. Allen?
Tim, even Whit didn't believe it. What happened out there?
It was hole inside the car was filling with smoke. There was oil spraying all over. I could see it. I didn't see him, and I didn't see him, and I didn't see him, and I figured, well, he must have broke. I drove it as far as I thought I should, but I guess I should have drove it further. My mistake.
Doesn't look like it's blown up. Any idea where the oil was coming from?
No. Man, there was a lot of smoke inside the car. I don't know. I'm not impressed with myself now. I'm sorry.
That's a tough break, Dave.
Well, I'll take back what I said. How about that?
No, I'll tell you what the smoke that he saw inside the car, I am sure. I mean, there was a little oil on the racetrack, but I'll bet you some of it was the tire smoke that we saw off of the tires and probably carried along with it. But in the same essence, it did hurt it. There's no doubt about it.
Let's also point out, he said in addition to the smoke, he was getting a lot of oil in there, too. So he knew that the thing was destroying itself. We can't give him too bad a rap, then I'm sure he's going to be hard on himself because you don't want to lose a round of racing.
Well, the reason he's hard on himself is the car was obviously still pulling.
Oh, sure.
Even though the oil was coming out, it was still pulling, and he knows if he just hung in there another 0.2 of a second, it was over.
All right, let's go down to Alan Reinhardt, and he has got an update for us on Tim Wilkerson's car as we look on as the crew's looking intently at the parts. Alan?
Well, what the story is down here, Dave, is apparently it pushed a seal out. The motor looks like it's fine. I don't think it even burned up any pistons, just had a crank seal come out of it, and then the oil started filling. I think most of the smoke behind the car was from the oil smoke. Tim said it didn't feel like it was smoking the tires out there, but I tell you, they are disappointed down here, Dave.
And justifiably so. In defense of Tim Wilkerson, though, it could be a situation that had he persisted for about another 5,000ths of a second, it would have been a ball of fire, and then you got some serious problems with these funny cars. So you make that judgmental call, Bill.
Let's go back for a moment to what Whit Bazemore said. He said he has never been this unhappy before. Now, you're talking about a guy who the last few seasons before he got that sponsorship was very unhappy. I mean, he was burning up race cars, was not qualifying well, was not going further than the first round when he did qualify. Now he's got the big sponsorship. The car's performing a whole lot better, but he's 2 full tenths out of being competitive here this weekend.
May I throw out for both of you one of the reasons why, and for you folks at home as well here on our direct TV broadcast, one of the reasons why Whit Bazemore might be a little upset with the performance of his car. First 3 races this year, a 512, a 517, a 517, the best performances. Then at Houston, he went out in the first round with a 530, and here we see him again mired in the 530s. That's why he's not happy, Sid.
No, not happy at all, and you can't blame him. That car has been running very, very well early part of the year, and somehow, somewhere along the way, they have lost that little combination. And it's so easy to do with today's car. It's just absolutely tough out there to have any kind of consistency whatsoever.
Well, we have one pair of funny cars remaining in this competition, as it is the Chuck Etchells, Al Hoffman car. Right behind them, Pro Stock Eliminator. Let me give you a little bit of a schedule update I was handed just a moment ago from the folks at NHRA. We'll be going to Pro Stock immediately following the completion of funny car competition, then Pro Stock Motorcycle. Then we get back into some sportsman racing. Round number 2 of Competition Eliminator. That ran round 1 yesterday. Stock Eliminator, round number 2, and Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car. These are the sequence in which things will be running. Then we go back into Top Fuel. And for you folks that are at home wanting to say, I need a little break, I got a couple of things to do, don't go far, because at about 2:15 Eastern Time, approximately, we should be right back here with round number 2 of Top Fuel Funny Car Pro Stock, and we start the sequence all over again. Got to give them about 90 minutes. That's the maximum, or the minimum amount of time, rather, that is allowed to get a car ready. It sometimes takes, because of what we have to do to get other categories run may stretch a little longer than that, but about 2:15 is the time they are projecting for round number 2 of our professional categories. But don't think we're going to be short on action, as we told you at the start of this show. Because of the rains over the last couple of days, a lot of sportsman racing that was scheduled to happen did not. This is the Parts America car out of the Western Auto sponsorship of Al Hoffman. His opponent is Chuck Etchell. Now, onboard cameras looking out from inside the race car. This is the Etchell's machine and his point of view from inside the cockpit. The driver's waiting. We're about 2 minutes away from the start of engines on our final pairs of funny cars. And, of course, Etchell's at the wheel of the Kendall GT1 Rug Docker Super Winch. And Winnebago's car, he's picked up a lot of sponsorship help over the winter, teaming up with Jim Epler, who campaigned a car all last year, coming on board and helping out as well, bringing his sponsorship dollars with him. This will be the final pair of funny cars, and again, we're about a minute and a half away at this moment. Bill?
And the winner of this particular race right here gets the privilege of running John Force in the next round. And let's just set the clock ahead a little bit here. Just work with me on this, okay? Let's assume that Force is able to get by either Hoffman or Etchell's. Taking a look at the rest of the ladder, shouldn't be that tough a day for John Force, all things being equal. It could happen.
All right, as we wait the opportunity to start these two cars, the final pair of funny cars, let's join Frank Hawley. He's got a bit of a look at the ET Bracket Series at a local track near you. Frank?
Most of the drag racing done at the NHRA tracks across the country is not done by Top Fuel cars. It's done by bracket cars. And the neat thing about NHRA bracket racing is that you can find a local track to compete at, and you don't need a Top Fuel dragster, an NHRA competitive car, to actually do it. You can race something great like this 1967 Camaro. And another thing good about the bracket series is that NHRA has put together a package called the Sears Craftsman ET Racing Series. And with me right now to talk about that is Graham Light. Graham, a little bit about how long this series has been around and how it started and actually how people get to compete in it.
Well, Frank, the series has been around for a number of years, and we, of course, are very thankful to Sears Craftsman for their participation in this series. And this is the biggest numbers of participants in any series that we promote in championship drag racing. There's tens of thousands of competitors compete annually throughout our 7 divisions throughout the year. Each division has a divisional championship where all the tracks put a team together and go to this one final runoff within that division. And it's a great program. It's a program that is really open to anybody that has a car. You know, ET bracket racing, that's the beauty of that form of racing, that you don't have to have the fastest car out there. It's an ET handicap. You establish your own index, and basically you have to try and cut a good light on the starting line and be consistent. And you too can go to that Sears Craftsman program, and the way to participate is just to contact their local racetrack. We have about 140 racetracks nationwide that participate in this program.
So there it is. You don't have to have a Top Fuel car. You don't have to have a great big sponsor. You don't have to have a big shop. You can take the car that you're driving every day to work and go to your local NHRA drag strip, and maybe you can end up being a Sears Craftsman ET Racing Series champion.
An interesting look indeed at the true grassroots of this sport. My son fortunate enough to win a few years ago one of those championships. Well, the engines have come to life for our final funny car pairs, Sid.
Well, I'll tell you, here's 2 cars that are not used to being qualified in these particular positions, number 8 and number 9. These cars are generally number 1, 2, or 3, and both have struggled big time all weekend long.
We're on board on the Parts America Haviland car. This is Al Hoffman's entry. Well, nice long turnout for Hoffman. And as the camera viewpoint showing through the front window of the Kendall GT1 car of Chuck Etchell. As Sid noted, 8th and 9th qualifiers indicate on paper at least this should be the closest race of the day. Hoffman with a 5:32, Etchell's with a 5:35, Bill.
And based on the performance so far we've seen this year, one of these 2 cars will probably present the biggest challenge to John Force to repeat as Winston champion.
There's Tim Richards, one of the best crew chiefs that ever walked on 2 legs. He put Joe Amato through 4 world championships. Although Joe won 5, he wasn't with him the 5th year. He is really talented. There's no doubt in my mind he's one of the best out there.
The Winston Select 10 indicates the top 10 drivers in the Winston point standings coming into events. They get paid a $2,000 bonus here in Funny Car. Al Hoffman comes in the second place, right behind John Force. Chuck Etchells is third, but Force has got a substantial lead coming in. He is certainly there. Sid, what were they doing?
Well, what he did there is he actually plugged the gauge in there to find out how much vacuum was between the butterflies and the top of the blower. That gives them an indication of how good the supercharger is. And on top of it, if the vacuum is down a little bit, they can adjust it by actually opening a little valve and increasing the amount of air so the engine will run a little bit quicker.
It's Chuck Etchells that's going to advance in the Winston points at the expense of Al Hoffman. Etchells came in with 259 points. Al Hoffman had 302 coming into this race, and that was worth 20 additional points for Chuck Etchells in the Kendall car as Hoffman just blew the tires off of it.
Let's take a look at it in replay. Looked like Hoffman had a little bit of distance here, about 60 feet to 100 feet out of the hole, and then suddenly all the traction goes right out into the Atlanta hillsides. That left the track pretty much wide open for Mr. Etchells to put himself into round number 2.
And it was the best run of the weekend for Chuck Etchells. You know, ran one of the best runs he's ever had this weekend for sure. 5:26 for the 9, and I'm sure they're very pleased with that. And then we'll go back. You know, they've run a little bit quicker each run now, and they'll go back, and Tim Richards will probably put it in the teens next round.
But guess what? They got to run John Force the next round. Good news, bad news type thing, right? You got the quicker elapsed time, and as a result, Force gets to pick the lane. So it'll be John Force against Chuck Etchells. Mark Oswald giving up lane choice to Kenji Okazaki when Oswald smoked the tires. Jeff Arend, the shocker of this race, against Whit Bazemore and Gary Densham and Tony Pedregon, rather. So both of the Castrol cars. In fact, they are on opposite sides of the ladder here in a few moments. When you see the pairings as they come up, you will have an opportunity to see that Tony Pedregon and John Force could meet in the final round as they are on the opposite side of the ladder, and that would prove interesting indeed.
You know, they raced each other once earlier. I think it was the third round, and they raced for it. And there was a lot of people thought it was going to be a throw me down. Tony was going to quit or whatever. Not a chance. They want to race each other.
And there's a wild card here. Jeff Arend could face Force in the final if he keeps putting 5/16s up on the board. Don't be surprised to see him around when the day's at its low point here.
All right, you're looking back at the staging lanes, and they're getting the cars ready, doing a final touch-up, making sure all the water's off of it. Of the Delco Freedom Battery car, we're getting ready to go into round 1 of Pro Stock, we promised you. Here's the ladders. It's going to be Force against Etchells, Mark Oswald against Kenji Okazaki, and the other side now, Jeff Arend and Whit Bazemore, Gary Densham, and Tony Pedregon. Certainly an interesting mix of drivers and cars. A lot of guys we haven't seen all that much of in round number 2 and possibly round 3 racing.
That Tony Pedregon Densham race is going to probably be a beauty. A 511 versus a 515. Those two cars are extremely equal.
And of course, Jeff Arend and Whit Bazemore, unless Whit can find that performance that they need, it may be a bit of a easy go of it for Arend if he can repeat. And if there is any kind of a difficulty for that team, it is being able to put together consistent 5-teen runs throughout the day. There's Ray Frank's car. He will be the first opponent for Kurt Johnson in round number 1 of Pro Stock. These are interesting vehicles indeed. I have had the opportunity to not only learn how to drive one, but I also got my Pro Stock license up at Roy Hill School. And I must say, my admiration level for Pro Stock race car drivers increased about 400% after I had the chance to learn how to do it. It's one thing to get it from A to B, as I can generally do without making terrible mistakes. It is a big difference between that and being a competitive racer.
Well, it's certainly one of the more popular categories in the National Hot Rod Association because people really relate to the brand identification of these cars. You can have Chevy fans, you can have Oldsmobile fans, you can have Pontiac fans, you can have Ford fans. And obviously that adds to the spectator interest.
Well, as far as the running of the engines is concerned, they're completely different than the fuel and funny cars. They depend on natural aspiration, and it's basically atmospheric pressure and gasoline and 2 carburetors. So it's really tough for these guys to tune to a track, far more so when the air conditions get bad than it is for the top fuel.
2 giant Holley carburetors sitting atop the manifold, a 500 cubic inch engine under the hood, as Sid pointed out. They run on racing gasoline. The new Pontiac Firebird of the Johnson family, the Delco Freedom battery car. This is Kurt Johnson. And Kurt, of course, the first driver in the 6-second zone with a Pro Stock car. Picked him up $25,000 bonus bucks from our friends at Holley, the manufacturers of carburetors that are used on these cars. Speed Pro Piston Rings also has a big bonus program up, and we have yet to award the $25,000 there, and it would go to the first Pro Stock driver to top 200 miles an hour. Hate to say it, folks, but I don't think we're going to see it here.
Not a chance, absolutely not. The air conditions are not good enough for a car to run that fast here.
Ray Franks, finalist in Houston just a few weeks ago against Mike Edwards. And let's go back to 1993, the first ever father and son Pro Stock final right on this drag strip with Kurt and his father Warren. Warren won the race, and you might remember the first thing that he said when he jumped out of the car at the far end, "Did I leave on the kid?" And he did.
Of course, everybody likes to win the war of reaction times, and in this category where there is probably more parity than there is in any other form of drag racing, with only, about 6 thousandths of a second, I guess, separating number 1 from, or 6 hundredths, let's make it that way, of a second. Let's see how it goes here, the number 8 and 9 qualifiers. Kurt Johnson with a nearly perfect reaction time, 4:01. 4:00 is perfect. That indicates the 4/10 of a second flash of the yellow light. 7:08 the winning time at 195. 7:13 the losing time by Ray Franks at 193 miles an hour. So Kurt Johnson, from his number 9 spot, advances into round number 2.
I will say this, a 4:01 reaction time, he didn't see green. He took a guess out of it. There's no way you can react. It's just virtually impossible.
Look at the advantage gained by Kurt Johnson off the starting line for Ray Franks. For all intents and purposes, unless the mistake was made by Kurt, the race was over. And there is the margin of victory at the finish. More than a car length, actually daylight separating the two. So it is now Kurt Johnson into round number 2 of our Pro Stock category. And here's the guy leading the Winston chase. That was Jim Yates a moment ago in the McDonald's car. He's taking on Troy Coughlin. Coughlin at the wheel of the Jakes mail order entry. Got the work cut out for him. He qualified 10th at a 7:08. And for the second generation racer out of the Coughlin family, he knows that Jim Yates, winner of the first 3 events this season, is going to be tough to beat.
It looked for a while as if Jim Yates was going to make a mockery of the Pro Stock battle, as starter Rick Stewart's having a few words now with the McDonald's team. He's walking over to Troy Coughlin now, as you can see, and he's instructing them to push back as well. Obviously some kind of difficulty down there, Mac.
And I didn't catch it as they were doing the burnouts. We'll see exactly what's going on, and both the drivers are being pushed back. It could be something to do with the sequence. We'll have the 2 cars pushed back, and then we'll try to get the word as to exactly what it is that's going on and why Rick Stewart, our official starter, moved them back. Again, it may be that they are out of sequence. I don't know. And it is because of all. And actually, we got hit by a lightning bolt out here on a Thursday night, I guess it was, and it caused a considerable amount of damage, not only to the electric system, but also to the phone system. It is an electronic problem, and they are going to be doing some work on it, and that's why they had to shut them off. Rick was advised via the racing radios, 2-way radio communication links between the timing tower and our starting line, that there was a problem, and so that's why they pushed them back, and we'll be back with them in just a few moments. We'll be trying to give you elapsed time and mile an hour on all of our runs, and give you the losers' times as well for you folks at home here on our direct TV coverage. So we don't know how long this little Bago car of John Kite, the car owner, and Mike Edwards, the crew chief and driver, winner at Houston earlier this year.
This should be a good run. You're looking at the defending champion, Mark Osborne, going up against the defending champion of the Houston Slick 50 Nationals just a few weeks ago, and both cars running very strong this season.
Mark Osborne and his Mama Rosa's Pizza Oldsmobile Cutlass. Of course, Pontiac and General Motors emphasizing the Pontiacs and the Firebirds now as their performance vehicle, but a lot of guys had been running Oldsmobiles for a number of years in drag racing, and they certainly liked the aerodynamics of the car. They were comfortable with them. They knew what they could do. They could make tuning changes in the chassis. Mark Osborne hoping to repeat here as his championship, his one and only, came here a year ago. Mike Edwards, an interesting story about Mike. I had the opportunity to talk with Mike in an interview situation, and he is as nervous as anybody can be. You can go out there and wheel one of these cars, cut good lights, cut big numbers, do all that kind of stuff. You put a microphone in his face, and I mean, he just chokes.
Yeah, but Mac, you have that effect on people.
I know I do. Everybody seizes up.
Well, I'll tell you what, I seized up the first couple times I worked with him.
How true, as everybody has that problem sometimes. But Mike Edwards will learn, particularly if he continues in the winner's circle. Let's watch as Mark Osborne in the near lane takes on the Houston champ, Mike Edwards, in the far lane. Everything going Mike Edwards' way on that one. He had a big advantage off the starting line, nearly 6/100ths of a second. He ran better at the finish line, 7:14 at 193 to a losing 7:17 at 193. So Edwards now starts his march to what he hopes will be another championship as he goes with a 7:13 win into round number 2. Next pair, Bruce Allen in the Slick 50 Pontiac. You're looking here at the Dynagear car of Steve Schmidt, the engine builder that supplies a lot of racing engines to various teams in competition. And Schmidt, the leader of the pack, using the Schmidt Ike racing motor.
You know, and he used to be in Competition Eliminator. That was his whole bag, and he builds a tremendous amount of engines for those guys as well as the Pro Stock thing. But boy, since he came into the Pro Stock wars and started building motors for them, there's been a lot of teams jump over there and buy his share of parts.
Well, Bruce Allen, of course, out of the team of Rare and Morrison, Bill Stevens, has fallen on very difficult times earlier this season and last year as well.
Quite reminiscent of the situation with Bob Glidden. At one time, Bruce Allen was a heavy favorite. Now he's a sentimental favorite. Just goes to show you how fickle drag racing can be.
Well, they laid out of the sport for a couple of years, and when they came back, they found things had changed radically. And it's taken this long, in fact, to get any kind of track record. Oh, a red light start by Steve Schmidt. There obviously was problems with the car as well. Bruce Allen got out close to the center line. He knew that he had won the race. If he didn't see the red light, he can see the wind light showing in his lane because it automatically displays on top of the scoreboard. Allen just shuts it off and goes through with an 872. Looked like Schmidt had some problems at the starting line. Rather strange red light.
Yeah, it was a very strange red light, and on top of it, it looked like it smoked the tires, which is really rare for a Pro Stock car. It was, I would have to say there was some kind of a malfunction there within the system.
So the 872 by Allen. Look at this on the far side. You see the smoking tires? Well, and the red light, as we said, he's gone. And Steve Schmidt losing in round number 1 to a big upset. Bruce Allen taking the win. Here's Tom Martino in the far lane, near lane. Calls himself the Flying Fat Man out of Okarche, Oklahoma. He is a car dealer, and I love his marketing approach. Your name could be here.
He's a funny guy. For a long time was a Pro Modified competitor and had a very dominant nitrous oxide powered car, Mark Carter, and now has moved into Pro Stock, and he's starting from the bottom, but he's willing to do it.
He's in the 13th spot in qualifying at a 7:08. Tom Martino out of Competition Eliminator as a driver, car owner. He and his wife Robin, look at them now. Here they are in Pro Stock, and a definite contender. Already runner-up once this year to Jim Yates at Phoenix at the ASCO National.
Well, I think whoever leaves on it is going to get the win this one. Pretty evenly matched. Reaction time definitely to Tom.
Martino pulled away easily using a big reaction time advantage of 6/100ths of a second and performance as well. 7:10 at 195, a losing 7:13 at 194. So Martino will be able to pick his lane in round number 2. His opponent will be Bruce Allen, and a great 7:10. That's competitive. The best we've seen so far. That's 7:08 by Kurt Johnson.
Yes, it is. You know, I tell you, Kurt made a nice pass.
Watch this. You saw the big starting line advantage. If they go past our camera position here, you'll see how much that amounted to. Sizable. full car length at least, and that's at about the 330-foot mark. There they passed 1,000 feet. There you see at the finish line, daylight showing between Tom Martino and Mark Carter. Next pair ready to go. Teammate of Jim Yates and the Dick Maskin motor, Chuck Harris, against Bob Glidden and the Ford Quality Care Pro.
Well, let's see if Bob is really... Oh, there he goes. Oh, whoa, what a lead for Chuck Harris.
Red light, that's why it looks good.
See, I told you.
Yeah, he was quick, huh? So quick, the red light's showing, and he wastes a 7:13. Bob Glidden goes 7:14 at 194 miles an hour. Harris had the advantage performance-wise, but just couldn't wait. The old veteran, with all those wins to his credit and 10 Winston Championship, you don't win 85 times in this sport without having some skills. Bob Glidden proved it with 7:14 at 194. He is in round number 2.
Well, what I started to say,
yes,
was it was going to be interesting to see if Bob is slowly sneaking up on the setup on that wedge motor. It's all the difference in the world to him to be able to get into the winner's circle as soon as that engine comes around.
But understand, Bill Glidden was the one that was running that engine and did not qualify. So right now it's still the old tried and true Hemi under the hood of that Ford. Here's Warren Johnson, qualified number 2, only 4,000th of a second back. He is at the wheel of the GM Performance Parts Pontiac. His opponent, the number 15 qualifier, Pete Williams, with a 7:09 elapsed time. We're checking the tire temperature. That little infrared gun under there gives them the tire temperature so they can maintain some consistency. They know exactly what's happening on every run, Sid.
Well, they go up to the starting line. They'll actually point that little gun at the track itself to find the hottest spot to put the tires.
Gentlemen, the upset of Pro Stock. Pete Williams, a 300th of a second advantage at the starting line, lays away again in round number 1. Warren Johnson, the reigning Winston champ, that is the 3rd time this season that Warren Johnson has lost in round number 1. Watch this. Look at the advantage gain. A 439 to a 468. Remember, 400 is perfect. Now, Warren Johnson was beaten at the finish line by 19 thousandths of a second. The winning time, a 7:08. The losing time, 7:07. They both ran 194 miles an hour, 19 thousandths of a second. That is the 4th time this year. I stand corrected.
Yep.
The 4th time this year, 4th consecutive race that Warren Johnson has gone out in round number 1.
And beaten on a hole shot. And if there's anybody in Pro Stock who's very sensitive to their reaction times, it is Warren Johnson. He is not going to be happy when he gets out of the car.
Well, no, he's not going to be happy at all. He's going to beat himself up real bad.
Here is the number 1 qualifier. He's in the lane nearest the camera, Tricky Ricky Smith. At the wheel of the Carrier Heating and Air Conditioning Golden Corral Pontiac Firebird. His opponent, the Pennzoil Pontiac, Jerry Ekman, doing the driving. Now this also would be a giant hole shot. Ekman qualified 16th. Ricky is number 1. 600ths of a second spread between the two cars. It was in the making. 7:08 for Ricky Smith, and I must say he has got to thank somebody because the car of Jerry Ekman got loose in the middle, moved out towards the guardrail, and when it did, he had to lift. But Ricky Smith was beaten off the starting line. His time was a 7:08 at 194. And 600ths of a second advantage to Jerry Ekman. He's got to be kicking himself.
Oh, I'll tell you, Ricky Smith, rare that you ever see anybody leave on Ricky Smith. He's one of the best leavers in the business, but he had a 494 reaction time, way off his normal pace.
Is there any chance, Sid, that knowing that he had such a performance advantage, he played the light soft on purpose?
I would doubt that. Not when you sit there and the other guy's only 200ths of a second behind you in qualifying.
Well, the point about this business is there was 600 separating the two. This is a sport that is sometimes a little difficult to have the repeatability you want. So not only is it a difficulty for you, but also for your opponent. He may actually improve. So you really can't just sit and wait. You gotta try your very best each time. Now, the refire of the two cars that we had to shut off because of the problem, it is Troy Coughlin against Jim Yates. Well, Jim Yates is back. There's no doubt about that. He had a good light, a 4:48. That's 0.04 of a second quicker than Troy Coughlin. Ran 7:08 in the process at 194 miles an hour. So Yates advances into the next round. He will have lane choice over Pete Williams. Take a look. As you see, Yates just getting away much quicker. He was 0.05 of a second quicker in 60 feet. Probably the indication there would be either a slipping clutch for Troy Coughlin, or possibly he was rattling the tires just a bit, got into some tire shake, some slippage, and losing traction. So the Pro Stock field is completed. We'll update it here in a few moments, but they're ready to go right now into Pro Stock Motorcycle. And here is the first pair of bikes as we aren't pausing at all. I told you earlier that as a result of the rain, they're going to keep the pressure on. They being the NHRA staff. Riddell Harris in the Harris Racing Suzuki is in the near lane. Paul Gast in the fast bike. Gast bike in the far lane. Advantage to Gast. He runs a 7:69. Riddell Harris at a 7:69. The difference in reaction time, 0.03 of a second, going to Paul Gast and the win. Riddell was much faster in speed, 179 miles an hour to a winning 174, but he couldn't make up the 0.03 of a second that he gave away. Next pair of bikes already fired and into the burnout procedure. As we watch here at the finish line, Riddell was closing on him hard. One bike length difference at the finish line. Reggie Showers driving. Some of these bike riders like to be called drivers, others want to be called riders. But the Bell Additives bike of Harry Lartigue and the Lartigue Racing Team qualified 10th. That's Reggie in the near lane. There's the Mac Tools Suzuki, ridden by Ron Ayers out of Greenville, North Carolina. Ron at the age of 49. Reggie from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is 31 years old.
And quite a story. Reggie Showers losing both legs as a child in a freak electrical accident. And look at what he's doing. He's riding motorcycles at 7 seconds at 180 miles an hour down the quarter mile.
And riding to a big advantage as well. See the body English there, Sid? We're going to put you on one of these Pro Stock bikes so you can come back sometime and tell all our folks at home on DirecTV what it's like.
I wouldn't sit on one of those cars or bikes in the pits.
Lap time for Reggie, a 7.7. I'm be afraid it'd start 7:73 at 175 miles an hour. So Reggie Showers advances into round number 2. Ron Ayers forced to shut off for some reason or another. Let's set the next pair. The NCN bike in the near lane, that is Rick Ward out of Ward Performance, an engine builder that supplies engines to a number of different teams in this category. John Smith, his opponent at the U.S. Nationals in 1995. He was the runner-up there out of Champlin, Minnesota. Brooklyn Park, Minnesota is Rick Ward's hometown. We told you we'd give you the pairings in Pro Stock. It'll be Ricky Smith against Kurt Johnson. And the lane choice going to Kurt. Tom Martino will be racing Bruce Allen. Martino gets the lane choice. It is Pete Williams and Jim Yates duking it out. And Yates gets the choice of lanes by a few thousands. Bob Glidden has the opportunity to give away his lane choice to Mike Ennis, who earned it with a quicker elapsed time. Here now, Pro Stock bike. Oh, so close at the finish. 0.04 of a second, and Rick Ward won it. 7:61. John Smith had the advantage off the starting line with a whole shot, 0.03 of a second. 7:61 to a 7:65. Both of them right at 175 miles an hour. The advantage went to the bike in the far lane. John Smith. Here he's got a lead. But it's closing fast. Now look at Rick Ward come on. 0.04 of a second was the margin of victory. Just about the diameter of the front wheel.
Boy, that was a great race, no doubt about it. Very, very close.
And notice, gentlemen, how the ETs so far, at least in what we've seen in this round, haven't really been living up to qualifications. And that 7:48 that Schultz ran to qualify number 1 is starting to look bigger and bigger.
Gary Tonglet, of course, these bikes, like our Pro Stock cars, very susceptible to the weather changes. They run on gasoline, they use carburetors, and a red light start by Gary Tonglet in the near lane gives Gino Scali the victory. Now, Tonglet was the 12th qualifier. Scali was number 5 spot. Getting quicker. How about a 7:58 and the speed a whopping 181 miles an hour.
Very, very impressive. 181 miles an hour. That's a great run by Gino.
So again, I want to remind everybody of the sequence of events here. We are into Pro Stock Motorcycle at the moment. We will move back into Sportsman Racing with round number 2 of Competition Eliminator. And then we go to round 2 of Stock and our alcohol categories before we come back into Top Fuel and Funny Car, projected about 50 to 55 minutes from now. Pizza John Mafaro, he will be in the lane nearest our camera. Hector the Hammer Arana. Hector on the Lucas Oil Products bike. Part of that Kendall GT1 racing team is Pizza John Mafaro.
Pizza John is getting it back together again, using some parts from Vance and Hines and Star Racing, and his performance has really been upgraded.
And he picked up a big gift right here. He had qualified 13th. Arana was much quicker in qualifying. Pizza John going 7:78, actually 0.04 of a second off his qualifying pace at 169. The red light by Hector Arana cost him any kind of hope for a win. He went through at a 7:93 elapsed time, speed of 175 miles an hour. Stevie Johnson has quite a mountain to climb. He is the rider of the Slick 50 bike in the near lane with a rather brilliantly painted helmet and motorcycle. And Steve had a lot of problems in qualifying. In fact, he did it on one run. He had difficulties both sessions. Friday, came back under the gun on Saturday, not knowing that we weren't going to have a second session. He was able to go out in the first run on Saturday and record an elapsed time of 7:76. That's good for the 14th spot. His opponent, the hottest guy on the Pro Stock bike circuit now, the rookie out of Vance and Hines Racing, Matt Hines, the son of Byron Hines. When I tell you the reaction times, you're going to be amazed. 4:17 for Steve Johnson, 4:31 for Matt Hines, but Hines got the performance all the way down the track. 7:53 at 181, 7:63 for Steve Johnson, a 1/1300th of a second improvement over his qualifying time. He just lost those 2 previous sessions on Friday and couldn't get the bike tuned to the racetrack. So Matt Hines advances with a great time.
Boy, he continues to be a big story. Now, this kid really hasn't ridden Pro Stock motorcycles very much. In fact, about a dozen runs to get licensed. And so far this year, he's qualified number 3 at the Gators, number 1 in Houston. And here he is going through the first round like a knife through butter.
Here's C.J. Smith. Smith out of Champlin, Minnesota. You notice the trend here, guys? There's a lot of these racers out of Minnesota. It gives them all that winter time, I guess, to work on the engines and try new trick things. But C.J. Smith with a Kawasaki. John Myers astride the Suzuki, the Star Racing Snap-on Tools entry. John, the number 2 qualifier at a 7.50. C.J., now this should be a wide spread in performance based on qualifying times. And we'll see how it does work out. Concentration level here has to be very high because you can't let the bike roll forward or backwards or you'll come out of the beam. Beautiful run by John Myers. 7:53, slows by 300ths off his qualifying time. At 172 miles an hour, C.J. Smith at a 7:83, 175. Very little speed there, Sid.
Yeah, it was strange. He fell off 8 miles an hour from his qualifying run. That's quite unusual, and I'm sure it's not atmospheric conditions that caused an 8-mile-an-hour drop.
Probably rolled out of the throttle a little bit, looked back and saw that there wasn't any competitor, but then again, that's not the norm for these guys. They run them all the way through because lane choice could be critical in the next round. Right now, it is Dave Schultz. You see him there astride the Sunoco Suzuki. He qualified number 1. We used to call them dry hop burnouts back when the Top Fuel and Funny Cars would do this, particularly funny cars. Lately, with the advent of the high gear only direct drive in our nitro cars, it tends to mess up the clutch setting. But with these multiple speed transmissions utilized by these very sophisticated pieces of racing equipment, our Pro Stock motorcycles, you find that they are still able to utilize the burnout to set the clutch and find out exactly what kind of traction they got.
Let's see what Myers, what Schultz does this time. Myers has low ET of the round so far with a 753. He was 200ths behind Schultz in qualifying. Let's see if Dave goes back into the 740s.
David Schultz, I think, gave away a lot at the starting line, but he gained it all back in the quarter mile. They matched their qualifying times exactly. 7:48 for David Schultz, 7:83 for Keith Freeman. Schultz running 178 miles an hour, not carrying big speeds. We've seen a couple of bikes over 180 miles an hour, but that didn't happen there. And 174 the speed for Keith Freeman. So we'll kind of update you on the pairings as we go on a little bit later in our Pro Stock Motorcycle Wars. Guys, we're heading into Competition Eliminator, one of my favorite categories of racing. Why? Well, there is a interesting story to be told here because this is handicap racing, and they go at full throttle all the way to the finish line. Larry Kopp is in the lane nearest the camera. He is running a class car called H Altered, according to the class designations. Todd France alongside of him, he is in a C Econo dragster. So you get a broad mix of the types of race cars, engine combinations. The classes are done power to, or cubic inch to weight rather. And in this case, the H Altered of Larry Kopp will get himself a good head start over Todd France. But it is all the way to the finish line racing. It is all the way to the finish line racing. Nobody has to lift because of a breakout. Making his way back up from the far end of the track, and to tell us about it, the win going to Larry Kopp at an 8:51, losing time 7:64 to 172. Here is my good pal Alan Reinhardt. Out of breath, guy?
Maybe just a little bit, Dave. Thank you very much. Boy, it was an interesting pro round, that first session. Of course, they'll be back a little bit later on with round number 2 as we continue on here. This is Competition Eliminator round number 2. They ran round 1 yesterday. And here comes John Lingenfelter, the A Econo dragster, one of those big mile-an-hour deals. Big Oldsmobile, single 4-barrel on this. The difference between, say, an A dragster and an A Econo dragster, there are many. The most obvious is the carburetors. An A dragster would have 2, and A Econo is limited to 1. That's Bo Nickens you're looking at. Out of the Q-Lube Racing Stables and Nickens Brothers Horsepower Emporium down in Houston. Bo's dad is David Nickens, the former Comp Eliminator Winston champion and pro stock competitor at this point. David working on his engine program a little bit before he gets back on the tour. And there's one for Bo. The red light's on. Lingenfelter gone. Bo Nickens takes a nice, easy cruise, 781. Only 143 miles an hour, so he clicked it a little early. 1500ths off his qualifying pace. What happens in comp is he got down there just as in the pro categories. Bo can't see the red light behind him, but when that red light comes on, his scoreboard win light also comes on. And when Bo looks up at the scoreboard, sees the win light, he knows what's going on. He's got the win, so he just clicks it off. Next up is Randy Daniels in the near lane in the Olds Cutlass. It's that Winnebago Oldsmobile. He's going to be taking on Kevin Robb out of Monton, Pennsylvania, the Thim and Kaiser Camaro. Handicap head start this time goes to the far lane. The trio countdown on his side first. The Camaro will be off and running. And then the Oldsmobile tries to run him down. There's the handicap start. Great light for Kevin Robb, and reaction time important in comp, just as it is in everything else. Even though reaction times come at a different time, that 505 light wasn't enough for Kevin. Randy Daniels chases him down at an 8:43, 158. Unlike in some of the other sportsman categories, like we were talking a lot about reaction time this morning in Super Comp, you can't make it up because you've got that index that you've got to worry about. In Competition Eliminator, if you have more power than the other guy, you can overcome a bad light and still get the win, just as in the pro categories, since there is no breakout factor involved here. Here's Brian Broel in his D Dragster, V6, 261-inch Chevrolet. How's that for a 6-cylinder? Watch this car run. Larry C. on the other side, the Fulton, Kentucky runner in his Olds Cutlass. Now this will be a big handicap. Better than a second head start goes to the Cutlass. Watch this. The dragster, the little V6, is going to try to chase down Larry C. Pulling into the staging beams. Now the Cutlass on the far side will get the green light first. Should be able to see the difference on the tree. Here we go. Huge. advantage. Cutlass out in front. And now Brian Brohl in the little dragster closing the gap. Here comes the dragster top end. Ran out of racetrack. 7:64 for Brian Brohl. I'd take that back. He didn't. The dragster gets the win. Boy, it was close. My eyes deceived me until I looked at the computer screen here. Brian saw it. You can see him clapping inside the car. 14 thousandths of a second at 173 miles an hour. And he knew he got the win. There is your Winston champ, Sal Biondo. In the Vinnie Barone car, he's going to face off with Frank Aragona. Biondo out of Maspeth, New York. That is a Firebird. It is Pontiac powered, another V6 car. Matter of fact, the engine in this car comes out of that David Nickens shop we were talking about a little earlier. Frank Aragona in the dragster. Buick powered machine down from Franklin Square, New York. And again, big handicap. A little over a second head start. Winston champ will be off and running. Good green light start on both sides this time. Sal's looking over his shoulder. Here comes the dragster trying to close the gap and did it. The Winston champ out. Frank Aragona goes 7:66. 174 miles an hour, and Aragona from the number 16 qualifying spot will head on into round number 3. Take a look at this car. That is a 4-cylinder Pontiac powered dragster. This is John Freck. Freck, who has been in the National Event Winner Circle down in Memphis most recently, out of Warren, Ohio. And if you're wondering, why would you build a 4-cylinder dragster? Well, John Freck is the number 1 qualifier here this weekend. These cars all qualify against their class index, and it's not uncommon for the slower cars to be higher qualified because you just have to run further under your index. Dave Dubbs on the other side, out of Germantown, Ohio. In the Phantom. Handicap head start this time goes to Freck. There's the head start, the little 4-cylinder dragster. Now Dave Duff's got to try to run him down. The altered closing in, top end. Does he have enough room? No. 8:38, 156 miles an hour for Freck. Duff's losing effort at 7:76 at 1:68. Here's your next pair. The Trans Am in the near lane is Wayne Hutton out of Portland, Tennessee. That's Old Blue. He's going to take on Larry Pritchett. Pritchett in that super modified car. It's 91 Calais. Good look right in the hood scoop of Wayne Hutton's car. They pull into stage. They're ready. Not a big handicap here, and this one is over before it starts. The red light's on. Larry Pritchett, the far lane, fouls out of here. Wayne Hutton will take the win light at 8:49 and 158 miles per hour. That could be the neatest comp eliminator car. It's definitely one of the top 2 in my book. That's Jerry Haas in his 1963 split window Corvette. And yes, it's the same Jerry Haas, the Pro Stock chassis builder that builds cars for so many of the other guys. Ran Pro Stock for a while, didn't like the 500-inch Wards particularly. That Corvette has a 632 cubic inch big block in it. This car will run into 6s, and it'll also run over 200 miles an hour. We've seen it happen. He was supposed to run Jerry Vergadamo, but the Thrilla apparently had problems with his little Ford Roadster and couldn't make it. So Haas, see if he'll just take an easy run here. There's 2 theories to a buy run. You can use it to test and drive the car hard, or you can just kind of ease on down, figuring if I have an automatic win, why tear up the equipment? We'll watch and listen. He drove it about 1,000 feet or so. Clicked it off early, a 719, 180 miles an hour. It looks like the old big block. Huffing a little smoke up there on the starting line. Had a chance to talk to Jerry Haas yesterday. He mentioned that she was getting tired. He was kind of hoping that it would get through this, but it was pulling oil up under the bottom of the manifold, and that's what causes that car to smoke. That'll take care of this round of competition eliminator. And no, you're not seeing double. You're seeing brothers. The Emmons gang comes to the starting line. Gary Emmons in the left side, or the near lane, and Speedy Emmons in the right. Now there are 4
alcohol funny car, and if my brain serves me right, we should be getting ready to go into the pro categories. And you have heard Sidney after his trek through the wilderness of the pit area here at Atlanta Dragway, and the folks saying the performances they figure will be just as good, if not better.
I did go back there and talk with Blaine Johnson and several of the other teams, but I was talking with Alan. I said, Alan, thanks for making me look good again. And he is just so good and so consistent on his calls that I can basically go to him and know what's going to happen. And it's really quite an incident. He's really a great crew chief.
It was a week ago we were at Rockingham for the Winston Select Invitational, and I can say that without a doubt, Blaine Johnson was the class of that field. He had consecutive 470 elapsed times. I asked him in the interview at the conclusion of the event that it seemed to me that Alan, his brother, and the crew chief on the car had a pretty good handle on it. He says that's the understatement. He says we really have this car working the way we want it, and when we make changes, it does what it is supposed to do. Now, about this time a year ago, Sid, everybody was battling those clutch disc woes, and Blaine Johnson paid the price just like everybody did.
They certainly had a lot of problems. Everybody, all the teams had terrible problems last year. And what was happening, folks, is they ran towards the end of a run of clutch disc, and when they get down towards the end, sometimes they're picked over just a little bit, and they were very, very hard discs, and the clutches wouldn't slip properly. That pulls the motor down, and that just changed everything. And I mean, you talk about terrible times. The frustration that these crew chiefs went through was just something to be called.
All right, here we have a race that appears to be the culmination of one of the marketing efforts here at the Fram Nationals called Race the Winner. Of course, John Force, one of the Fram Autolite cars in competition, strapping himself into a Pontiac. On the opposite side, and a Pontiac is a young lady by the name of Sherry. At least that's what it says on my screen. We'll try to find out a few more details about this.
Hey, how'd you like to go home, babe, and say, I beat John Force? Wouldn't that be fun?
The money would be fun, too, if it was in the final round of a national event.
The official car of the National Hot Rod Association.
He didn't like where he was lined up, folks. He had to back up and make a change.
Hey, he's just putting a little pressure on him. Force is in the car in the near lane.
I wonder if Sherry will stage last.
He is racing Sherry, who is the winner of the race staged by the folks at Fram. Force deep stages.
Trying to trick her.
And still got the advantage. Force out there. He apparently had it bogged on him. I say
Sherry
apparently.
goes on for her victory.
Force to be all over Coyle for that.
And look at this. Sherry takes the win. How about a 14.79 and 93 miles an hour, and race the champion. Winner is Sherry, and our congratulations to her as just a culmination, as we said, of the marketing effort. And this, the 16th annual Fram Nationals here at Atlanta Dragway. We're dragging our racetrack with the tractor. We want to welcome to our announce booth another great driver who is joining us here, and I hope will be able to stick with us throughout this entire session, as we have got Ron Capps, the driver of the Roger Prim Top Fuel Dragster, and Sid Waterman is exiting the area. Ron, have a seat, and we'll chat on this microphone. Welcome, my friend. How you doing?
It's great to be here. I'm doing fine. I'm glad the weather cleared up. We're going to have a chance to get this racing out of the way, and I'm glad to be here.
I know you are. I know you would much rather be driving the Roger Prim race car this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to run selected events this year, and we're working with some businesses now that we're going to try and work on a relationship. We have a couple meetings this week, and hopefully we can be out there by Memphis and run the rest of the year.
All right, you won your first race, and it was up at Seattle, Washington at the Northwest Nationals last year. It was done on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday, somewhere way down in the program. As we get the first pair of cars here in round number 2 fired up, describe for me the emotions that went through your mind the moment you knew you won.
Well, it was great. I faced a tough field. I had to run against Kenny Bernstein, Jim Head, Mike Dunn, and faced off against Corey. And ironically, I'd run it up to Corey here at the Fram Nationals, and we ran that as a rain delay on a Monday. And so I had Corey again to race in the finals up there in Seattle. It was a rain delay. I thought I had a good chance, and we returned the favor by taking him out up there in Seattle.
We are chatting with Ron Capps, the driver of the Roger Prim car, and this is one of the races they opted not to perform at. Jim Head in the Smokin' Joe's car, just completing his short burnout. Now Head is the somewhat surprise winner, upset victor, if you will, over Bob Vandergrift Jr. in round number 1. He ran a 5:09. Shelly Anderson, his opponent, had a 6:04. Remember against Rance McDaniel, that was the on-again, off-again race. Here's the Western Auto Parts America car of Shelly, her crew chief Larry Meyer. The guy you see bending over the engine there. Crew chiefs can make or break you in this sport.
Yeah, crew chiefs, they are the deal out here, and especially on a track like today where first round we had hardly any rubber out in the track. You know, it was all the crew chief who had the best handle on the clutch was the one who was going to take them out. There was a lot of tire smokers and a lot of having to grab the brake and that kind of thing. It's probably going to happen here again.
A lot of good Alan Johnson runs, though. Here's Jim Head and Shelly Anderson. Let's watch. Dropped cylinders abounding on both sides of the racetrack. Shelly lost hers at the moment of the touch of the throttle. Pretty much the same for Jim Head. Maybe you need a little more aggression out there. Don't know on the tune-up, but Shelly ran 5:10 at 278. Head just finally shut it off. He realized as Shelly was disappearing over the horizon practically, and he was still just at half track. Better just close it at the moment. 8:01 elapsed time for Jim Head. Our replay here is going to be inside the car of Shelly Anderson, right along in the Parts America machine. Needless to say, that is in slow motion. She ran 5:10, a real-time run. It would basically happen so quick for the average person sitting at home, Ron Capps, they'd say, what happened?
Yeah, and even though, you know, you get these people come out, and this weekend was neat because you had consecutive weekends after Rockingham, and that's the best thing for a driver. It's like you didn't even miss a beat. You come back out, it's time to race again. There's not a week in between. And you can tell in that run that Shelly, Larry Meyer, crew chief, had it pretty soft. It was a 9:50 60-foot time, so you can tell he just wanted to get it out there and get the job done.
Bill Stevens, here is what is developing into a real rivalry in Top Fuel.
Indeed, indeed. In fact, that gentleman right there in the foreground, Corey Mack, defeated our good friend Ron Capps at this event last year. Ron, any memories of that last run that you'd do over again if you had the chance?
No, our engine expired. We had some small clutch problems that week, and we were lucky to be there. And the weekend went.
Tell him you'd want to win it. Come on. What do you mean? If you had to relive again and you could write the scenario, say, sure, I'd win it.
That was the Roger Prim Racing's 4th start of the season. We went 300, went runner-up, and I couldn't ask for a better weekend, really.
All right, Corey McLenithan and the elder half of the Coletta team, Connie Coletta, American International Airways. Down at the far end of the track, Alan is with Shelly Anderson.
Shelly, you're staying lucky.
Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good. The Western Auto Havoline cars and the semis, it's the first time we've been there this year, and we'd sure like to win.
They know they're going to have to step it up this time, Mac.
Let's see what Corey McLenithan does. Will he step up with the McDonald's car? Oh, Connie is in hot pursuit. Look at this, 19 thousandths of a second, 490 for Corey Mack. He's going to pick up some bonus bucks because he won this one on a hole shot. He'll get the Slick 50 money. 488 for Connie Coletta. You saw the cylinder go away. I thought you were going to jump out of your seat. 284 the speed for Corey Mack, 293 for Connie. Look at this one in replay. From a driver's point of view, what's happening?
Well, Corey left on him big time, 480 to 518. Corey probably never saw him. I tell you, Connie's car made a charge at the end. I thought he was going to come back and get him at the end.
Right
yeah,
there.
There's a hole out, yeah. And all you can do on Sunday, if it's qualifying, you want to get out of the throttle because that's going to hurt things. But Sunday, it's right foot down until something happens, either wind light or it blows up.
You think he's going to be a little emotional down here? Look at him, just clawing for that release. Those D-rings on there can be the hardest thing in the world when you want to get it off in a rush.
And it's valuable Winston points. You know, we got the leaders out, and they're climbing up the ladder to the #1 spot.
Corey McLenithan advances into the next round. Here is Mike Dunn. The guy with the beard, that is Frank Bradley. Engineered the biggest upset of this weekend in Top Fuel when Mike Dunn came from the 16th spot to beat Scott Coletta. Here is the Pennzoil dragster. That is Eddie Hill. Now the Mopar machine. Daryl Gwynn, the owner, Mike Dunn, the driver.
This is actually, well, we'll get to that in just a minute. Let's go down to the end of the track to Alan Reinhardt, who's with Corey.
This time, Lee Beard's going to say thanks, Corey.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, we trade off back and forth through the year, and I'll tell you, they'll catch up. The guys are real tough, and they're good, and there's sometimes where I'm late on the starting line. But she was a dead player about half track, but as we say on race day, never lift.
Well, you know, Corey, it's been a long time since we've gone down the racetrack and not had either a wet puddle under the engine or a lot of fuel spilling out of the pipe, so they still haven't got the combination down perfectly yet.
Eddie Hill came in with a 488 in qualifying. He slowed to a 510 in the first round. But Mike Dunn ripped off that great 483 at only 278 miles an hour. If I were Hill, I'd be a little concerned right now.
Well, you never count out Frank Bradley, first of all. I mean, he's been out there since the beginning. It seems like Frank has always been a contender, and I think he's one of the best crew chiefs there is out there.
Let me quickly mention, in 1993, these two faced in the final. Mike cut a perfect light. Eddie still beat him. Not this time.
Oh, boy. You did. What was it Corey Mack just said? This is eliminations. You never lift.
That's right.
487 at 268 miles an hour. Dunn had 0.05 of a second advantage. Eddie Hill had dropped cylinders everywhere. 866 in 60 feet. I do think that the Mopar team car a bit aggressive, don't you? I don't think Frank Bradley backed off the tune-up at all on that one.
I think the starting pad's fine. I think once you get past the pad and out to mid-track is when we're all having problems. And when you get out there, you spin the tires and unloads the motor. Anytime you unload nitro, forget it.
All right, here is the replay. You'll see on the far side, look at all the raw fuel coming out of Eddie Hills. He's backing out a couple of times, shaking the tires. Here is Mike Dunn. It's not bad right here. I think a little later down track it starts to spin the tires, and that's what causes the motor to go into an over-rich condition. Now you see it starting to really annihilate itself, if you will. Fortunately for them, it didn't blow up, but there is a substantial amount of work to get ready for the Final Four as Mike Dunn and the Mopar machine of Daryl Gwynn gets the opportunity to test their skills against the opponent. Who will it be? Going to be Shelly Anderson. The lane choice here going to Dunn at a 483 in the first round, 487 there. That's the kind of consistency you need on race day. Ron Capps?
Yeah, especially here in Atlanta. That's a real good run for this time of the day here in Atlanta. And, you know, we got a great matchup coming up next. It's going to be a good battle for the points leaders here.
I'm not so sure Mike Dunn would be happy with those 480s, only because after all the problems he had earlier in this year keeping engines in that dragster, he said, hey, now we have a consistent mid-480s car. He said, but that's not fast enough to win. However, he's still in the hunt, and all he's done is 480s today.
See, that's the one thing about this sport of drag racing. Sometimes you say you got to have that really quick time to be a winner, but not always. Down at the far end, Alan Reinhardt.
Mike, you killed it, but you're in the semis.
Well, we killed it in the first round against Scotty, but the fuse was a little bit shorter that time. That's why it slowed down in 87. But, you know, we'll make some adjustments. We're still trying to get a baseline on this new combination. I got confidence in Frank Bradley. We'll come back next round, and we're just trying to take it, you know, one round at a time. I know it's an old cliche, but that's what you got to do to win these things.
Now, didn't you just tell Frank, all right, you can do anything you want next time?
Well, yeah, yeah, kind of. But Frank's kind of making a point here with us, and the point's well taken. I understand what he's talking about now, but we'll be all right. We'll get this Mopar top fueler back next round, and we'll be okay.
Hey, Dunn's having a good time, isn't he? And that's exactly what you want to do. Have fun with this as well. It was fun back in 1992 as we take a look back here at the Fram Nationals. Dunn's opponent in the Final Four this year is Shelly Anderson. Back in 1992, Shelly was in the finals in the alcohol dragster category. And this was a moment that will be long remembered by Shelly Anderson as she won her first ever national event title. That's her beating her helmet. Look at her jumping up and down. Her brother Randy, Jay Payne, and her dad Brad. Huh? Are you happy, Shelly? Mom Carol with a big hug. That's a look back. 1992 has been was quite a year for Shelly, and Atlanta Dragway certainly a place of fond memories. Ron Capps spoke of them for his team just a little bit ago when you said it was a year ago here. You ran your first ever 300-mile-an-hour run and your first ever final round appearance, finished runner-up to Corey Mack. So memories can be made on any racetrack, and Atlanta has certainly got their fair share of them, Bill.
In fact, Rance McDaniel, Joe Amato, and Pat Austin ran their first 300-mile-an-hour runs here in Atlanta as well.
You realize that since the first one was set, what was it now, 3 years ago, I think? Back
92?
92, 4
Right.
years ago. My, how time flies.
Yeah.
92, it was in Gainesville, Florida, that Kenny Bernstein ran the first 300-mile-an-hour pass. We have already exceeded, in both Top Fuel and Funny Car competition, the 600 mark as far as the number of runs over 300 miles an hour. And I must be candid with you, I can remember the headline across the top of Hot Rod magazine saying they won't run faster than 140 miles an hour and a quarter. Then it was 150, then 160, and finally they quit that. They realized we're losing this game fast, guys. Here it is, Top Fuel, the final pair in round number 2. This is Larry Dixon at the wheel of the Don Prudhomme Miller Lite car. His opponent, Blaine Johnson, driving the Travers Tool Company entry out of Johnson Racing. Blaine Johnson looking extremely good right now for the Winston Points chase, because coming into this race, Larry Dixon was in the number 6 spot in the Winston Select 10. Blaine has moved past Kenny Bernstein to regain the lead. Oh, this is a moment that Blaine hopes will end in his favor, Ron Capps.
Yeah, and it's no accident this car runs as good as it does. You know, I talked to Alan Johnson yesterday, and the important thing you need to remember is Alan makes a lot of his clutch parts and the levers in the car, whereas a lot of these other crew chiefs are buying them from manufacturers. So that's why that car, majority of the time, will go down the racetrack, even on a slippery track. You look back at their percentage of how many times it's gone down the track and made a good run this year, and probably by far more than anybody else.
These two guys met in the final round this past October at the Winston Select Finals in Pomona. We all know the results. It was Blaine Johnson's first national event victory, and my, how they have taken different paths since then. Dixon has been struggling, and Blaine has just been soaring.
Blaine won the Winter Nationals, backed up that win last year at the end of the season at Pomona with the start of the year victory. And for the Tool Company team, really a shot at a Winston championship, but not now. Upset time again. Oh my goodness. Just when you thought it was safe to come in out of the cold, somebody steps up, gets really aggressive, and Larry Dixon in the Miller Lite car of Don Prudhomme goes 478 at 299 miles an hour. Nearly identical times in 60 feet. The losing time by Blaine, 485 at 296. It just didn't have it on the big end, Ron Capps.
Yeah, you can see they left pretty close together. Larry left on Blaine a little bit.
He backed out of it.
Yeah, he had to back pedal it. And Larry's car is motoring. Wes Cerny has the hardest moving car mid-track that there is out there. The car really makes its move. Ran 253 at mid-track, and it only ran 299. I expected more speed out of it, but yeah, Blaine had to pedal it, and that's all you can do is hope for the best.
I hope you folks watching on DirecTV had the opportunity to see that, as it was a shot by Blaine Johnson. He had a good launch. They were identical in 60 feet as far as performance, but right past that 60-foot mark, he had to lift completely out of the throttle and get back in it. That's what cost him the shot at a win over Larry Dixon. So it will be Dixon against Corey McLenithan. Again, another big rivalry building as we get ready for Funny Car. And as we told you earlier, Mike Dunn will be challenging Shelly Anderson in the Final Four. Here we are in Funny Car competition, the In-N-Out Burger car. Bill Schultz, the owner and the crew chief. The driver, Mark Oswald. Down at the far end is a very happy, I would assume, Alan Reinhart, Larry Dixon.
He's about to jump out of his fire suit. Nice lap.
Man, I'm telling you, that's Wes Cerny and the whole Miller team. Those guys do a great job, and God, I mean, it's a real good advantage for us to everybody in the top 5's out of the points right now, and we're just going rounds trying to get that gold man at the end of the day.
I'm sure if Kenny Bernstein were here, he'd say thank you, too.
I'll take thank you from him anything.
Yeah, I would think so, too, as Kenny Bernstein is the guy now second to Blaine Johnson. Well, we're going to find a rather marked reshuffling, if you will, of the Winston point standings after this. Ron Capps, do you ever have a desire to drive one of these funny cars?
Yeah, that was actually my first love, to drive a funny car. And hopefully someday I'll have the chance. You know, as a kid, I used to go to Orange County and some of the tracks down in Southern California and watch all the big guns.
Okazaki with another hole shot, but he couldn't make it happen with the Moon Eyes car as Mark Oswald runs a great 5:28 at 276 miles an hour to put him into the Final Four, and a great showing by Oswald and Bill Schultz and the Over the Hill gang. And Kenji, unfortunately, couldn't get the performance out of the Moon Eyes machine to match his reaction time at the starting line, Bill Stevens.
It was apparent that Oswald and crew were going to have to step it up quite a bit in this round to at least be competitive as they headed toward the Final Four. They ran a 5:75 in the last round, which is miles away from what they need, so that 5:28 has got to look good to them.
You say you'd like to do this sometime. Anything in the future? Or right now you just want to get back at the wheel of the top fuel car?
Yeah, we're looking at all options right now. You know, racing is my life, and NHRA Winston drag racing is I live it, I sleep it, and breathe it, and there's nothing more I'd rather do than come out here and race.
Here's the Kendall GT1 car of Chuck Etchells, along with Super Winch and Rug Doctor in Winnebago. The opponent, John Force. As the burnout procedure continues, down at the far end, here's Alan Reinhardt.
Mark Oswald, it probably still isn't as fast as you'd like it, but hey, you're headed to the semis.
Yeah, we'll take whatever way we can get it.
5:28,
Pretty bad.
Well, as I said after the first round, Diogenes would love Mark Oswald, an honest man indeed. Certainly one of the more talented drivers in this business, and I think the important thing to remember about Oswald is his ability to relate to the tuner. What's going on in the race car? Do you and your crew chief, Terry Manser, try to talk a lot?
Yeah, but it gets kind of scary now with the computers you have on the car, because you think something happened, so you tell him at the other end. It turns out he comes back and looks at the computer and it didn't happen. So sometimes you just kind of shut up and wait and see if what happened. But most of the time, yeah, they get down there, they want to know what you felt. And Mark's real good at that. He works on the car a lot, and yeah, you're right, he's one of the best drivers there is out there.
That onboard recording device certainly ended a whole list of excuses the drivers could use, Bill.
Yeah, they're not probably that crazy about having one there because they can't sort of fudge their way through what happened. But it certainly has led to the increase in performance that we've seen in the categories of drag racing, because it has taken a lot of the guesswork out of putting the tune-up into the race cars. These two guys, they keep running into each other. A couple of final rounds already this year, the Gator Nationals, and in Phoenix, Force won both times. In fact, at the Gator Nationals, ran that 4.99 in the final round, the only 4-second pass of the weekend for Nitro Funny Cars.
Chuck Etchells trying to stop John Force, and that's like trying to halt a runaway train. 5:09, another 300-mile-an-hour blast. Oh, the Force man is strong indeed today. Sid Waterman back joining us. Chuck Etchells had a losing effort at a 5:23 at 290. Sid, I am doubly impressed with that two-car team out of Castrol.
Boy, they're doing a great job down there. Austin Coyle, Bernie Federle, and crew have really got that car humping. And I did go over and see Chuck Etchells, and their car shook violently the last run, and they have just not gotten a handle on this racetrack whatsoever.
You had the opportunity to watch from another vantage point. You surprised at Blaine Johnson's problems? First off, let's take a ride with Chuck Etchells. This is at real-time speed. The flare of the outside. Look at Force just off to the right-hand side of the windshield. That's it, folks. I mean, that's 5 seconds, and you just went almost 290 miles an hour. You a little surprised at Blaine Johnson losing in that round?
Oh, I sure was. I was over there, and they were extremely confident. But as soon as I saw it shaking, he had to lift and jump back in if the race was over. And, of course, Larry Dixon and group, to be able to pull out a run like that, you got to give him a tremendous amount of credit. Great job by call by Wes Cerny, the crew chief.
You remember Mark Oswald said 5:28 was terrible?
Yeah.
Why? Because he's now got to run John Force, who just went 5:0.
I know, he just raised the bar. The lowest ET we've seen so far in eliminations in Nitro Funny Car was that 5:11 that this gentleman ran in the last round. Tony Pedregon over in the other lane in the other Castrol car. So the 5:09, well, it betters the 5:11.
Ron Capps joining us here. You're looking at Gary Densham. You remember the smile he had on his face? Well, that was matched by Tony Pedregon with his 5:11. Ron, you guys have problems keeping one car running. Now, obviously, you don't have the financial backing of the folks at Castrol. We'll get to this in just a second because John is with Alan at the far end. Al?
Well, John, you ran 300. I guess if your other car did it, you had to show that you could too.
Yeah, and we really had a pretty soft coil. It gave me the deal to drive it off. I drove it 300-400 feet, stepped on the gas, it trucked, but the clutch hit weird. 800 feet it moved, and 1,000 foot it made another move. That's why I drove toward the center line.
Are you still upset about that other Trans Am thing?
Yeah, on that Fram race, I don't know how that lady beat me. I had a Pontiac, it had 1,000 gear shifts. Shifted it, it died. Shifted it, it died again. She did a great job, though.
Translate for us, Ron Cap.
Nobody speaks for us. But for us.
Here is Tony Pedregon in the second Castrol car. His opponent, the NEC Automobile Club, J.C. Whitney, entry of Gary Densham. As good as Densham's day has been, it's over. As Tony Pedregon takes a 5:15, 298-mile-an-hour win. Densham either backed it down or ran into tire shake. He went 5:32 at 265. And it is the Castrol machines moving to the Final Four. Sid?
Well, the one thing I'm sure he didn't do was back it down. Not when he's going to race one of the force mobiles. I mean, you just can't. You just got no way. He probably went for it and probably rattled the tires and he had to lift, I would guess.
So Tony Pedregon into round number 3, the Final Four, semifinal round of our single elimination tournament. And again, we are getting closer to the possibility of the 2 force machines meeting in the finals. That's Tony having jumped out of the car. He doesn't wait for anybody to get to him, including Alan Reinhardt. He's out with the helmet off saying, where's the microphone? Where's the microphone? His boss taught him well. Huh?
Here we go with Whit Bazemore taking on Jeff Aaron. And I was just down talking to Whit Bazemore just a little while ago, and if you'll remember after that last round when he looked so disgusted when they get out of the car because they're only running 530s and close to 540s, that same look was on his face, and I said, are you any closer to figure out what's going on? He said, not at all. He says, we think it's power. The car's not making power. It's not on the hookup. It's not on the tune-up. It's really just not there in terms of producing the horsepower they need.
Well, I'll tell you, sometimes that makes it real tough for the crew chief when he can't figure out where that horsepower's gone.
And you know what's interesting about this, if it's a loss of horsepower, it's not causing at least obvious damage to the engine. We're not seeing fires. We're not seeing oil.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole thing is, they say it's horsepower, but 9 times out of 10, it's in the bell housing. They think it's the horsepower, but 9 times out of 10, it's in the clutch.
Ron Capps looking like one of those little birds that used to sit on the package shelf of your car when Sid and I were in high school, not you, Ron. Called a dippy bird. Your head's just nodding up and down about that bell housing story.
Sid's absolutely right. That's 95% of the time. That's where the problem is. These motors are making a ton of power. It's just a matter of controlling it.
Well, you know what happens is the clutch doesn't do its job properly. Then the engine can't make the power that it's supposed to make because you're not working the motor as it's supposed to be made. And it just creates havoc.
Save that thought. When we have an opportunity to talk about it, we're going to get into it. They're jumping underneath the body of the Paul Smith Drag Racing School. Paul, the crew chief, car owner, engine tuner, and you could see the dissatisfaction on the crewman's face.
That was Mike Smith. That was Paul's son.
That's Paul's son who drove the Top Fuel dragster, attempted to qualify there, and they had the problems, and what let Tommy Johnson Jr. advance into the show. Something broke, so it's a freebie. And shut off early for Whit Bazemore. If he knows he's having problems, if he thinks it's horsepower and the potential of engine damage, what smarter move could you make than to save the parts and pieces?
Well, the car wasn't going anywhere. It just wasn't reacting. I mean, the ETs were way off, and he just said, why waste it? Because that's what would happen. It would hurt the motor by keeping on driving it. It was a single. Might as well give it away.
Tough break for Jeff Aaron, too. Well on his way to maybe the best day he's ever had in drag racing. Took out Cruz Pedregon with authority with a 5:16 in round 1. Had Whit Bazemore probably on the hip because Whit's been having problems, but as we just saw, obviously he couldn't answer the call.
So Paul Smith, his son Mike, and all the rest of the crew very, very disappointed as they had to shut him off. Ron Capps, we want to thank you for taking time out to come up and join us, and we look forward to seeing you in the Roger Prim car back on the racetrack.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be up here.
All right, Ron Capps, and we look forward to seeing him in the winner's circle again real soon as Sid Waterman comes back and regains his seat. Hope you're enjoying all this action. We're trying to bring you some personalities and, of course, every run that we can down this racetrack as this Fram Nationals unfolds for the 16th annual time. As it's been a great run, a lot of history, and every now and then we get a chance to go back and take a look at some of the history of this race. Well, our final 4 in funny car, Force against Oswald, Pedregon, Tony that is, against Bazemore. And I must say, if I were a wagering man, I would think that the 2 Force cars could very well meet in the final round.
Well, it certainly would be interesting if they do, and I tell you what, if they do, they're going to race for it.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no doubt in my mind about it whatsoever.
It's already happened once this year. They faced each other in Houston, and the second car almost beat the first car.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole thing about it is Force has a pretty sizable points lead, and because of that reason, I mean, if it was a real close, if he was behind or in second place or whatever, there might be a gimme, but in this circumstance, not so.
Here again, Big Al.
Whit Bazemore, you know as well as I do that if you don't figure out what's wrong with this car in a couple hours, your day's going to end.
Well, yeah, that's true. I can't believe we're here going into the third round at this Fram race, but you know, for the entire Smokin' Joe's team and everyone that's up there in the Winston suite, it's good. We'll take round wins any way we can get them, because I've certainly been on the other side where we've had huge leads and had something crazy go wrong and we've gotten beaten. So we'll take it any way we can get it.
And I heard him say, Dave, that it rattled the tires out there, so he just clicked it off since he knew he had the win in the bag.
As we discussed here in the tower, that's exactly what we anticipated. Back at the starting line, clouds of smoke and not engine smoke coming off the tires of our Pro Stock cars. It is Bob Glidden and his Ford Probe out of the Ford Quality Care sponsorship. His opponent, the winner at Houston, and the Slick 50 national champ Mike Edwards driving the John Kite Oldsmobile Cutlass. On paper, you got to go with Edwards. Emotionally, you might want to say, hey, I'd like to see Glidden win yet another one.
How long has it been?
Well, last time he won here was 1991. He fell on hard times there for a few years. I don't think there's any doubt about it. He will be the first to admit it. And used to be just like clockwork. He'd pick up 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 wins a season sometimes, however many it would be.
I don't believe he got any at all last year, did he?
No, I don't believe he did either.
Nope. Shut out.
Mr. Stats, huh?
He was shut out last year, yes, sir.
For Mike Edwards, he's already got his first title this year. Bob Glidden trying to win the first of the season. Just not there on horsepower. Mike Edwards running 709 at 194 miles an hour as Bob Glidden trailing with a 714, 193 speed. Edwards now into the final four yet again. Since this team was formed at the start of the season, George Marnell and John Kite were partners a year ago with Mike Edwards, the crew chief. They are utilizing a Steve Schmidt engine, and Mike was doing some tuning. They had an opportunity to run 2 cars at one time. Mike drove it. When George Marnell and John Kite split up at the end of last year and went their separate ways, Mike Edwards was brought on board as the driver of the Kite car. 1 win already. Here's the semifinal round appearance. Tom Martino, and my favorite cliche, and I'll use a million of them before the day is over, but one of my favorites at least, is a win looking for some place to happen. He knows how to win because he was a champion in competition eliminator.
Indeed, and is probably one of the top considerations for NHRA Rookie of the Year, based just on the first 5 events so far.
Bruce Allen is anything but a rookie, but his last win came in 1992 up at San Air at the previous Grand National. Good race. Allen had the hole shot. Martino had the horsepower. 708 at 194, a 717 at 193 for Bruce Allen in the Slick 50 car. So Tom Martino goes to the semifinal round yet again. Here is Jim Yates, winner of the first 3 events this season. In the McDonald's Pontiac, he is leading in the Winston points chase by a substantial margin. Even though he had mechanical problems down at Houston, actually sheared the bolts off the cam gear drive in the front. So the gear and the cam went their separate ways. And
Boy,
we question why it stopped.
I'll tell you what, that gets real expensive. A lot of bent valves and valve train problems. That gets real expensive.
Bad things happen inside when that goes on. Pete Williams, the opponent out of Cottondale, Alabama. Former mountain motor style of racer, and Pete deciding a couple of years ago he wanted to dabble in the 500 cubic inch maximum displacement engines in Pro Stock, and here he is up against Jim Yates. Red light start by Pete Williams. He missed it by 0.05 of a second. Here comes Jim Yates. 7:05, and with Warren Johnson out, everybody thought it was going to be a shoe-in for a Winston Championship this year. Wrong. He's gone out for 4 consecutive races in round number 1, he being WJ. Jim Yates, 7:05 at 195, 7:12 at 193 for Pete Williams. So Kurt Johnson and Ricky Smith get a chance to do it. Now you can figure if Dad Warren had a little bit better engine in his car, I would think it's now inside this gold and black machine, the Delco Freedom Battery.
Not too much doubt about that. If there's a better motor in that camp, it is right now in this Delco car. There's no doubt about it.
Here is one of the teammates of the Jim Yates Racing team to challenge this man, Ricky Smith, at the wheel of the Carrier Heating and Air Conditioning Golden Corral Pontiac. And we had Ricky up here a bit earlier, and you could tell, you could just see the pride of qualifying #1 for all the years that Ricky has been racing. This is the first NHRA #1 qualifying position he has ever had.
Sure, winning's nothing new to him, an IHRA champion. But I was just down talking to Chuck Harris, down in the pits a little while ago. My Cape Cod neighbor lives in the next village to me on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Village of West Barnstable.
You mean the state's so small you don't have towns and cities?
We do, but
villages?
You got to be bigger to be a town or a city, which is
I see.
I'll bet my village is smaller than your village.
You may be right. But anyway, I said, Chuck, I'm surprised that Rick qualified so well. He said no, and he said it won't be the last time this season that you see it happen.
I would agree there. Rick Smith using the Jim Yates Dick Maskin motor. Right now there are two major suppliers of engines that are available for purchase and or lease, primarily a lease program. That is the Maskin Yates team and the Schmidt Eike camp. Of course, the Johnson family does their own thing and doesn't even let anybody look and see what they're doing.
No, that's a real well-kept secret over there in that Johnson camp.
Well, let's see if it can prevail over the Richard Maskin horsepower, it being the motor that is in the Pontiac, driven by Kurt Johnson, Warren's son. Ricky Smith in a red light start as Kurt Johnson gets the win at a 7:09, 194-mile-an-hour charge. If I can guess right by looking at the antics of starter Rick Stewart, he waited and he waited and he waited, and Ricky Smith never made it into the staging beams, and the tree was activated. So a 7:09 by Kurt Johnson, keeping pace with the rest of the world, as Ricky just probably got a little bit too long down there at the starting line in getting staged. All right, before we get into Pro Stock Motorcycles, let's go down to the alcohol pit area, and Frank Hawley's got a story. Frank?
Undefeated in 23 rounds of NHRA competition in alcohol funny cars, Tony Bartone. And come on, give us a smile. How can you have a year that good and look this serious?
Well, I'm trying to stay focused and not think about the amount of runs that we won. What we did the last round and last weekend doesn't matter. What matters to me is the next round, and I'm just going to stay focused and drive the car as best I can in the next round.
It's obviously a team effort. The car's running great. You're driving real well. Are you at all worried about losing that combination?
Well, you know, we've had a little bit of racing luck this year. When the car hasn't been up to par, I've been good, and when I haven't been up to par, the car's been good. So we've got that racing luck going, and everything is clicking.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we are in Pro Stock Motorcycle, and the red light start was on the far side, and Gino Scali wasted a 766. A 780 by Pizza John Mafaro, and he advances into the semifinal round. We are in round number 2 of Pro Stock Motorcycle. 1,000th of a second, said Waterman. Gino Scali wasted it.
Less than a blink of an eye. Absolutely amazing. A 3:99 reaction time, a perfect as 4.0. Obviously, he guessed, but you know those bikes, they move extremely quickly the first few inches, and it doesn't take much for a red light to happen.
I've heard guys say they're hanging on for dear life. 600 pounds with rider, about 250 horsepower. And these bikes are very reflective of their Pro Stock automobile brethren. They have 60-foot times that are just about as quick as the four-wheel versions of these things. So, yeah, I mean, when they leave, they leave.
All right, we were right in our assumption on the Ricky Smith incident. As I said, from our camera angle, we had very little view of it, but Ricky just very, very negligent in his staging procedure, and starter Rick Smith said, that's enough, and bang, the red light comes on, and Kurt Johnson got the single. Here is Reggie Showers riding Harry Lartigue's motorcycle. John Myers alongside. Myers in the Pro Stock bike out of Star Racing. George Bryce, the engine builder. Again, the problem with Reggie Showers as the single going basically to John Myers and the motorcycle of Reggie Showers having problems, Bill Stevens.
And there is only our second competitor in Pro Stock Bike to run a 740 this weekend. John Myers with a 749. Schultz, Dave Schultz has run 2 748s. Myers is right behind.
It kind of appears like Rick Stewart had to do it again, but I'm not sure.
Not sure. Our
we'll get the
viewpoint there, we'll try to get the information on that as well. Rick Ward now up against this young man, the son of Byron Hines. You know the name Vance and Hines? Well, this is the newest venture by that team. After Terry Vance retired a few years ago, they were basically absent as a team from Pro Stock Motorcycle Racing. They did compete with some customer using their product, but this time it is right back again with Byron doing the engine building, and this time his son Matt doing the riding, and it is a red light start for Matt Hines. Rookie season for Matt coming to an abrupt end, at least here at the Fram Nationals. He goes 763 and 177. He may have needed that. 762 by Rick Ward, which certainly was a substantial run under the conditions as they are at 176. But bear in mind, a 749, as John Myers shows that not only can David Schultz run in the 740s, but he can as well. And speaking of David Schultz, we should have him up on our starting line in just a moment. The Sunoco Suzuki, ridden by Schultz, was the #1 qualifier at a 748. Paul Gast, his opponent here. Bill Stevens.
Well, let's take a look at the numbers here. Schultz, #1 qualifier, easily with a 748. Gast came in the #8 slot with a 765. Unless he finds a cruise missile underneath that seat, he may have a real problem with Dave Schultz.
He needs exhaust for one of them top fuel cars hooked onto the back of his bike.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We were talking between ourselves a couple of days ago about the impact of the exhaust on a nitro car and the amount of downforce and thrust that you get out of it. And Sid, you described each one of those exhaust pipes as
basically a small rocket.
We're going to use an on-motorcycle camera. If all goes well, Dave Schultz has got it. There is David's point of view down the racetrack. Let's see as we ride along how he fares against Paul Gast. Take a look as they launch, and then hopefully we'll get a good view down the racetrack from the camera carried by David Schultz. And David Schultz gets there at a 750, 177. You saw the shutdown area tilt all of a sudden. The reason for that is a bit of body English being applied when you let the torque off of these things. Even though the four-cylinder engine is set transverse in the frame of these motorcycles, there's still a lot of torque reaction.
That's about as close as I'd ever want to come to riding one of those things.
Here's the replay. Take a look. A 750 by David Schultz. Now, Paul Gast did his job. Look at the lead that Gast has at this point. Schultz is sometime going to have to quit this and say, I'm going to have to leave with these guys because I won't be able to run them down like this.
It's reminiscent of Warren Johnson's glory days when he could spot another guy a couple of hundredths and didn't have to worry about it. The other end of the racetrack belonged to him.
So David Schultz moves in to go against Pizza John Mafaro. It'll be John Myers against Rick Ward in the final four of Pro Stock Motorcycle. Larry Kopp back with the 8 in this broadcast as much as Sid and I and our good friend Bill Stevens, along with, of course, Frank Hawley and Alan Reinhart. We're everywhere that we can be to bring you up close and personal with this great sport. We hope you're enjoying it. There's lots more to come. Just stick with us and keep your fingers crossed and pray for lots more sunshine.
Well, I certainly think that the sunshine's here to stay for the day. I believe that we're going to get this thing all without a hitch, and I'm sure glad.
Sid the Weatherman.
That's it.
Sid the Weatherman, the hippy-dippy Weatherman. George Carlin. I love the line George Carlin used years and years ago in the weather forecasting. He says, and the forecast for tonight is dark. Yeah, even Sydney could pull that one off. This is the Wild Side Racing entry. We're talking about Chuck Baird. He's only a couple of hundredths of a second behind his opponent, Bobby Taylor, in the elapsed time mark. This is a race that could be decided on the starting line, Bill Stevens.
Well, you know, in a perfect world, when you get down to the final four, the top four qualifiers should be there. Well, I guess it's a perfect world because the top four qualifiers and top alcohol dragster are now in the final four. You're looking at one of them. Chuck Baird, there's the other one, Bobby Taylor. Bobby Taylor qualified number 2, Chuck Baird number 3.
A battle to the finish line, and Chuck Baird could not find the performance he needed. 5:64 for Bobby Taylor at 248 miles an hour. Gary Turner and crew heading back to the pits to get that car ready for the final round. The losing time, 5:74 at 2:49. Baird did almost everything right, and that includes a great 4:15 reaction time. Bobby Taylor was not bad at a 4:41.
One of the things that we see there, though, the 60-foot time was a 9:58 for Bobby Taylor, and Chuck Baird obviously had something drastically wrong, a 1.004, not indicative of the way that car performs normally.
For Chuck Baird, you're saying?
Yes, for Chuck Baird, yes, absolutely.
He had the wheels in the air, and that may be one of the effect. He could have been carrying them out past the 60-foot
Now,
mark.
that is a possibility, because he did carry the front ends, and it could have possibly got him high enough to get over that light.
And if it did, then it was a rear wheel 60-foot time. Gets a little confusing, but if your wheels are in the air, the front wheels, you cannot break the beam going across the racetrack. Here's Keith Stark in the near lane. What a magnificent machine this is. Almost single-handedly has brought back memories of the old junior fuel dragster wars. There have been some other great cars out there, the Topping family, now Kristen Powell with that car, but this one has just captured the imagination of everyone. Every racer out there says, how's he do this?
Well, I'll tell you, the thing is really an awesome race car. I mean, it doesn't sound and look that spectacular, and it really doesn't sound like it's going anywhere, but boy, I'm telling you what, in the middle of the course, that thing gets up in trucks.
And I'll tell you something else, the performance on this car has really been consistent. You know what the rap on these cars has always been. You never know what they're going to do, but listen to this. He qualified at a 5:59, ran a 5:66 in round 1, a 5:64 in round 2, and there doesn't seem to be any problem at all getting the tune-up right in that top alcohol dragster.
Darrell Russell is his opponent, and he's about a tenth of a second behind with times in the 570s. Sid, I must say that this Keith Stark machine is using a different engine. It is listed as a Fontana. What is that?
Well, basically what that is, it's an off-breed of a Chevrolet big block engine. It has a hemispherical head. They used to be called an Arias. Arias sold the engine company to Fontana, and they have taken it from there. And I'll tell you what, this is the best any of those engines has ever performed.
And he does it again. Identical elapsed times, 5:71. He slowed down a bunch. He will not have lane choice in the final. He being Keith Stark. He won the race by 34 thousandths of a second. 5:71 each. 2:29 the speed for Stark. 2:45 the speed for Darrell Russell. Reaction time advantage, 400ths went to Stark. He was also 300ths quicker in 60 feet and was 100th quicker at 3:30. But Darrell Russell definitely made a race out of it. Take a look at this one in instant replay. When we get down to the finish, remember 34 thousandths of a second. What does that compute out to in terms of distance? Here's Stark in the near lane, Sid.
Yeah, the car's already making a big move. Now watch the alcohol car in the right-hand lane start to make a big charge. At this particular point, there's quite a spread between the two. The alcohol car will now start to make the big top-end charge, try to catch back up, but it's not there.
I'll tell you another thing that's impressive about that run. Traditionally, nitro cars are slow off the line. They start from idle. The alcohol cars with the superchargers, they're coming out at 5,000 to 6,000 RPMs. To get out of the hole faster than one of those cars really takes some doing.
Well, the reason they can't bring those RPMs up on the unblown fuel motors is the size of the fuel pump. If they bring the motor way up, it'll flood the motor and it'll just quit.
Right.
So therefore, they have to leave from dead idle to keep the RPM down, to keep the fuel pump speed down.
Let me throw out one other little item. The other car, Russell's car, had a transmission in it. And you get the gear multiplication of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's got an amazing amount of torque that unblown fuel motor puts out to be able to run that thing as a high gear only.
Here is Bob Newberry in the Key Auto Parts Keystone car against the Kendall team car. This is Frank Menzo. Menzo and his top alcohol funny car as we move into our final four has himself a fairly good record, a 7:02 in the previous round. That's not good time-wise, but that, remember, is when he dropped the parachute out and it shook itself out. In the previous round, he had a 5:99. How about Newberry? We didn't get a time because he didn't ever leave the starting line. Remember, the car had problems, shut itself off. What happened, Sid?
Broke a rotor, and he only runs a single magneto instead of two. And it broke the rotor in the magneto as he brought the engine up, and it quit. Fortunately, he was staged, and that's all it takes to win.
Well, he's won here 3 times in the past. He'd like to make it 4. If that parachute pops out again, I think Bob Newberry is going to tip his hat to say, so long, Frank. 5 times. Did I say 3? 5.
Bob Newberry and Frank Manzo. Manzo's the car in the far lane, the Dodge Avenger. Both of them Avenger-bodied entries. Newberry again with problems. Now Manzo down the center of the lane, trying for lane choice. Gets him a 6:04 elapsed time. And a tough break indeed for Newberry as the problems continue for this team. Very unusual.
I would have to guess that the exact same thing happened, which means somewhere within that generator of that magneto, they probably just put a new rotor on it instead of changing the whole magneto. What has probably happened is the shaft is most likely bent in the generator on that mag. So it'll sit there at low RPMs and it'll be just fine. But as soon as he brings the motor up, it snags the rotor and breaks off the tip.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to make sure and go around the pit area and find everybody that's got the DSS dish tuned to it. And Sidney could go over and serve them with an invoice for tune-up tips. That's Bob Newberry getting out of the car. Trust me, he is not happy at this moment. But
well, I'll tell you, he's a great engine builder. He puts out some of the finest equipment going. I've got a lot of respect for Bob Newby, and this is very disheartening for him, I'm sure.
And if you're right about what happened, Sid, it would seem to be an avoidable mistake that they made after that semifinal problem to come back to the line in the final and have basically the same thing happen again.
Well, you know, but it's so easy for just a rotor just to break, and that's pretty common. And you really wouldn't think of something like bending a shaft in a magneto. It's very uncommon.
So as Newberry gets himself unsuited, it is a happy moment for the Manzo team. Here's our next pair, and the question remains, can anybody stop Tony Bartone? Well, this time it's up to Todd Payton, the Canadian, to do it. Bartone has been flawless all year long. National event, divisional competition. A week ago, he won up at Rockingham. That was a Winston Drag Racing Series event for the division. So Bartone just keeps mowing them down regardless of the caliber of the competition. And right now he is the class of the field. It's 588 in qualifying. Bartone went an 88 in the first round and an 89 in the second. Ooh, that's going to be tough to tangle with.
Extremely consistent. Of course, all he has to do is do that again to get lane choice over Frank Manzo, who only ran a 6:04. Frank's really having tire shake problems. I mean, it was very evident that last run as well. This time, at least the parachute stayed in.
Tim Slagle was the last victim for Bartone. He went a 6:03. So Bartone should, on paper, win this race handily. But there's been a lot of upsets today, and I wouldn't expect anything less, at least the potential for it here. Let's watch as they both come into the staging procedures. Remember, you have to turn on both lights at the top of the tree. First is a pre-stage. That indicates you're about 6 to 8 inches away from the actual starting line. Then you roll in, light the second bulb at the top of the tree. That indicates to starter Rick Stewart, you are ready. They're both pre-stage. RPMs come up. Bartone and Payton.
Race.
Let me tell you, 0.006 of a second. The margin of victory for Tony Bartone to keep that string alive. Todd Payton put nearly a 1/10 of a second hole shot on him. Watch this on replay. The big advantage went to Payton. This is a moment that Payton says, oh, I got him. I got him. Oh, boy, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. He goes down the racetrack until just by the narrowest of margins, 0.006 of a second. Look how much it is in distance. Oops.
Wow, that's close.
Well, you know, I got to tell you something. I don't think you're going to see Tony Bartone cutting really sharp lights, because when you get into a winning streak like this, the worst thing you can do is let those little demons in your head start working on you, and he's going to make sure that he doesn't inadvertently red light and kill this incredible winning streak.
Well, if he doesn't start picking up the pace and reaction time, something's going to stop him for sure. Want to welcome to our announce position the rider of the Slick 50 motorcycle, a good friend of ours, Mr. Steve Johnson. Hi, Stevie. How are you, son?
Well, I was doing a little better when we were qualifying, but not as good when we had race day.
Well, here we have John Mafaro and David Schultz. Is anybody going to stop Schultz here this weekend?
Well, Dave's has kind of a lock on this, and I know the Star Performance guys, John Myers and George Bryce, they really, really want to win this race. It's only a few hours away from their shop in Americus, and they feel like this is their chance.
All right, well, Schultz has got times of a 7:48 and a 7:50. Myers, 7:49. But the opponent here that he's got to get by first, David that is Pizza John Mafaro, who at a 7:80 is considerably off the pace. We're riding along again as John Mafaro had a 900th of a second advantage at the starting line, but David Schultz able to drive around him. Something going wrong on Pizza John's bike, and Schultz 7:48 at 179 miles an hour. Look at this again in replay. Steve, tell us about it.
See, when you leave the line, when you pound the clutch on these Suzukis, these are two Suzukis right here particularly racing, they leave at about 10,000 RPM, Dave, and it is 3 Gs against you when you leave the line, and it's all you can do to hang on. And then all of a sudden, you got to reach up, push the button, you got to go through all your shift points, you got to scoot in the second part of the seat, you got to tuck underneath that fairing, hit any retard switches. I mean, you are busy riding a pro stock bike, and Dave just does a real good job at it. I don't know how he cuts 498 lights, and then when he needs to, he cuts 40 lights, but you can guarantee in the next round he will cut a 420.
Well, I must admit, if everybody could emulate him, that'd be a great idea. But, of course, the 7:48 elapsed times don't hurt him at all either.
No, when you got some horsepower, that really kind of, I got a duck over in the other lane, and that's what they say. I would never say anything like that.
No, because you're the guy over there quacking.
I've got feathers, yeah, and web feet.
Here's Rick Ward and John Myers. Red light by Rick Ward. It is handed to John Myers. Will he get the lane choice? Can he run quicker? No, he cannot. 7:51, 183 miles an hour. So it'll be David Schultz and John Myers. As everybody anticipated, Rick Ward just wasted one. He went 7:62. Maybe he knew that he needed to take a shot at John Myers. 7:51 to a 7:48. Who do you pick in the final, Steve?
Well, when John sees this show, if anybody tapes it, he's going to shoot me. But you got to go with Dave. I mean, he's got a lock on this race. No, he has a psychological lock, which is very important to Dave. And this is kind of like golf out here. Or no, it's not like golf. But yeah, it is like golf. It's a psychological thing. If you mess up, chances are the other guy's going to do it. And it's all up to you to cut the light. And if you can cut a light and have a 740 performance, Dave's going to be in the winner's circle.
All right, we'll find out if Steve Johnson's prediction comes true. Go preen your feathers, son.
Preen?
Stevie Johnson, the rider of the Slick 50 motorcycle. We thank you, Steve, for coming in and joining us here. One of the truly great stars of pro stock motorcycle competition. Well, as you can well imagine, we're now working our way through the ladder, except this time we are going in reverse order, and we are going through Pro Stock Bike and into Pro Stock Cars. Here's the guy that ended up in the 17th spot, not where he wanted to be. He is the driver of the Summit Racing Pontiac Firebird. Hi, Mark Powick. How are you, son? Well, you ought
to be 16th, you know.
You'd rather be 16th. I can understand that. Not necessarily the best weekend that you have had all year long, but then again, it's not been the easiest season for you, has it?
No, we really struggled. We've made a lot of changes in our program. We've moved our unit development back to Ohio and put a whole new group of guys on, and we're going to be back. For all the fans out there, we're working real hard.
What do you think of this Tom Martino guy? He has done a remarkable job coming in as a rookie this season.
Yes, he has. Tom's done a great job. He did a good job by being able to get the power that he did the way they've got it. And he's a competitor. He's done very well in comp over the years, and we surely can't count him out. And they're real nice people. They're a pleasure to have those kind of guys in Pro Stock.
I have had some Pro Stock racers say to me that Tom Martino's car is the best working car out there today. Would you dispute that?
No, I wouldn't, but to give you a deal, what Dave Butner and my guys have done, we were ahead of them all weekend to the 3:30, so it made us feel good, but then the horsepower kind of showed up.
Went in the tank, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Well, Tom Martino comes into this semifinal round against Kurt Johnson with times of 7:10 and 7:08. Kurt Johnson in the previous round had a 7:09 in the Delco Freedom battery car. In the first round, Johnson ran a 7:08. So on paper, it is going to be a very close race. In reality, might be just a bit different. How does a driver psych himself up to cut a good light in competition in Pro Stock?
Well, Tom's a tough competitor, as is Kurt. You know, Kurt has an advantage here because this is his hometown. It's going to go, I don't know, that's a tough one to call. I'd say Tom. How's that?
Well, since you sat here and looked at the times and didn't see it, it's Kurt Johnson. How about that? I'm really good when I see him crossing the finish. Look at Kurt Johnson's time, 7:05 at 195, 7:07 for Martino, and Kurt had a 0.05 of a second advantage at the starting line as well. That's good.
That's excellent. You know, Kurt, I'm sure, is pumped up being his hometown, and we're glad to see him here. Tommy's right there with him, though. You know, there's nothing to shame about a 7:07, but Kurt definitely had him on the starting line, and the game couldn't be caught up.
And that 7:05 didn't hurt him at all either. That's the time that Jim Yates had in the previous round when he put away Pete Williams. His opponent here in the Final Four is Mike Edwards, who had a 7:09, the lane choice, going to Jim Yates. And the burnout's completed back at the starting line. Both cars are now staging. Yates, of course, winner of the first 3 events this season. Edwards, winner at Houston. Mike's come on strong with John Kite, his car owner.
Mike's done a great job. Again, he came from the comp ranks also, but as a crew chief, and done a good job in the seat of the car, and it's going to be a good race here. Jim's going to have his hands full because Mike's a good lever.
A Steve Schmidt power plant in the Kite Oldsmobile. The Pontiac of Jim Yates using the Dick Maskin power plant. Low elapsed time of elimination, 7:03 at 195 miles an hour. I'll tell you, he's just bowling them over with the times that he's running, Mark Powick.
He sure is, Dave. You can't take anything away from Dick or Jim. They've done a great job. Even though they struggled with qualifying here, they've done a great job in eliminations. But if you look at reaction times, I got something right today because Mike had him by over 500s on the starting line.
This is one that he had to drive from behind, and he did it in fine style with a 7:03. Look in replay. The big advantage, as he noted, 0.05 of a second off the starting line to the car on the far side of the track. Mike Edwards tried his best to stave off the charge of Jim Yates, but just couldn't do it. Maybe got a little bit loose. Appeared to get out of the groove just a tad. 7:12 was the losing time for Mike Edwards at a speed of 195 miles an hour. Well, Mark Powick, what's next on tap for you guys? Back to the development room?
We're going to test here tomorrow and try to make our car a little bit better yet. We're only a few thousandths away from 16 right now, and we're definitely in the development stages, and we hope at least by Columbus, when Pontiac and Summit team up for the Spring Nationals this year, that we have a power plant that'll get us in the show.
We look forward to seeing you in the show and in the winner's circle, Mark. Thanks for stopping by.
It's a pleasure for you guys to have me here, and we're going to be back, I hope.
I do. I know you will. I don't hope. No hope about it. It is for certain. That's Frank Bradley. Boy, is he intense. As Mark Powick going into a test session here tomorrow. A lot of our racers stick around a day after the event is completed because they know the racetrack's in great shape, and they utilize it to their advantage as they test practically under race conditions. We're in Top Fuel Eliminator as Mike Dunn at the wheel of the Mopar car will face off against the Western Auto Haviland entry of Shelly Anderson. Earlier, Frank Hawley had an opportunity to stop by the Shelly Anderson pit, and let's see what he found out.
This track has been good to Shelly Anderson in the past, and it's been good today. And the old expression racers say is, I'd rather be lucky than good. Well, they're good racers, but you've had a little bit of luck today. The car's not running as fast as you really want it to.
To be honest with you, we've had a lot of luck both rounds. We'd like to run 3:04 like we ran in qualifying and beat Mike Dunn.
Well, what's the plan? I mean, I know are you involved in the tune-up on this thing, or you just kind of just don't even care what they do? What's your position?
That's the problem. I wish I didn't care. It dropped a cylinder from the hit of the throttle last time all the way down, real slow, like, you know. But Larry's tuning on it. We're giving it a lot of power. The Gwynn car ran a mid-80. We'd like to run a mid-70 and really beat them.
Like to really beat him, huh?
Boy, I'll tell you what, she really wants something. She wants a middle 70 out of this car, especially when the best it's run all day long is 5.0s. You know, that's a big jump, a quarter of a second.
Hey, might as well ask for something big if you're going to ask for it, right?
No doubt about it. I mean,
Shelly Anderson. Well, she ran 581 in qualifying. She knows the car ought to do it, but as he noted, he being Sid, 510 and a 6:04. That's the times thus far. Well, What's to ask for a 470?
Hey, let's be honest. Both of these drivers are lucky to be here at this stage of the day after the kind of runs that they've seen today. Mike is still fighting that middle 480s jinx, but maybe this weekend, because nobody's really killing the ET clocks, he just might be able to pull it off. But they do have something in common, and neither one has gone to the victory circle at a national event for a long time.
1994 for Shelly Anderson when she won the Winter Nationals out in Pomona, California. And it was the race up at Brainerd, Minnesota in 1995. The last time Mike Dunn was in the winner's circle for Darrell Gwynn.
Oh, Mike Dunn's just running away. And that time was a nice clean shutoff.
Wow. 479 for Mike Dunn at 296. They could not solve the problem of dropped cylinders for Shelly Anderson. Again, cylinder going out the moment she hit the throttle. She went 510 at 259. Wow, did I hear in the background from Bill Stevens, huh?
Well, he's into the 70s. He was tired of being in the 80s, so Shazam, there he goes with a 479.
Well, all it really needed to do, and we'll watch this on the replay here in a second. You watch close. At the other end, if you remember here, the last two runs at the 800-foot mark, Mike Dunn's car has smoked the tires. Look how hard Mike Dunn's car is pulling right here in the middle of the track. When we watch it from the top end, look, no tire smoke whatsoever. A clean pipe, all 8 cylinders firing just perfect. This thing was really on a roll.
You know what's interesting here is that now he puts a lot of pressure on our other two competitors in the semifinal round. The in-car camera shot shows Shelly Anderson falling far behind and Mike Dunn just absolutely 479. That was me saying 479. We get replays not only of pictures but sound as well. I'm impressed. There we go. Corey McLenathan and Larry Dixon. You talk about a rivalry that has become intense between two young stars. 29 years of age is Larry Dixon. He wheels this Miller Lite car of Don Prudhomme. Corey Mack driving the McDonald's dragster out of the Joe Gibbs racing team. Joe, of course, the Hall of Fame NFL Super Bowl winning coach. This is Corey McLenathan. Alan Reinhardt's at the far end. Big Al.
Mike, you won. You ran quick. It didn't blow up. What went wrong?
I don't know. I made down this last turnoff here too. That's amazing. You know, starting out at 179, we were just kind of sneaking out. 179 in qualifying, you know, 260, 270, and finally, you know, I don't know what we ran on that, but it was faster than 260. But you know, we're just happy to have this team Mopar top fueler in the final. Hopefully, we can come away with the win. It's going to be tough though.
Do you realize what you just listened to, guys? Here's a guy giving you the litany of his qualifying efforts, 179 miles an hour. Seems to me fast enough, right? And then he says, and then it went 220 and 260, and I don't know what that was, but it was a lot faster than 260.
260, right. Well,
we're talking 260 miles an hour. I have been 202 in one of Frank Hawley's alcohol dragsters, and I expected, I don't know what I expected because it certainly happened quicker than I would have thought. Larry Dixon and Corey McLenathan both have been over 300 with regularity. Will they do it here?
Oh, Dixon has the cylinder out. Oh, boy, you talked about it.
Dixon goes to the finals for Don Prudhomme with a 485 at 291 miles an hour. And Corey McLenathan fell back with some mechanical problems. What a tough break indeed for the Joe Gibbs McDonald's team. It was a great race. Actually, the reaction time advantage was 100th of a second for Dixon. As we watch on our instant replay, you'll see Corey McLenathan had earned that 100th back by the 330-foot mark.
Very even at this particular point in the run, and then something just flat goes away with Corey's car. It's hard to see from here. Doesn't seem to be any cylinders out. Oh, there they go. There's something that happened. It looked like it might have finally backfired and probably blew the first panel out.
Well, it is going to be Mike Dunn and Larry Dixon in the final round. There's the McDonald's car. That's Corey Mack out there taking the top of his driving suit down as he finds himself out of competition. And I'll look back here towards the starting line. Well, don't ever think that you don't keep up to date with motorsports here on DirecTV and our coverage of this Fram Nationals. I'm going to even tell you what's going on and what happened today up at Martinsville in Winston Cup competition. Who likes that racetrack the best? None other than Rusty Wallace. And guess what? He finished number one. Rusty Wallace finished first at Martinsville And in second it is Ernie Irvin. So here's where it broke, Sid.
Yeah, it certainly did. It broke right there and let go, and there goes Larry Dixon on down the racetrack to run a fine 485. But, you know, a 485 with a cylinder out, that's pretty impressive.
It is impressive indeed, and Larry Dixon is one of our finalists. He's with Alan Reinhardt.
Welcome back, kid. It's been a long time.
I'm telling you, I'm just excited for, me, Snake, West Ernie, and the whole Miller team. I mean, we got the car in the final, and, it's every run's it's a different scenario, so I'm just happy about it.
Mike Dunn is kind of an unknown quantity, too. He's been a little hit and miss this weekend. This should be fun.
So are we, so it'll be exciting one way or another. Thanks.
Larry Dixon and Mike Dunn will be our two finalists in Top Fuel. You pick it right now. Who do you say?
I think that Mike Dunn, I think they're on a roll.
All right, how about you, Bill Stevens? Who do you pick?
Well, at the finals last year, I went against you guys, but I'll go with Sid this time. Mike Dunn.
Well, my thought is going to be Wes Cerny has done something exactly like everybody else has done, and that is reach down deep into your bag of tricks and pull it out. Who would have thought that at the start of this race we'd find Larry Dixon in the final? I really didn't. He didn't qualify all that well, and now here he is matching up against Mike Dunn, who didn't qualify well at all, 16.
Mike Dunn had terrible problems. As we remember correctly, he got a paper towel in his fuel tank, which went through the fuel system.
We haven't talked
and
about
it
that.
Was terrible. I mean, it was a complete mess. We had a paper towel, got sucked into the vent, went through the fuel tank, through the fuel pump, and it clogged every single nozzle in the motor. We're talking about fuel lines, nozzles. I had to disassemble a pump. They had all the lines, check valves, and everything out of it. There was paper, there was a pile of paper. Oh gosh, it had to be at least 6 inches, 7 inches tall, and it was, it's a real mess. And for them to be able to come from that, that's why the car only ran 179, by the way.
All right, here is the first pair of our finals or semifinals rather, in funny car competition. Whit Bazemore in the Smokin' Joe's Mustang. He's in the lane nearest the camera. The Castrol GTX machine is the Pontiac Firebird driven by Tony Pedregon. Now for Pedregon, I did find out that they had some rod bearing problems on the previous run. This is a new engine in the car. They just pulled the other one out, replaced it, should have no problems. Actually, it just repaired the difficulty they had. Performance-wise, they ought to be fine.
Oh, I think so. I believe that the car is going to step right up and run well.
All right, down at the far end, Alan Reinhardt has been taking a look at the car of Corey McLenithan. What have you found out, Alan?
It's really quite simple, Dave. What happened with the McDonald's car is that the rear end broke. That let the motor wing, and then it banged the burst panel out of it. But the broken rear end is what took Corey out of this thing here today.
And from our vantage point and watching it on the replay, that's exactly what you were able to see. You saw the stuff come out of the pipes. That was when the motor went to the moon.
Yeah, like I said, I saw the burst panel blow out, but I didn't realize that it broke the rear end.
Funny car competition. If Tony Pedregon can win here, and if John Force can win in the other pair against Mark Oswald, we would have an all-Castrol final. You think Force would be off the Richter scale?
Oh, the entire
interview
crowd here would probably be off of its butts to see those two guys square off.
Oh, who knows whether it's going to happen or not? But if it does happen, it's going to be an exciting race. This is going to be exciting enough as it is. Whit, he's really struggled to get here, but you never know when the luck's on your side. Sometimes she'll stay there all the way to the end.
Well, he ran a 575 and then a 528. If he stays on that curve, he's in pretty good shape.
Let's watch. Just ran out for Whit Bazemore. Look at the time, 5:05. Say, okay, boss man, you say you can run. Are you going to get lane choice or am I? You're going to have to run better than a 5:05 with a 6. That's 296 miles an hour for the Castrol Pontiac of Tony Pedregon. 5:34 for Whit Bazemore, just keeping pace, marking time with his previous runs. They obviously have not solved the problem. You saw at the hit of the throttle, the raw fuel coming out of it indicating the drop cylinder. Here's the other pair, the Castrol machine in the far lane, as Tony jumps out of his race car, and he's got to be thrilled, though he doesn't show a whole lot of emotion at least. He doesn't jump up and down like some of them do.
Well, I'll tell you what, the last run, he came out of the roof, and he definitely threw his hands up and everything else. I'm sure he did here. We just didn't see it.
Tony Pedregon, look at the far lane. Oh, is this a nice run? 5:05, 296 miles an hour. And for whoever wins between the Force and Oswald match, you do have a bit of a challenge for the lane choice.
Well, as we look at this work of art by Tony Pedregon, keep in mind he has not gone to a final round yet this season. And I guess it's poetic justice that he may be racing the other Castrol car in his first one.
Well, that'll to be determined to see if Mark Oswald in the In-N-Out Burger machine can stop John Force. What's all the smoke we saw on the replay?
They definitely donated some pistons to the aluminum gods. There's no doubt about that. It hurt itself a little bit. They're not scared bullets back in the trailer, so they're not gonna leave any rock unturned to win this race. And they want winner and runner up. They want this to be a team, first-time team final.
Well, that can be determined by the outcome of this race. John Force has got to get past the In-N-Out Burger machine of Bill Schultz. Now, Schultz, a longtime racer from the West Coast. You remember him, the Schultz and Glenn machines, the dragsters, the front-motored cars. And he has had a huge amount of experience at this sport. He has got a most talented driver. In fact, Mark Oswald won a Winston Championship back about 1984, as I recall, at the wheel of the Candice and Hughes car. So we know the capabilities of Oswald as a driver. It has only been this season that the team has acquired the sponsorship funding that would allow him to run an entire season, Bill Stevens.
In fact, Mark Oswald was the runner-up at this event in 1991 against Del Worsham. So he's been there before. I mean, there's no question that he has the experience. It's gut check time for him to race a guy like John Force. But, hey, you know what? We've seen a lot of surprises this weekend.
And he's raced John Force an awful lot of times over the last 5 or 10 years. And like he did tell me, I haven't beaten him very many, but I have raced him an awful lot of times.
I don't know how other people perceive Mark Oswald, but I think he is one of the coolest customers out there. You rarely see an abundance of emotion, either good or bad, up or down, out of Mark Oswald.
Out of anybody on the team. The whole team is the same way. It's a mellow, yellow type group.
John Force, however.
I was just going to say, you can't say that for the guy driving the green and white car. An all-Castrol final, and Tony Pedregon will have the lane choice. 5:13. 298 miles an hour. I would guess that Bill Schultz and Mark Oswald put their collective minds together and said, the only way we're going to do this is to get as aggressive as we can. If it holds it, we may turn the earth. If it doesn't, we're going to go up in smoke. But, hey, we gave it the best shot we could.
But if they don't put that kind of horsepower in there, John's going to outrun them. There's no doubt about it.
That's right. Our replay now is going to show you exactly what we mean. The car launched and didn't go more than about 25 or 30 feet before the tire smoke started.
They was already in trouble.
And that was it. John Force and Tony Pedregon, an all-Castrol final. 5:05 the elapsed time for Pedregon. This was a 5:13 run at 298.
Sid, did you notice if any cylinders went down on John Force? Because I'm thinking a 5:13 on all 8 isn't really that great.
No, it fell off. Somehow it fell off. I didn't see any cylinders go out, but there was definitely a little lackluster in the performance area. I would say it's probably in the clutch department, would be my guess.
Well, that is setting up a much-anticipated battle. John Force, when he started this two-car team, said what he really wants to do is put him in the finals every race. Well, that's going to be a little tough, but if they keep dominating as they are, and there is absolutely no reason why they shouldn't, if you want to know the truth. He has had the class of the field. Let's see, he's now won 5 Winston championships in the last 6 years. He, being John, has a substantial lead in the points chase for this season. And what's to prevent them from taking that same combination, putting a talented driver in it, and coming out and dominating just as strong? Well, it's proven to happen, as here now Tony Pedregon and John will meet in the championship round.
And not only is there one great crew chief, not only is there 2 great crew chiefs, there's 3 great crew chiefs on that team. John Medlin fits in, and I tell you what, Austin Coyle and I are very, very good friends. And he told me, he said, John Medlin was probably one of the best finds I have ever found in my life. And I've worked with John a long time. That guy is real sharp.
All right, down at the far end of the racetrack, here's Alan.
Now, what are you going to do, John? Your own employee in your own car just took lane choice away from you.
I ain't stupid. I'm firing him on the start line. He'll never. I don't know. It's, you know, Castrol, Pontiac, you know, the Mac 2 people, they pay good money, and they got 2 good hot rods. Fram Autolite, they ought to be happy. That's 32 spark plugs lit. So we're going to go up there. We're going to race for the money. He's a good kid. And his mom ought to be proud of him.
And I am sure the entire family is proud of him. John Force utilizing the skills of Tony Pedregon. When John decided he was going to run a second car, at one point it was being discussed of a sort of a Legends Tour with some of the great names of funny car racing of years gone by coming back to drive the second car, but in reality it just didn't work out. He had the car, he had the equipment, he had the parts and the pieces, and he put Tony Pedregon in and kept telling everybody, oh, this is just one race. Now it's just now 2 races. Oh, it'll be 3. And it'll be a situation that we're going to have the legends in there shortly. Well, it didn't work out. Tony Pedregon is at the wheel of this car for the remainder of this season, and who knows where it goes from there. Here is Competition Eliminator. Handicap still got to cut a good light. As I said, they were fairly equal, both of them up around the 55, 5600 range, which means that they were off the pace, about 5 or 6 hundredths of a second off a perfect light. But if it's equal, it doesn't really matter. You could be 2 days late as long as you both leave 2 days late.
But the thing is, Bo could have definitely pulled that out with a little bit better light. He could have won that race, and because it was awfully close as it was at the finish line. Unfortunately for him, he just wasn't quite as on as we've seen him.
Well, you know that he will make another final round before very long. Really one of the toughest competitors in Competition Eliminator.
We also want to point out to our folks at home and everybody here at the racetrack, we are simulcasting on our DirecTV pay-per-view broadcast. And you folks in the grandstands are listening to yours truly, Dave McClelland, along with Sid Waterman, Bill Stevens, Alan Reinhardt somewhere out on the track, and Frank Hawley is doing his thing as well. We hope you fans have enjoyed this day of activity. Down at the far end of the track, look at Winston Vision, the big screen here, as Alan Reinhardt is with our champion in Competition Eliminator. Al?
John, congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, what a tough race. Bo Nickens, he's one of the best there is.
You've been driving well all day, and in this category, that's very important. To not kill your index, to stay on top of the game, be able to cut a light.
You have to. You got to drive both ends of the track. You got to cut good lights, and then try not to kill yourself on the other end with the CIC penalties.
Tell me why the 4-cylinder Pontiac?
I can afford it.
There's a straight answer for you, David. Your first champion here at the Fram Nationals, John Freck.
My answer to you, Alan, with a question like that, after I had just won Competition Eliminator, would be, why not? Hey, Here we go. Top Alcohol Dragster is coming up next. Bobby Taylor and Keith Stark, the 2 best of this weekend. Pick one, Sid.
Boy, I tell you what, Keith Stark's just been so unbeatable all weekend long, but I'm not going to pick him. I have a hunch that Bobby Taylor's going to pull this one out.
Okay, how about you, Bill Stevens?
I'm going to go with Keith Stark. I'm probably going to be sorry that I did, because every time I go against you guys, I lose. But no, I think Keith is the thing that really convinces me Keith has a chance is that he's gone 5 events now, and the car has shown no signs of becoming inconsistent. We always knew that these A-fuel dragsters would go fast. It was just the consistency. He seems to have licked that.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb on this one, guys. I'm not going to hedge my bet. I'm going to say it is the reincarnation of the Adams and Enriquez era. And for you fans in the stands and the folks at home, just remember that great junior fuel team of Adams and Enriquez. Well, I think we're seeing the start of it again in Keith Stark with a lot of help out of Bob Brooks and Dale Armstrong out of Kenny Bernstein's camp. They're helping him too. A big wave from all of our fans here in the stands. Just remember, folks, you in the stands, there's a big wave coming back your way from everybody at home watching on DirecTV, and we hope you've certainly enjoyed this day of broadcasting from Atlanta Dragway. I know from my point of view, and I know Sid and Bill and everybody else on board would say the same thing. We've had a tremendous amount of fun. It has been a great race, and I must say NHRA has been superlative in presenting this event and getting it done. Gary Turner, the guy with the gray hair and his back to you, he is the owner of GT Bicycles, and I pointed out earlier, GT bikes will be utilized in the upcoming Olympics. Bobby Taylor, as he comes into this round, has got a string of 560 elapsed times, 564 in the semis, 565 in round 2, and a 566 in the first round. But his opponent, Keith Stark, is a little bit quicker, Bill Stevens.
Keith Stark throughout the weekend has been the dominant car, the #1 qualifier with a 559, although his performance has sort of tailed off here throughout the weekend. He went 566 in round 1, a 64 in round 2, and then a 71 in the semifinals.
Stark in that semifinal round, Sid, I don't know, something went wrong with it.
Yeah, it was down a little bit. That's kind of, be honest with you, why I picked Bobby Taylor.
I knew it was. You're picking on a handicap,
I'm a
right?
poor defenseless little race car, yeah. Absolutely. But there's no doubt about it. I mean, I really think this Bobby Taylor has been on a roll. He won several races last year, and I really expect the fact that we're going to see him win again.
Sydney. and he tried so hard to win the Winston Championship, and I know you're going out on the line. You hate to do this because we will pounce on you if you're wrong.
Because I've been right so much. That's why.
What? What?
Hey, now,
Sydney.
did I not pick Alan Johnson at the beginning last year at our last telecast, and as well as the funny car winner? And you know what? Hey,
Yeah.
I'm on a roll. What can I say?
Boys,
I'm
please,
on a roll.
please. By the way, this is a rematch of the final round of the Winston Invitational. Keith Stark and Bobby Taylor. Also, the points in Top Alcohol Dragster is going to be shaking and moving after this weekend, especially with Jay Payne going out in the first round.
Look at this shot. This is the car of Keith Stark. Now, you see it does not have the big scoop on it. They put that little device up there which contains, I assume, gasoline.
Alcohol.
It contains alcohol, okay, which trickles down into the engine, and they use that to start it. Then they take it off. Now, here comes the scoop. A lot of people are saying it is that scoop device, and very similar to those used in Competition Eliminator or even in some full-bodied cars, that is letting this car run the way it is. You can pump a lot of fuel in it. You know you make the fuel pumps, but it's getting the air into it to let it run. That's the key to it.
You know, this particular car has a fuel pump made by Dave Settles. The nuclear fuel pump, and is a very good car. The other car with blown pumps on it, so it's going to be a very interesting race.
Is that why you picked Bobby Taylor?
No.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure, Sid. I must admit, Sid Waterman, in all the years that I have worked with him, both here on our pay-per-view telecast and also on the PA system, because at other races, Sid fills in as a color commentator and an expert commentator on our public address system. Sid has never used this to his benefit. It's always been up front, square shooting, and giving credit where credit's due, and as he noted just there, Dave Settles building the fuel pump on the Keith Stark car. You guys have quite a battle going on, too. Who can build the best parts? But
well,
of course,
it's like any manufacturer. I mean, manufacturing, we race and compete against each other just like these racers do, and it's a lot of fun, and it's friendly competition. Don't get me wrong. We all want to win, but just like the racers do, they want to win as well.
all right, it is the Gary Turner car driven by Bobby Taylor, trying to put a stop to the quicker car of the weekend. The only thing that is questionable here is, can Stark rebound from the 571 that he ran in the semifinals?
What about the conditions, Sid? I mean, is it reasonable to think that we'll see a couple of 560s in this month?
Well, the sun's going down a little bit. We're having a little more shadow on the racetrack, but it's not really, I don't think it's changed enough from the last run to see much of a change at all. I think that the top fuel guys, the only reason they're going to run better is they're going to step on it. They have more power to produce. These guys are pretty much at their limit.
All right, we've battled it out here. Let's do it on the track.
Music.
You win, Sid. Both in performance and in the event results. Bobby Taylor, your champion. It was decided at the starting line when Keith Stark, look at that, a round of applause for himself from Bobby Taylor down inside that cockpit. He's got his hands in the air applauding. Now his head's up, looking back saying, is everything still there? Well, yes, Bobby, it is. So was the 565. That's impressive performances. Remember, a 65 in the final, 64 in the semis, 65 in round 2, and a 66 in the first round. 200s separating the 4 runs for eliminations. Here's the replay. The red light's glowing on the tree. Keith Stark's out of here. But Bobby Taylor says, I'm going to give him a good show. Keith Stark did well, too.
He sure
did
did
not come back from his 571, running 575. He may have hurt something.
Something happened on that last round. I would have to say with the third round, something happened to that car that has affected the final.
Might explain the red light. He knew something was amiss there, figured his only chance was maybe to cut the tree.
Good observations, guys, as we go to the alcohol funny car final. Well, Ace Manzo has a chance to stop a legend here, a legend in the making at least, with Tony Bartone's string of both national event and divisional runs, as Tony Bartone has just been superlative all season long. Let's take a look at last year's top alcohol final round, and for the 5th time in his career, the Kendall car of Frank Manzo is in the finals. This is 1 year ago, remember that, up against Pat Austin in the Castrol Syndec machine, who lost traction, got near the center line. The reason nobody in the stands, this race was run on Monday due to inclement weather. Can he do it again, he being Frank Manzo? Sid, your guess.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is really a toss-up. You really have to give the edge to Tony Bartone because of his performance. But let me tell you something, Frank knows how to pump himself up. I'm going to go with the underdog.
Wow. That is going out on a limb, Sid.
Yeah, he's already won one. He's going to give it to us. You
Well,
got to understand.
he's got a little room to play now. When you take a look at the numbers that both of these guys have run today, I mean, the fastest that Manzo has gone in eliminations is a 5:99. I mean, that's just a walk in the park for Tony Bartone.
Yeah, but just remember, this race isn't over till it's over.
Manzo with a big advantage at the starting line. Is it over? Yes. Tony Bartone ended the day for Frank Manzo. 5:95 for Bartone, winning yet again. Huge hole shot, 7/100ths of a second. Ace Manzo did everything he could to win this race, but Tony Bartone was able to drive around him a 5:95, 246-mile-an-hour winning effort. Frank Manzo and the Team Kendall car, 6:03 at 243 miles an hour, and it has to be a bit of a disappointment. Watch on replay, Sid. Take a look.
Look at the effort that Frank Manzo gave with a great 475 light to the 545 for Tony Bartone. When you see this next shot from the next camera down, you'll see that Frank Manzo has got a great lead on Tony, but the high horsepower car of Steve Boggs has definitely starts making the big end charge. And there he goes. He goes motoring on by Frank just before the lights. Great racing.
That's got to be your heart in your throat type of racing, though, Bill Stevens. You just can't keep doing this. Look at the margin of victory. It was 9/1000ths of a second, and he closed him in the last 50 feet.
Well, remember what Tony said in that interview. He said that they've been diddling with the clutch. It may have been the reason why that was such a soft light in the final.
The biggest thing was the 4-mile-an-hour charge, faster charge that Tony Bartone had on the big end, and that was enough to get him by.
They're wheeling them out now, the two-wheeled rockets we call Pro Stock Motorcycle, and joining us here in the tower, the Team Kendall rider, Pizza John Mafaro. You had a good outing today, my friend.
Yes, we did, Dave, and we really needed it. I'll tell you, we've been struggling here, and maybe my luck's turned around here, and I've got my own motor program going, so we're excited.
Well, your luck didn't seem to help your teammate on the Kendall side of things just then. Manzo did everything he could, though.
Yes, he did. Bartone's on a roll, and that's the way it is. Like with these guys, we're going to run with the bikes now. These guys are tough, and I mean, I had everything to do to beat Schultz, and the bike didn't shift. I had a 409 light, but we need horsepower.
Hey, 409 is pretty good light. That's only 9/1000ths away from being right on the money.
Not bad for an old man. You know, all these young kids are coming out here, and us senior citizens got to hang out.
I understand that game, my friend. All right, let's assess John Myers and David Schultz. Schultz on the Sunoco bike, the Star Racing bike of John Myers. How do you pick it?
Well, I'll tell you, there's 1 point difference between both of these guys, and these guys have been battling for the last 2 years. Myers is the one who dethroned me in 88, 89, and he's been bad ever since. And Dave, he's just a focused, he's a great competitor, and both of these guys love to run each other, and they're both running really good, so whoever leaves the line first is going to win the race.
At the start of this season, everybody said it was going to be Schultz and Myers battling it out for the Winston Championship. Now, you're coming in here pretty strong. Rick Ward's looking good. There's a number of motorcycles that are right in there.
Surprise, surprise, Byron and Matt Hines.
How about Byron and Matt? That's good.
It's unbelievable. It's really good for the class, and it's good to have the Vance and Hines team back out here, which, you know, originally when I started doing this 18 years ago, Terry and Byron were the only fellas out here with a professional team. So.
All right, it is John Myers as he is getting something hooked up there right by the handlebars. Here is David Schultz in the Sunoco Suzuki. For Schultz, he's had the performance edge, 7:48, the quickest in eliminations twice, and a 7:50 in round number 2. In John Myers' camp, a 7:51, a 7, let's see where he was, 53, and then he had a 7:49. So in reality, there is only 100th of a second separating the two performance-wise, but Bill Stevens, it may take more than that. You're on board. That is the helmet cam utilized by David Schultz.
And
Bill?
if David were to win this race, 7 consecutive victories in this event, which makes it the longest professional winning streak in the NHRA.
That's the other deal. Dave is really tough at this track. This is a hard track to tune at with the air and the traction. And Dave, that's what Dave's really good at as far as you know, going to the bad tracks with the bad air. But I'll tell you, this is going to be a battle on the starting line here, and it's going to be really interesting.
Two great engine builders, too. Greg Cope for John Myers, and, of course, George Price, rather, for John Myers. Greg Cope for David Schultz. Here we go. We're into the staging process. Let's watch. You're riding on board with David Schultz. He's 100th of a second better on the tree. John Myers never caught him. Low ET, side-by-side 740s. 747 at 179, losing a 749 at 178. That's good drag racing.
Dave, this is unbelievable how fast these bikes have come in the last 3. A 49, you go home and lose the race. With a 49, with a 1. I mean, at 178 miles an hour, it's really unbelievable.
Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of, but it's a little disappointing, maybe.
No, but there it is, a 423 light and a 433 light, and that's where the race was made, right there.
And how many times have we seen Dave Schultz save the best for last? There's your low ET for the weekend right there.
Well, if we remember correctly, his teammate called that he'd run a 420 reaction time, didn't he?
That's right. As
Johnson.
Stevie Johnson was up here in the previous round, and he figured that David Schultz, who had a terrible reaction time in round number 3 would come up and pull out a 420. And look what he did. 100th of a second quicker on the tree than John Myers. 200ths of a second advantage at the finish line, just about the length of his motorcycle.
Well, the Pro Stock bikes are here to stay, Dave.
They certainly are, and we hope to see you in the winner's circle real soon. The rider of the Kendall bike, John Mafaro.
I appreciate it. I watched this movie. I didn't go to Pomona at the finals last year, and I watched it home the whole weekend. It was really nice. You guys doing a great job.
Well, don't stay home. Keep racing.
Oh, definitely.
Make sure you let somebody at home subscribe, okay, on DirecTV. We'd love to have you. John Mafaro, thank you very much. We're down now to more of our final rounds, Pro Stock, Funny Car, Top Fuel, and then we go right back into sportsman racing. And as I said earlier, we are simulcasting between the racetrack PA system and our DirecTV, so I'm going to have to do a little housekeeping call or two. Super Street, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, we need you to the lanes. Pro Stock Finals, here's Kurt Johnson. And we want to make sure we note that Kevin Horst is the crew chief on Kurt Johnson's Delco Freedom Battery car. Jim Yates and the McDonald's Dynamax Pontiac out of Joe Gibbs Racing. We welcome once again the driver of the Summit Racing car to the tower. We're talking about Mark Powick. Let's go down to Alan Reinhardt with David Schultz. Al?
That's 2 for Dave, 1 for John.
We want to make it 3 for Dave, 1 for John. That sucker has a way of coming back.
It's a great start to the year, though. After the way you ended last year, you have to feel good now.
Yeah, it really is, and it's showing that the work and the focus has paid off. Greg and the guys have absolutely worked their butts off back in the engine shop, and that's motivated me to try to stay on my toes, not make the same kind of mistakes I made last year. We're going to try to keep it up for the rest of the 96.
Keeping it up for the rest of 96. He can take a big sigh and a deep breath. Hey, Mark Powick knows about the deep breaths, except you hoot and holler when you win.
I haven't done that in a while, Mac. I kind of miss it. You know, when John was walking out, I just asked him to rub me a little bit and give me a little luck my way.
All right, let's take a look at this final round. Kurt Johnson had a 7:05 in the semis. Jim Yates had a 7:03.
Great run for Jim. Jim was a little late on the lights. Kurt had a good light. You know, Kurt has a hometown advantage here. I think Jim's got a performance advantage. You're going to see a real good race. Kurt's definitely going to be on his game, and Jim's going to need to be there on the starting line. And I think possibly the guy that leaves first is going to be the winner.
Well, of course, that's the case in so many of our categories of competition. The burnout procedures, and as I said, Kevin Horst is the crew chief on this car. The smoke kind of fills up inside these machines at times, and you have to open the door to get some fresh air in.
Sure does. We've had times with our new car where I can't even see the tree. It fills up so bad. So they're just trying to air themselves out and give them a fresh breath of air, because you really have to have your concentration when you go in and put the pre-stage light on. And I'm anxious to see which Pontiac wins. I'm glad it's 2 Pontiacs. So
take a pick. We're gonna go around the robin here. Who do you pick?
You got it.
I'm going to have to pick Kurt.
All right, he picks Kurt. How about you, Sid Waterman?
Well, I'm going to have to go with Kurt Johnson. I think that Kurt's leaving real good. I think he's overdue, and I have a gut feeling.
All right.
I'm going to go with Kurt because Sid did, and he won an alcohol dragster.
Let's watch. I'll pick Kurt Johnson. Don't know what the reaction time was. Let's see. What kind of horsepower is it going to be? Kurt Johnson wins it, 7:06 at 195, 7:03 for Jim Yates, and the celebration begins. Congratulations to Kevin Horst, the crew chief, on the Delco Freedom Battery car. You picked it. Mark Powick, you said whoever got the better light at the starting line was going to win the race.
Maybe I could pick that we'll qualify at the next race, Mac. What do you think?
Well, if you pick yourself, I'll go for that.
Okay, I'd love to.
We thank you very much for stopping by with us today. The driver of the Summit Racing Pontiac. We will see you in 2 weeks in Virginia.
I appreciate you guys inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be with the group of NHRA and especially the live TV. And next time I hope you can be talking about me when I'm in the final.
Well, then Alan Reinhart can interview and let you hoop and holler down there. How's
I'd
that?
like to do that again. I kind of miss it.
All right, let's take a look at the replay. This one was won at the starting line. 0.03 of a second, 0.04 of a second advantage by Kurt Johnson over Jim Yates. And it was all over but the shouting at that point, folks. Even though Johnson did not have the quick elapsed time, the 0.010 of a second margin of victory was enough to give him the win. Yates running 7:03 at 195. Both cars carrying the same speed. Look at this. Oh, so close. Kurt Johnson, but just the nose of that Pontiac. As you're looking back towards the tower, you're looking at the pair of funny cars that'll be meeting in the final round. This is the Castrol machines of John Force and Tony Pedregon. Oh, what an exciting final round in Pro Stock.
It was very, very exciting.
All right, let's go down to Alan Reinhardt with the winner.
Kurt Johnson, welcome back. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been since Dallas last year, and man, I got to thank everybody. You know, this is a hometown race for us, and back in Sugar Hill, Georgia. I live in Lawrenceville, and man, not a better place for this to happen.
Do you have enough hats for all your friends you're going to have in the winner's circle?
I'll buy hats for them, don't worry.
Kurt Johnson with his first win of the year, Dave.
And they have got to be a happy camp because certainly his dad Warren has fallen on hard times going out for 4 consecutive races in round number 1. Maybe a little vindication for the Johnson Racing team. Bill
Boy,
Stevens?
they'll take anything they can get this weekend. And it's funny, I spoke to Chuck Harris a little earlier today. We were talking about Jim Yates' reaction times. He's been concerned about him this year. And he said that the problem is that when he was fighting for his life, he had to cut a good light. Now that he has that mask and horsepower, maybe he's softening up a little bit.
All right, Super Stock and Stock Eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes. We want to introduce to you now our guest commentator for the finals of Funny Car. Well, you were almost there, but your luck ran out. Whit Bazemore, the driver of the Ford Mustang out of the Smokin' Joe's camp. Whit, pleasure to have you here.
Well, thank you, Dave. Our luck did run out, but I tell you what, we had some tremendous luck the first couple of rounds today, and you know, that's the name of the game. You've got to have luck on your side if you're going to be successful in this game. And while our team is certainly struggling, the luck was there. We went to the third round. We'll take the points. We'll take the money. And those Winston points at the end of the year, we'll be very happy to have these.
Well, you sat and watched Tony Pedregon disappear over the horizon with a 5:05 elapsed time.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he did disappear over the horizon. It's going to be a great final. You know, this is a situation where John Force has both cars in the final, and for the first time this year. But I guarantee you they're going to be racing for it and racing awfully hard for it.
All right, now an observation from a fellow funny car competitor. Do you think this will be the last time we'll see the 2 Castrol cars in the final?
Boy, I'd like to say it'd be the last time we see any Castrol car in the final, but we know that's not going to be the case. So I don't know. You know, John, they've put together such a tremendous team over there with Austin Coyle and Bernie Federley, and the other team with John Medlin. I mean, you know, he's no slouch either, and they've got a great team and a great way that they race, and they're certainly the most successful team right now in all of NHRA Winston drag racing.
You got out of the car and told Alan Reinhardt that you were a little bit disappointed. Depressed is the way you look. Disappointed is what you verbalize.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're struggling, and anytime the car isn't there for the driver, it's very frustrating as a driver because all you can do is put your foot down as hard as you can do it, and like I told Frank Hawley, I was trying to break the throttle pedal off earlier, but that's the name of the game. We're struggling. We're working hard to fix our problems. We'll have the Smokin' Joe's team in the winner's circle soon.
All right, the Tony Pedregon-driven Castrol car with John Medlin heading the wrenching chores on that car under the direction of Austin Coyle is the car with the lane choice. He had a 5:05 against our guest commentator, Whit Bazemore, in the Final Four. His opponent is his boss, John Force. He had a 5:13, but Force has run 300. Pedregon has run 300, and I'm going to do to you what we have done to every guest commentator up here for final round appearances on our DirecTV broadcast. Who do you pick?
Well, it's really difficult to pick, Dave, because Pedregon has outperformed John today. He ran an 05 against us, as you said, but how can you not go with John Force? And the fact that John's the boss, I don't believe has anything to do with it. Tony's in a difficult spot. If he beats him, he may make the boss mad. If he doesn't beat him, then obviously he wasn't doing his job, and possibly he may make the boss mad. So it's going to be a good race. Force, he's awfully stout.
All right, now you didn't pick anybody, though.
I'll pick Force. I'll pick Force, but only because he has so much experience, and he's John Force. He's I don't want to say he's the best, but
he's everybody's idol in funny car right now. Huh?
Yeah, well, I don't know about idol. A lot of us hate him, but no, you can't go against a guy who's got all that experience. And if they have a problem smoking the tires or shaking or anything, John will probably be able to outdrive Tony. But, you know, it could be Tony's day.
Sid Waterman, your turn.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb. I think we're going to see a first-time winner. I believe Tony Pedregon's going to pull it out. I think he can outdrive him on the starting line, and I believe the car can outperform him.
Okay, Bill Stevens.
I'm going to go with Force, but I'm going to ask a question. Do you get the feeling that John is going to really put a punctuation mark on this run, and on the lowest ET of the weekend, we might even see a 490?
Oh, I'd say it's real possible.
All right, I'm going to go with Tony Pedregon because I think John Force is going to be so intent on winning this race, they're going to hop it up to such a point that he's actually going to spin the tires, and Tony Pedregon's going to win.
Could be, but I tell you, the great thing we're about to see right now and see what happens. Either way, it's going to be a great final. It's a great way to finish off a super weekend of racing here at the Fram Southern Nationals in Atlanta.
Tony Pedregon in the near lane, John Force in the far lane. Let's watch. I only wish I was playing the lottery. 5'10", 294 miles an hour, and even Austin Coyle, the crew chief, says, job well done, guys. 5'10" at 294. I can tell everybody in the grandstands and all you folks at home, this one is deserving of a giant round of applause. As we watch again in replay, are you speechless?
Well, no, not exactly. That was a great race, but John's car looked like it dropped a cylinder. It was mixed up. The engine wasn't performing very well, and he stayed with it to the finish line. In a funny car, sometimes that can cause a problem, as I well know and John knows.
5:31 in the far lane for John Force. You look at this. Tony Pedregon just drove away from him. That's 330 feet right there. They come up to the 8th mile. He was just moving away, Sid Waterman.
Oh, he certainly was. What a great performance by Tony Pedregon. And I'll tell you, this young man is to be the happiest kid alive and so deserving. I couldn't be happy for him and John Medlin and the rest of the team.
Oh, you bet. As John Force will be just as proud as everybody else is and thrilled that he had both of his cars in the final round. Now, I'll tell you, that's going to be a tough team. I say it, team, to stop this year.
I tell you what, they're already a very tough team, but you know, what can you say? They're bad, and they're gonna get badder, I think. And we're in for a lot of trouble here.
May not be proper language, but I guarantee you got the point across.
Right.
Whit, we thank you so much for stopping by. We wish you the very best with the Smokin' Joe's car. 2 weeks from now, we shall see you on the racetrack at Virginia for the Pennzoil Nationals.
Dave, thank you very much.
Our pleasure indeed. Whit Bazemore, folks, the driver of the Smokin' Joe's funny car, as we have one round left in our pro categories, and it is Top Fuel Eliminator. And, for Tony Pedregon, the thrill is just got to be absolutely superb by winning his first ever race, Bill.
Well, our attention was on Tony on that replay, but boy, John Force was a mess. He was dropping cylinders and spinning the tires, if you can figure that out. Everything was going wrong. As he would say, he had a dog that wouldn't hunt.
Look at this. Tony Pedregon down there. They are celebrating the crew. As I said, he comes from a very, very well-known racing family. Let's go down to Alan Reinhardt.
Well, there was no fix in there, was there, Tony?
No, not at all. You know, we just like John said, you know, we're going to race heads up, and, you know, all the credit goes to Castrol, Mac Tolles, Pontiac, Fram, Action, and I got to especially thank, you know, my crew chief, John Medlin, and Austin Coyle, and Bernie Federley, and especially John Force for putting all this together.
Now, didn't John just come over to you and say, when we get to Virginia, I'm driving your car?
Well, these guys might have a big log waiting for John.
It's going to be a happy time in the Castrol camp tonight, David.
Oh, happy time is hardly the word. You see in the background, John Force, he's kind of walking around a little bit dazed. And Tony Pedregon, I was saying, comes from a well-known racing family. His dad, the late Frank Pedregon, drove a fuel competition coupe back in the late 50s and early 60s on the West Coast. His brother Cruz, we know him, won the Winston Championship, the driver of the McDonald's car. And so now Tony carrying on in the tradition, and his brother Frank Jr., also a competitor. How about this? Shelley Anderson in the Western Auto Parts America car. Are you pleased with your performance today, do you think?
Not so much pleased with my performance, but definitely happy we went to the semis. That's our first time this year. We had some low ET runs earlier in the year and got beat first round, so it was nice to have a little luck.
Well, a 481 in qualifying, that helps you just a little bit, but you got into that cylinder dropping problem in eliminations that you couldn't get rid of.
Yep, and Larry Dixon had that last run, and Cerny's going to lean on it, and the underdog, I think, will win.
You think the underdog will win? See, she doesn't even have to be asked, folks. She already puts herself right out on the line and says the underdog is going to win. All right, Larry Dixon is the driver of the Miller car. Mike Dunn, the driver of the Mopar car. And after the burnouts, I have another housekeeping announcement I need to make, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Larry Dixon, driver for Don Prudhomme. Mike Dunn for his car owner, Darrell Gwynn, who you saw a bit earlier here on our DirecTV coverage. Super Street, Super Stock, Stock, Super Gas, and Super Comp. All of you to the staging lanes immediately, please. You'll come up right after the exhibition runs after our pro. Sid?
Well, you know, basically, I have to say, you know, sticking with what I said a while ago, I do believe that we're going to see Mike Dunn pull an upset here. And I say upset only because of the fact the way the weekend started. He had such a terrible time at the start of the weekend, and to see him come this far, I'm impressed.
Shelley looked at you like you're absolutely insane. Bill Stevens?
Well, it's going to look at me that way, too, because I think Mike Dunn is going to win, and I'd love to see it because, remember, he qualified 16. He had to do a lot of swimming upstream to make it to the final today.
Shelley, I'm with you. I said it a round ago that Wes Cerny's going to pull it out of the hat, and Larry Dixon is going to fly. We're looking on as Mike Dunn sitting inside the cockpit. That's looking back from the firewall portion or where his feet are up there in that pod portion of the race car. Take a look. Giant fire. Oh my goodness, it is one of those races I would not have expected it to end this way. But if you want to thrill a minute, huh? What do you?
Huge wheel stand for Larry Dixon. He backpedaled it, blew it up. Dunn was already on fire. That was awesome.
Look at this. The front end is, he flattened the wheels on the Miller car. The Mopar car exploded. Mike Dunn, that's him getting out of the car, so we know he's okay. This is one that you're going to have to see in replay again. Now look at this. From the outside, watch the car in the near lane.
Starts going up, keeps going. He's still got his foot in it. I mean, he's on it. He wants 300 miles an hour, and look at him. He just won't give up. It's high. It's high.
Ooh, it's still going up.
It's still going. I mean, this is Gainesville all over again for Larry Dixon. I think he's getting used to this. He's still got his foot in it.
He lifted right there. It's
Just
starting to come back down. No,
Oh,
it's up still.
It's up.
He's off the throttle. Mike Dunn is backpedaling over there. He
it
blows it up. Down comes the front end.
Boy, this looks like a Shelley Anderson-Rance McDaniel match here, doesn't it?
Yep, in fact, I was in the left lane and was lucky enough to win, too, so that's
right.
okay.
Now, look, he stood back on the throttle again and smoked the tires, Shelley.
Close to the wall also.
He wasn't the only one that stood back on the throttle. Even though Mike Dunn knew it was on fire, he jumped back into the throttle as well.
Oh, here we go from a different angle. Same thing. You'll see now how high this car goes. Look at him. He's up there. He stays up. What do you do now, Shelley?
Backpedal it just like Larry did. He let the front end down and then put his foot back in it. I mean, he kept his cool. He reacted quick, and he won the race.
Oh, what a way to win. As the flames billowing out from the Mopar car, Mike Dunn saying, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up, until finally Larry Dixon comes by. I'm absolutely, well, not speechless, but certainly awestruck with that kind of
Stunned.
performance. Look at the Larry Dixon saying, what am I doing here, Alan?
Larry Dixon, you're back to flattening both front tires. What a wild final.
I'm telling you, the front end came up, and I got back out of it, got back in it again, because, I mean, it didn't look like he was that far out, and it came back up again. I got out of it, and I seen him on fire, and I said, I'm going for him.
I heard you say a minute ago, I hope Snake's not mad. I can promise you, Snake is not mad.
I hope he ain't mad at me. Hey, guys.
Nobody looks mad down here, David.
Now the celebration is just getting underway, and that is Don Prudhomme and Larry Dixon congratulating one another. The parts are repairable. You've been there, Shelley.
Doesn't matter for final round points, the win money, the trophy. It's all worth it.
It's all worth it. How about you 2 weeks from now in Virginia? You got a handle on things you think a little better, maybe?
I thought so in qualifying. We've been doing a lot of testing, and we hope just to go out, fly, and hopefully run. We ran 304 here, and cars got power. We need to keep the cylinders lit.
You need to keep the cylinders lit. Sounds like a story that every drag racer in the world could say at one time or another.
Yep.
Well,
Who would have thought force in the final?
That's right. Well, it has been a great final round in Top Fuel. We thank you for joining us, and best of luck with your Parts America car.
Thank you very much.
Shelley Anderson, the driver of the Western Auto Parts America entry, and our thanks to her for stopping by. Wow. What more can one add?
Are you okay, Dave?
I am fine. I just love drag racing like this, guys.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
this tells you, look on your screen. Guess what's coming next? We're talking about the Jets, the Saddlemeyer family, as they get ready to thunder down this quarter mile. And when we say thunder, we seriously mean that. There is a bit of cleanup taking place as the Safety Safari has their work cut out for them. The fans, they're sticking around. They want to see. And don't forget, we've got sportsman racing in Super Street, Super Stock, Stock, Super Gas, and Super Comp coming up immediately following the run by the Saddlemeyer family, father and son, Lou and Bob. And I must say,
event of 1996 in Atlanta is NHRA drag racing. It's a
lot of action, and it's kind of exciting. It's different. Let's put it that way.
Well, you know, Dave, you talk about how you went to the Frank Hawley School, drove the alcohol car, drove the Pro Stocker. I think there might be a jet in your future.
I
bud.
think you're wrong.
So let the games begin.
Let's go down to Alan Reinhardt. He's caught up with Mike Dunn.
Mike, even after the car gave up out there, you didn't.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you're ahead as a final round. I mean, it was on fire, and I could see the fire. I didn't hear him, didn't see him. Got back. I heard him, and then I got back on it, and you know, the fire come back up around there, and then you know, we almost pulled it out. Just one of those things. You know, I guess we were kind of lucky to be here. We didn't do too good in qualifying. The Mopar Performance Top Fueler ran pretty good, and you know, had some good runs in eliminations up until that final, and obviously we would have had it won. Just you know, it's a tough break. You know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, I guess.
Now, I could see the puke tubes are off of it, and there's a lot of oil. Did it actually blow up, or did it just start spitting oil out and start burning?
Well, it blew all the head gaskets out, obviously. It was running so ratty down there in the fire. You know, usually when the fire comes up around you in a dragster, you know you got a problem. You know, even though I still got back on it, but you know, they might have done more. I don't think it was blown up, but maybe when I got back on it again, it started to get a bigger flame and really started getting erratic. We'll pull it apart. It may have kicked a right out on the second one. I think before that, it might have just been, you know, the head gasket blowing out.
Boy, they just hate to quit on Sunday, David.
Yeah, you bet. Nobody quits on Sunday. Bill?
Mike made a very interesting comment, and if you recall on the replay, when there was that first ball of fire, it seemed to go out, and then it came back again. And as he mentioned, he saw the fire, didn't see Larry Dixon Jr., and hit the power again, and then we got more flame out of the engine.
Well, basically what happens there, it backside some pistons and push some head gaskets out of it. So when you get out of it, the flame's going to go down because all the fuel's no longer going into the motor. Then you jump back into it and put 40 or 50 gallons back into the fire, and it's going to get pretty exciting.
And lots of pressure inside, blowing all that stuff out as well.
Tremendous fuel
Let's
pressure.
talk a moment, if we may, about the point standings. What did this win do for Larry Dixon? It moved him up into the number 3 spot in the Winston Select 10. Leading after this race is Blaine Johnson. Second is Kenny Bernstein. Third is Larry Dixon. Scott Coletta is fourth, and Corey McClenathan rounds out the top 5. The bottom half of the top 10, Connie Coletta, Joe Amato, who was a DNQ here, Mike Dunn, number 8, Eddie Hill in the 9th spot, and Shelley Anderson, who was our guest commentator for our Top Fuel final, is number 10 in the Winston Select 10. Bernstein, amazingly so, is less than 20 points back of Blaine Johnson. And, of course, Blaine going out in the second round certainly helped Kenny's chances to stay right up there in the thick of things. And as you recall, we told you at the very top of the show, the Winston points leader, Kenny Bernstein, failed to qualify for this event. He smoked the tires on all 3 of the qualifying efforts, so that was a bit of a shock there. Funny car. Well, John Force did get beat in the final round, but it did not hurt his standings in the Winston points chase one bit. He is still number 1. Down at the far end of the track, Don Prudhomme and Alan Reinhardt. What a combination.
Hey, Snake, I love this. Larry Dixon got out of the car and said, boy, I hope he's not mad at me. You're not, are you?
No, I tell you, I'm not mad at him, but I got to be honest with you. You know, he's just doing a great job, and, you know, it makes me really nervous, the car owner, to watch him out there. The only thing to happen to him, and, you know, these cars are so powerful these days that just one little thing goes wrong, it'll start carrying the front end, and I suspect that you'll see us with a wheelie bar on our car in the near future. And I'm just tickled that the Miller cars in Winter Circle, all the guys did a great job, and of course have our teammate Rusty Walls win this weekend. We can all have a nice cool Miller together during the week.
No doubt about it. I was going to ask if you wanted to buy some lead. I figured a few more pounds on the front might fix it.
Well, I tell you, we've had lead in it, and the car is really well balanced, and it just gets going down through there. But it's just something, you know, we were really set for the finals, and it's hard to gauge if you want 5 or 6 pounds on the front end of what you want. You know, so it has to be on the fine line. But we're going to make some changes, I do believe now, and keep this thing down.
He's definitely not mad, Dave. Congratulations, Snake.
I'm proud of the kid. He did a great job.
And I'd be proud as well. What did I tell you guys? Wes Cerny pulled it out. He hopped that car up. He tightened the clutch up, and that's why it snatched the front end. They didn't change the balance particularly. Oh, the Jets are running. Back at the starting line, it is the Saddlemeyer family, and I mean, they are thundering here on the starting line as Don Prudhomme tries to tell Larry Dixon what it looked like from the outside. This is what it looks like as Lou and Bob Saddlemeyer get ready to run down this racetrack. Pure jet engines.
On the side of Joe Saddlemeyer's car, he has the little inscription, "God is my co-pilot." You know what? He needs him.
This is one of the light and thunder shows of the exhibition machines known as the Jets. Driver sits inside the body on these cars, and they do have a marked resemblance to the funny cars. Plastic body, Stark Rick Stewart, the play choreographer. Let's just shut up here and listen to him.
They're getting to where out the front windows we can hardly see it.
All right, they're now staging, and they'll be running these cars. Let's see what kind of times they turn. The high-pitched scream of the jet engines, 598 at 244 miles an hour for the far lane. In the near side of the track, a 618 at 257. Oh, beautiful runs by the two jets of the Saddlemeyer family. Closing out this portion as we get ready.
Race fans, enter the Pocono Raceway ProMotion engine treatment.
Guys, let me point out to you this Winston Points. As I noted, we did not have a big change in the lead as John Force finished in the runner-up spot. He still earned a lot of points today. Al Hoffman remains second, but he is 210 points approximately behind John Force. Bearing in mind, you only get 20 points for each round win. John Force has got what one would say a big lead.
Real big.
Tony Pedregon comes up to the third spot with the win today. He's followed by Chuck Etchells in fourth. They are tied with 311 points each. Mark Oswald is fifth. Whit Bazemore, number 6. I thank him for joining us here. Cruz Pedregon, Tony's brother, is number 7. Then Del Worsham, number 8. Kenji Okazaki is 9th. And Gary Densham is number 10 in the Winston Select 10. So they'll collect the bonus money, part of that $1 million bonus payout.